CES. check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check, check. All right, good morning, world, and welcome to the CNET stage live at CES 2014. I'm Donald Bell, she's Bridget Carey, and we are here for the Inside Scoop. So for the next few minutes, we'll be talking about the top stories on day 2 of the show, and then be joined by our special guest, Bree Pettis from MakerBot.
It's going to be exciting.
Got MakerBots here in the house.
Yes. So day 2, gosh, it's almost overwhelming how much continually, rolls out when it comes to news. But it seems that also gaming.
I feel like day 2 is usually the day where instead of it just being all pushed on us, we actually have to work a little bit to pull out the interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Which makes this job feel a little bit more, I don't know, like there's some work to it instead of just like processing PR, press releases.
Yes.
So one of the more interesting things we saw here was the new version of the Oculus, what was the Oculus Rift, maybe still is the Oculus Rift, but they're calling it the Oculus Crystal Cove prototype.
It's a virtual reality headset that people were buzzing about last year, and they've just kicked it up a couple notches by having a 1080p screen inside, and it better can track your movement with little LED lights and a camera that's in front of you, so it's supposed to be a little smoother.
Yeah, I think the two things I took away from it were the fact that the better tracking allows you to look up and down in your virtual reality world very smoothly, and that inside the actual screen that they're using inside the actual goggles, what I call the ski goggles, right? It's an OLED screen, a 1080p OLED screen, and somehow it's using a technology that the refresh rate on that screen is higher than any other OLED display you can buy, and that they're being pretty secretive about what they're doing.
I mean, it needs to be smooth, otherwise you're going to have a little bit of motion sickness.
Right, you're going to throw up.
Yeah.
Because you're looking over the edge of the abyss, and you're going to be
and it blurs,
terrified.
and your brain knows something's off.
Right.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it still looks like something I would not wear on my face for too long a period of time, but I know that the gamers are very excited about this one.
Yeah, it's interesting when someone's actually making really good progress in this, virtual reality, although I don't think we're going to be buying it anytime soon, it looks like, but we'll have to find out, but it's always a time to show off what they can do here at the show.
Another gaming product we saw yesterday was the Viper tablet, an all-in-one media and gaming console combined. This is kind of like a new spin on the Android gaming platform, like the Ouya. But this is going to be the tablet is maybe like, what is it, $250, $300 tablet?
It starts at $200, but aside from the Android tablet, you get this docking station and a remote, and if you want like the video game controller, that's another $50. So the biggest package is like $250. But yeah, like you're seeing a lot of talk about playing Android games on your main TV, and devices that can do that by connecting with your Android account for games you already bought. So I guess this kind of like takes it to another way of like just putting it on a docking station. Yeah, and this is,
I've heard NVIDIA doing a big push talking about how Android gaming is going to be the definitive and major gaming system or gaming platform for mobile gaming, at least, going forward. There's a lot of potential here, and a lot of players are trying to get out in front and be like the product that you're going to use to enjoy your Android gaming experience.
I mean, if you don't have an Android tablet already, you dish out $200 for one, and you can also get a docking station to put it on your TV. So that's kind of interesting. It kind of gives you a little bit more than you get with most $200 tablets.
I'm looking at this, and I'm not sure why I need to have like a little mini display right next to my TV.
It mirrors exactly. I kind of wish it would. That might be distracting.
Yeah.
You know, I kind of wish maybe it could do something else in the meantime.
But yeah, pretty cool product. I mean, another reason to get excited about a tablet. I saw a roundup of tablets that was published for tablets of CES, and none of them looked like something I'm very excited about. There's like some Acer tablets, some Lenovo tablets.
Tablets that don't know if they want to be a tablet or a laptop.
A couple of like Samsung tablet updates, but nothing that was like breaking the mold.
That kind of stuff they always save for later. You know, you don't really get a lot of exciting tablet news always at the show.
Right. What they needed to do was what Gibson had done
Yes.
and hire Christopher Lloyd to jump out of a DeLorean to deliver to the future the guitars of Gibson's past.
Oh, all that geek glory of seeing the actual DeLorean, the time-traveling DeLorean.
Of course.
With Mr. Fusion and all inside. And when he opened the door, the smoke came out.
The dry ice or fog machine was at full blast, I know. Or, I don't know, Snoop Lion was back there. I don't know what's making all that fog, but...
it was heavy.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, there he is, holding the guitar as awkwardly as possible.
I gotta say, of all the stunts, they were pretty smart on that one. But next year, isn't that like 2015 in the movie? Like when really we're supposed to have the flying cars and everything?
It's the critical year. I think that's Christopher Lloyd's guaranteed paycheck for coming back to CES next year. All right.
And also, there's a time limit for CES to get on those, flying cars. So they have 1 year.
We're calling it here. CES 2015, hoverboards, self-lacing shoes.
Yes. Self-drying jackets. Well, we have wearable tech that's smart. You never know.
You never know. One last thing I wanted to show here I thought was kind of cool. I'm assuming it's called the FLIR. FLIR 1.
FLIR. FLIR.
FLIR. It is a heat imaging sensor or adapter that you can actually use your iPhone in order to get a heat image of things around your home.
So it's like a case attachment to give you a more souped-up camera.
That's my sense of it. It's the $350 product due out in spring. I can see it could be neat. Maybe there's like a medical use for it. They're saying maybe for home improvement if you want to use it as like a stud finder, be able to kind of see through your wall. It's like the X-ray vision.
That's a pretty expensive stud finder, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like you can get creative with it, but yeah, that price has to come down for me to want it. But it is kind of neat that it's possible. Everyone has to make an accessory for the iPhone, right? Because you're not going to, buy your own camera anymore separate. It's all about, taking your existing smartphone camera and giving it more juice.
All right, cool stuff. All right, we're going to take a short break and be joined by MakerBot CEO Bree Pettis. Don't go anywhere.
So what's better, bigger or smaller?
Bigger!
Now, let's say a friend invites you over and they have a really big, really fun pool. And then another friend invites you over who has a much smaller, less fun pool. Which pool would you rather go to?
Does the big pool have piranhas?
I believe so.
Does it have a dinosaur that can turn into a robot and chop the water like a karate ninja?
Yeah. Why would it not?
It's not complicated. Bigger is better, and AT&T now covers more than 99% of all Americans.
Welcome back to Inside Scoop, and welcome back, Bree Pettis from MakerBot.
Always a pleasure to be here.
All right, and this was your first year, I believe, doing like a formal press conference for your products.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we've been here. This is our 5th year here, so it's great to be back, and we dropped a lot of new stuff. So we wanted to have a press conference so we could show it all off and really show people the whole ecosystem we're presenting.
All right, well, so tell me about the products that you showed off. I know we covered the press conference, but just to recap.
So you've got the MakerBot Replicator Mini. This is the consumer 3D printer that we were presenting, and it's nice and tidy, but it's no compromise. It's got a professional, MakerBot Smart Extruder. It's networked. It's a very powerful machine in a tidy little package.
Would you call that the starter for people who don't have a 3D printer already?
Yeah, this would be a great place to start getting into 3D printing and exploring the frontier. And then we've got the MakerBot Replicator desktop, and this 3D printer is for the prosumer. This is the machine that, when we announced it on stage, Lockheed Martin immediately called up and said, we need these for our engineers.
Right. Like the Replicator brand has been around for a while, but this is the latest generation of it, right?
That's correct. And
so this is for people who want a larger print volume, they want to be able to do a little more stuff, get a little bit more product out of what they're printing.
And it's networked as well, so you can either plug a USB stick into the front, or you can connect it to an Ethernet cable, or connect it via USB, or you can even connect wirelessly, so you can connect with your phone. And actually, all of the machines we're presenting have a camera on the inside of them.
And that's a new feature, right?
Yeah.
Previously, you didn't have those, so that you can actually keep an eye on what you're printing.
Yeah, you can go get a cup of tea and be like, oh, it'll send you a message. Come get your 3D model. It's done. And that makes it also easy to share on social networks like Thingiverse.
Because I would imagine that's probably the thing that when you're just starting out is the hardest thing to get around is the patience. Because you have to be pretty patient for your object to come into the world, right?
Yeah, I mean, it does have the effect of like a goldfish bowl, and you're a kid, and it's spellbinding watching your idea come to life right in front of you.
Right.
One of the big things that when we talk about 3D printing, people go, well, what do I need it for? I think this year you kind of really showed what a consumer can get out of it with these toys that you can print. Can you tell us about the App Store and how it works with like all the toys?
So besides 3 machines, and there's one more, we launched a giant,
with the
enormous MakerBot Replicator Z18. But you're absolutely right. We decided we were going to just, instead of waiting for people to cross the chasm to us into figuring out, we get a lot of like, well, when am I going to get into 3D printing? We're like, you know what? We're just going to make you the coolest stuff so you want to make it. And we made a bunch of 6 different collections of collectibles. And so, like this one here, this is a chunky truck, and we made a whole line of a whole construction set that you can make.
So you just go online and pick the toys you want, or pick the whole set, and like how much do they cost?
They start at 99 cents for each one, and then $9.99 for the whole album or collection. And my daughter's already like, I want the pets. I'm like, okay. So it's one of those things where we made it easy, and then we made content so that we realized like we kind of made the guitars of rock and roll, the rock and roll era, but with the 3D, these are sort of like the guitars. We had to make the music so that people wanted to play music.
Sure.
So,
but then on the other hand, though, you are having people still submit their ideas. There's still that open community of people who are submitting their products that other people can take and refine or print out themselves. Is that what this guy is, or is this?
He has a claw. What's the claw?
This is epic. So our website, Thingiverse, which is a community of creative people, that people share their designs, and this is a prosthetic hand for kids. So normally prosthetic hands cost like tens of thousands of dollars. When you have a MakerBot, this costs like $5, and kids grow out of them like sneakers, so they usually don't get them.
Right.
But the community came up with this project, shared it, and now it's been downloaded more than 50,000 times. And I've talked with kids who were born with amniotic band syndrome without any fingers, and they went to their school. This one kid, Leon, went to his school, made a robo hand on the MakerBot at school, and he's used it to catch touchdowns. So it's one of those things where it's not just for knickknacks. This is used for things that make a real difference in people's lives.
Right. I can imagine with these smaller parts that are involved in this, you could probably get away with printing this on one of the Mini, right?
It's made to be made on all of the 3D printers we're launching.
That's really great. And so The pricing is the other interesting fact here on the Mini. You've actually brought the price down to the lowest price yet for the entry-level consumer, right?
Yeah, this is $13.75. This one's $28.99, and the ginormous one is $64.99.
Right.
So when you look at the build volume, the features that you get, it's an amazing package. We also launched, I should mention, we launched 3 new applications. So it's not just here's 3D printers. We made it easy for people to connect on their mobile device. We made a creative tool called MakerBot Print Shop that's for the iPad, and then we've got the MakerBot desktop app where you can browse Thingiverse in the new digital store. Bam!
Now, wasn't it also earlier? Was it earlier this year you guys talked about the laser scanner? Like, wasn't that another announcement relatively recently?
That's another part of the whole MakerBot 3D ecosystem. And the MakerBot Digitizer is a desktop 3D scanner, and a MakerBot 3D printer takes digital designs and makes them physical.
Right.
The MakerBot Digitizer takes physical things and makes them digital, so that you can modify them. You can grab the gnome out of your front yard, scan it, and add more beard.
That's great. Well, Bree, thanks so much for joining us here and showing off the MakerBots. Anyone here at CES is encouraged to head over to the MakerBot booth and see what these things can really do. We've got more for you here at the CNET stage, so don't go anywhere. There's a lot more happening today. Dan Ackerman's going to be back here with the next wave of the newest laptops here at CES. And at 11 a.m., check back here because I'm going to be launching a brand new show called The Fix. That and a whole lot more happening right now, so stay tuned.
Hey everyone, this is Eric Franklin at CES 2014, and today I'm taking a first look at the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro. It comes in 3 different sizes, that's 12.2 inch, 8.4 inch, and a 10.1 inch version. Each tablet features a 2560 by 1600 resolution screen, but the biggest new feature is the new Magazine UX interface. This is a more graphical interface than we're used to and kind of brings widgets and stuff you're likely to use more to the forefront. Multi-window is supported on each tablet, however the 8.4 inch and 10.1 inch versions can only show 2 concurrent apps, while the 12.2 inch version can show up to 4 concurrent apps. Look for the Galaxy Tab Pro in the first quarter of 2014. There are no prices yet, but stay tuned to CNET for more information on the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin, and this has been a first look at the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET here at CES with the Belkin Wemo LED bulb. So this is a new LED bulb from Belkin that's tied into the Wemo home automation network that Belkin has rolled out to a couple products now. The light bulbs are new, as is this kit. They're sold as standalone products. You get the bulbs for $39.99 or the kit with the bridge and 2 bulbs for $129. The idea is that you set these bulbs up on your home network and then you control them through your smartphone. And the kit has a lot of programming options, so you can put them on a timer, you can program them to turn on when you get home, that kind of thing. This is a good sign that Belkin is expanding its Wemo network and ensures it stays competitive with other home automation suites out there. So I'm Rich Brown, this is the Belkin Wemo LED kit.
Hello tech fans, I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. We're taking a look at the Sphero 2B, a robot that you control with your phone. So the Sphero 2B is the sequel to the Sphero, which you might recognize from rolling around on the floor of your local toy shop. You control this robot using a smartphone. It works with iOS or Android. You can see the controls here. Using this app, you can actually drive the thing. You can also change the color of the logo, which I particularly like. They communicate using Bluetooth 4.0, and you can use several of them to have a kind of shooting match. They fire invisible virtual missiles out of this logo on the front, and if you manage to hit your enemy Sphero 2B there, then they'll lose some health. The 2B is cleverly weighted, so even as it's spinning around and tumbling all over the place, the main body part actually stays kind of central. You get 1 hour battery life, and it moves at 5 meters per second, which robotics tells me is roughly as fast as most humans, so you can definitely chase someone. Something I particularly like is that you get all of these different kinds of tires. This one here has these nubby tires, which are a kind of all-rounder, I think. This one over here has these smoother drift tires if you're into some insane drifting stunt action. I'm told that you can get about 3 feet of air if you ramp one of these off a jump. These models are just prototypes, but the final version will be on sale in holiday season 2014, I'm told, and they're going to cost $99, which impressively is cheaper than the first Sphero. Phone-controlled robots, what's not to love? I'm Luke Westaway. For more from CNET at CES 2014, go to ces.cnet.com.
Hey guys, this is Brian Bennett for CNET, and we are at CES 2014, and if you don't know already, wearable technology is completely blowing up the show. There are a lot of smaller companies who are actually innovators in the space. One of them is a company called Martian. Now they've announced a new product called the Martian Notifier, which if you look at it, it just looks like a normal watch. It has an analog face, very elegant, very, very premium look to it, but, just tapping here and you'll see it has a little thin OLED that will display notifications, and they will be pushed over Bluetooth from your iPhone or your Android device. You can receive emails, text, caller ID, and as a matter of fact, you can also look at it discreetly without bothering anyone or even looking at your wrist. You can just get a vibration alert that you set up using an app, which is called the Martian Notifier app, where you can have, say, 4 different buzzes. You can have it set up so that you can know what's happening without even touching your wrist or, interacting with the watch at all. So one of the very interesting and compelling things about the Martian Notifier watch is that it has a very low price point. It costs $129, which is actually very agreeable considering that the first original Pebble costs $149. So you get a lot of this 21st century messaging and alerts for a pretty agreeable price point, and you get a lot of this classic analog style, as well. So that's a very nice thing, and hopefully we'll get to see this watch very soon. If you want to buy one, you'll have to wait until the mid-2014, perhaps the spring, to get your hands on one. I'm Brian Bennett for CNET.com, and we've just taken a first look at the Martian Notifier watch.
Hey, I'm Xiomara Blanco in Las Vegas for CES 2014 with the Acer A1 830 tablet. This 7.9-inch tablet features a 4:3 aspect ratio screen with a 1024x768 pixel resolution. Its specs are similar to the Acer A1 810, but with a 1.6 GHz Intel Atom CPU. The Acer Iconia A1 830 will sell for $149, starting at the end of Q1. For CNET, I'm Xiomara Blanco, and this has been the Acer A1 830 tablet. For more CES coverage, go to ces.cnet.com.
I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014. We're working a bit of a cleaning demo from a brand new Scuba from iRobot, the company that makes the Roomba. This is the Scuba 450. Here on this demonstration, it's cleaning up a floor that had a bunch of gook on it, some old coffee, some Cheerios, some ketchup. And what's different about this Scuba is that it's completely redesigned from the last model that came out 3 years ago. This time around, there's a 3-cycle cleaning process because, let's be honest, sometimes things on the kitchen are kind of stuck on the tile. So on the first cycle, it'll go around, clean up all the dry debris like the Cheerios, and it'll also lay down a thin sheen of water, or if you have the iRobot Scuba solution, it'll also lay that down. And then the second time around, the scrub brush kicks in. And finally, it'll go through once again with a squeegee to make sure it picked up anything that it left behind. The total process should take about 20 minutes for about 150 square feet. It's really easy to pop off the tank. You just press the button, it comes off, and you can access the clean water compartment and empty out the dirty water compartment. If you need to clean the scrub brush, you can also pop that out easily too. Underneath, you'll find a brush that cleans up dry debris. And there's also a scrub brush for really getting it clean. It spins at 600 RPM. And there's also a squeegee there for taking up all the rest of the dirty water. On the front of the Scuba, you'll see a clean button that will light up to show you the cycle progress. There's also an information button that you can press where the Scuba will talk to you. It'll let you know if something needs to be changed or if the water's low. And there's also a button that can set the size of the room so it knows to cover a large area or a small area.
I'll clean a large room.
When the Scuba's done and you dumped out the dirty water, you can put it on the dry dock charging and drying stand where it'll give it an air dry cycle to keep things clean and fresh. The Scuba 450 makes its debut here at the show. It goes on sale this week for $600. Here at the CNET stage at CES 2014, I'm Bridget Carey.
An iPhone 5 or an iPhone 5S and you just can't get over the loss of your BlackBerry keyboard, you might be interested in this device. I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is the Typo keyboard case. Now this is a $100 plastic device that slides over your iPhone and it connects in the back. It's got open exposed area so you can still get at your charger, your headset jack, your camera, and all of your buttons on the side. It does connect to the iPhone via Bluetooth, and this device has its own charger. The Bluetooth connection is important because it means that whatever you type registers on the screen. Now, the device maker claims that the battery is strong enough to last about 7 to 10 days on a single charge. That, of course, is going to depend on how you use the phone. Looking at the keyboard, it is very clear that this is taken from a BlackBerry device. In fact, the company has already been sued, but they're going to go ahead and ship this in about 2 weeks anyway. Now, I only used it for a few seconds, a couple minutes at most, and I found that the keys were pretty responsive. It is a little bit interesting of a design. It definitely feels a little different because the case extends beyond the bottom of the phone, and even the keys on the side extend a little bit beyond the side of the phone. Although it was responsive, I found that I wasn't very accurate typing, but this is something that I assume you or me or anybody else would grow used to over time as they start using the phone. One thing you might be wondering is how you actually navigate on the phone if you've got this bulky keyboard here on the bottom that's blocking the home key. There's actually a key right here that you can press, gets you to sort of a modified view. You can get into the folders this way, navigate as usual, or when you're done typing, you can of course take off the case. I'm not sure how often I'd want to slide the case on and off again, but it is an option for people who just really can't live without their physical QWERTY keyboard. For CNET, I'm Jessica Dahlkort taking a look at the Typo case here at CES. You can find out about everything else we've covered here at the show at CNET.com. For CNET at CES 2014, taking a first look at the Panono panoramic ball camera, taking selfies to a whole new level. So what you do is you throw this camera up into the air with 2 hands. It takes a photo as it reaches the highest point, a 360-degree interactive panorama. That's all comes down to those 36 cameras that are dotted all around this ball's surface. Altogether, you're getting a photo with 108 megapixels of resolution, making it the highest resolution consumer-based camera on the market. Now, as you can see, I have 2 models in front of me. This is the final retail version that you can pick up if you pre-order from Indiegogo. As you can see, it's a much smaller model than the prototype, which is right here. It's made of toughened plastic, so if you're a bit of a klutz like me, you can drop it and it doesn't matter all too much. So, this is the prototype, obviously a lot bigger, and when you throw this one up into the air, it captures the panoramic image. Once you have this image, what you can do is you see the unstitched version. As you can see on the screen here, this is the unstitched version before it goes to the servers, and it presents you with a stitched version. Also, what you can do with your 360-degree panorama is view it on a smartphone or tablet and interact with the image by pointing the tablet in a certain direction, and you can see that particular portion of the image. So the Panono panoramic ball camera will be available for $4.99 on Indiegogo coming very soon. I'm Lexi Savides for CNET, and this has been a first look of the Panono panoramic ball camera. Hi, I'm Lexi Savides at CES for CNET, and I'm taking a first look at the Goji Smart Lock. Now, there are a lot of smart locks on the market, however the Goji is different because there's a camera built inside to the lock, so you can see exactly who is knocking at your door. And it works essentially because there's an accelerometer, so once you knock, the camera will activate and send you a notification to your smartphone, iOS or Android, and shows you who's at the door. Of course, like a smart lock, it unlocks via Bluetooth remotely, so you can just put your phone right next to it and it unlocks. Or alternatively, if the power goes out and you want to use a traditional key, you can also do so with a physical lock here at the front. Also a part of the smart lock is the backup power system. There are a couple of AA batteries in here that make sure that you can still get into your house even when the power goes off. And there is Wi-Fi access as well throughout the house to give you notifications in real time of who's coming and going in your premises. You can also set access on the Goji Smart Lock and give it to certain people and actually designate the different times of day that you want people to be able to come into your house, so you know exactly who's coming and when. There are also a whole bunch of logs available so you can see exactly who's been coming and going in your house. So this has been a quick first look at the Goji Smart Lock. I'm Lexi Savides for CNET.
David Katzmeyer from CNET, standing in front of Samsung's Concept 8K QHD television. This TV's not coming out anytime soon, but it is a pretty cool concept. If you look really closely, you can see the pixels on this television, and with a huge screen, that's saying something. It's 7680 by 4320 resolution. That's 8 times the number of pixels found on a standard 1080p television. That's why they call it 8K. Of course, this TV doesn't really have any content that fits it. Behind me, they're running an 8K ultra-detailed demo, and of course, it really does show off those extra pixels, especially when you stand really close. Like I said, this TV is a concept, not coming out anytime soon, and of course, there's very little 4K content out there, so you can pretty much expect 8K to take a few years yet. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Blanco for CNET here in Las Vegas at CES 2014 with the ASUS Transformer Book Duet PD300. This hybrid tablet laptop can run both Android and Windows 8.1. Its 1920 by 1080 resolution isn't as high as some of the latest tablets. However, what it lacks in super sharp resolution, it makes up for in performance. The Transformer Book Duet TD300 houses Intel's quad-core i7 processor, 4 gigabytes of RAM, and a whopping 128 gigabytes of internal storage. If that isn't enough, the detachable keyboard houses 1 terabyte of internal storage. The tablet starts at $599 and is expected to go on sale at the end of Q1. For more information, check out my first take on CNET.com, and for more CES coverage, go to ces.cnet.com. I'm Xiomara Blanco, and this has been the ASUS Transformer Book Duet TD300.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014, and this is the ZTE Blue Watch, one of a bunch of wearable tech debuts going on at this show. This is ZTE's first watch, and what it does, well, it looks almost like a Pebble, but it works with Android phones, 4.0 and above. What does the ZTE Blue Watch do? Well, it gets your notifications. It allows you to control a camera phone remotely. It allows you to check the weather. You can control your music. It also has a fitness tracking app, which will work a lot like one of your fitness trackers, but it meshes the idea of notifications and a fitness tracker into a device. We're seeing that a lot at this show. And it connects with Facebook and Twitter, plus it has 10 meters of water resistance and an LED backlight. It's got an LCD screen. When is this coming out? We don't know yet. Android lovers, you might be interested. The ZTE Blue Watch is another debut on the show floor. Fitness trackers and smartwatches, maybe they can be friends. That's the trend here at CES 2014. I'm Scott Stein looking at the ZTE Blue Watch here at the show.
Hello everybody, it's Lynn Law here from CNET, and I'm here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas with the ZTE Nubia 5S and 5S Mini. Now let's start with the 5S first. It has a 5-inch 1080p screen, and it is equipped with a Snapdragon 800 processor. The device is aimed for photo enthusiasts, so there's a 13-megapixel camera with flash, as well as optical image stabilization, and a new low-light sensor from Sony. It also can record 4K video. On the front, you'll see a 5-megapixel camera. It's powered by a 2.3 ampere-hour battery, and it runs Android 4.2.2. However, ZTE told me that it can be updatable to 4.3. As for capacity, it doesn't have expandable memory, but it does have 32 gigs of internal memory and 2 gigs of RAM. Now, let's move on to the 5S Mini. ZTE scaled back a lot of its specs, but it's still a decent handset. For example, it has a 4.7 HD 720p screen. It also is powered by a 2 ampere-hour battery, and it has 16 gigs of internal memory, as well as expandable memory up to 32 gigs. While you won't find a lot of the camera features that I mentioned previously in the 5S, it still has a 13-megapixel camera, just like the 5S, as well as a 5-megapixel front-facing camera. Now, unlike the Nubia 5S, which only comes in black and white, the Mini comes in a wide array of colors. Right now, we're looking at the matte white one, but it also comes in green, pink, yellow, and blue. Now, US availability is still up in the air for these handsets, but a prior Nubia device did make its way to the US, where it was sold online and unlocked. Again, I'm Lynn, and you've been checking out the Nubia 5S and the 5S Mini from ZTE.
Hi, I'm Megan Bullerton for CNET Appliances, and this is the Lumen Mini. It's similar to the other Lumen Light, but as you can tell, it's a lot smaller. This bulb will go to Kickstarter at the end of January and is expected to retail for about $30. I like it because it's cute, it's compact, it can change all different colors except white, and it's great for a party. Keep an eye out for this bulb come January, but for now, I'm Megan Bullerton for CNET Appliances.
Your hard drive probably doesn't look like it was cracked out the center of a meteorite, but it could if you invested in this, the LaCie Sphere external hard drive. We're going to take a look at it and some of LaCie's other external hard drive tech here at CES 2014. So this bizarre Sphere has 1 terabyte worth of storage. It's expensive though, it costs $490, but it was handcrafted and silvered in France. So if that's the kind of thing you value, then maybe this is the hard drive for you. Next up we have this. It's the Little Big Disk 2 hard drive. Now this is a Thunderbolt hard drive. It's got 1 terabyte storage and it has 2 Thunderbolt ports. There's no word on how much this will cost exactly, but with that dual Thunderbolt power, expect it to be expensive. Next up is this. It's the LaCie Culbuto, which I'm told means roly-poly in French. It's basically a very fancy USB key. It comes in 16 or 32 gigabyte options, and it's going to cost $50. Next up, here's an interesting one. It's the LaCie Fuel. Now this is basically an external hard drive for tablets. You download an app like this, and that lets you manage and transfer files back and forth. You can stream video from the Fuel to your tablet, and you can upload any kind of file from your tablet to the Fuel. It's got 1 terabyte of storage. Most importantly though, it's wireless, which is quite cool, means you don't have to faff around with very many cables. It's going to cost $200. The Little Big Disk 2 is going to be out in the next couple of months. The LaCie Culbuto is out now, and you can expect the Fuel and the Sphere in the next few weeks. Would you buy any of these storage solutions? Let me know. I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey, it's Ziamara Blanco for CNET here in Las Vegas at CES 2014 with the Asus VivoTab Note 8. This tablet runs Windows 8.1 and features a Wacom digitizer and stylus pen. It ships with Microsoft Office Home and Student and houses a quad-core processor, 2 gigabytes of RAM, and up to 64 gigabytes of internal storage. There's a front 1.2 megapixel camera and a rear 5 megapixel camera. Price and availability have yet to be announced. Read Eric Franklin's first take on CNET.com, and for more CES coverage, go to ces.cnet.com. I'm Ziamara Blanco, and this has been the Asus VivoTab Note 8.
Hey everyone, I'm Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is going to be your first look at the ZTE Sonata. It is coming to AO Wireless. We don't know when or for how much, but AO is a prepaid network, so you're going to be buying it off contract for the full retail amount. The Sonata is a very thick, heavy chunker of a device. It comes in white with silver accents along either side and a little bit on the front. So it does have a little bit of style, but it's really not meant for upmarket. This is definitely an entry-level phone. It's got a 4-inch display. That's pretty small by today's standards. Luckily, it is 720p HD, however, which is a pretty high resolution for this size screen. It's running Android 4.1 Jelly Bean, so that's a couple of versions behind, but that's something that you can expect for an entry-level phone. On top of that, ZTE has its My Favor UI, which is a custom interface. You can see evidence of that in areas like the lock screen, for instance, and other parts as you navigate through the phone. There is no front-facing camera on the Sonata, but you will have a 5 megapixel camera on the back with flash and 720p HD video. There are only 4 gigabytes of storage on the Sonata 4G, but if you remove the back cover and the battery, you will find a micro SD card slot that will give you up to 32 gigabytes more.
The processor is a 1.2 gigahertz dual-core Qualcomm Snapdragon 400 CPU. You've got only 4 gigabytes of storage here with no expandable memory, so this isn't a good option for people who want to store a lot of videos, a lot of photos. There's 1 gigabyte of RAM on here as well. This is definitely a phone for people who are maybe using their first smartphone or who are going to be budget conscious. No pricing yet, but it's probably going to be pretty competitive. I'm Jessica Dahlcourt for CNET. You can catch all the rest of our CES news at ces.cnet.com.
Hey, I'm for CNET here in Las Vegas for CES 2014 with the Acer B1 tablet. This 7-inch tablet houses a 1.3 gigahertz dual-core CPU, 1 gigabyte of RAM, and 16 gigabytes of storage. It includes a micro SD card expansion slot and front-facing camera. The Acer B1 720 will be available in stores by mid-January for $129. Once again, for CNET, I'm Ziamara Blanco, and this has been the Acer B1 720 tablet here in Las Vegas for CES 2014. For more coverage, go to ces.cnet.com.
Hey everyone, this is Jessica Dahlcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I've got the ZTE Iconic Phablet, and yes, that is actually its name. This has a 5.7-inch display, 720p resolution. That's a little bit lower than we've seen on some other phones of this size, but you probably won't notice too much of a difference in crispness and sharpness unless you're holding two phones side by side, one 1080p HD and this one. Let's talk about the design and build for a little bit. This is a unibody design. That means you're not going to be able to take off the back cover to get to the battery. And yes, this is actually made of real aluminum. So it is really nice looking, a little bit heftier. The aluminum is complemented by some soft touch backing at the top and bottom, probably to make for easier grip. This phone has one feature that I really like that you don't see on a lot of smartphones these days, and that is a dedicated camera button on the side. Very excited to see this here. Speaking of cameras, you've got an 8-megapixel shooter on the back with an LED flash. On the front, you've got a 1-megapixel camera. Of course, the 8-megapixel camera on the rear does capture 1080p HD video. The operating system is Android 4.1 Jelly Bean, so it is a little bit outdated. Being a more mid-range device, you'll find a 1.2 gigahertz Qualcomm Snapdragon 400 processor on here. On the plus side, this is a 4G LTE capable device. One thing that's kind of neat in here is that you can use split screen action, so you can have an app on the top and an app simultaneously running on the bottom. There's no pricing or availability for this phone yet, but it will be coming to the US at some point, so keep your eyes peeled. For more information on the ZTE Iconic Phablet, read the full hands-on impression at cnet.com.
Hey everyone, Jeff Backler here from CNET.com. We're at Valve's CES 2013 announcement. Basically, 13 third-party manufacturers are coming out with their own Steam machines. And what's really cool about all these devices is that they range in varied sizes and shapes. They have different hardware components on the inside. Obviously, that means they're going to range in price. But it's kind of cool to see where each developer, or rather manufacturer, is going. There's some that are small, like a Roku box, and then some of these are the size of actual huge gaming machines. You've got all major computer manufacturers represented here, from Alienware, Origin, Digital Storm. They're all here in all shapes and sizes. All that pricing and all the specs on that hardware, it's going to vary by manufacturer. So we'll have a lot more news as it comes out. From the Valve press conference at CES 2014, I'm Jeff Backler.
Hi guys, this is Brian Bennett at CNET.com, and we are at CES 2014 taking a first look at one of the new phones that was just announced at the show. It's the Acer Liquid Z5 smartphone. And this device, it looks pretty nice. It has a very sleek looks, a unibody polycarbonate design, a big 5-inch screen, and it's running Android 4.22. Now the Acer Liquid Z5 is very affordable despite its very classy good looks. On the back here, you can see it has a 5-megapixel camera, as well as this button, which is a dual function button that allows you to, turn the phone on just by tapping it once, jump straight to the home screen, and you can also, have contextual control within apps. So you can say, okay, I want to, turn the volume up or down, or play pause tracks, and do, certain app-specific controls within whatever app you're using. Now, if you look at the screen, you can probably tell it's not as high res as something you'd like to see. It actually is an 840 by 320 resolution display, 5 inches, and it has a special filter in here that is supposed to make it viewable from different angles, but it's still not as high-end as some of the OLED displays or LCD displays you're going to see in extremely expensive phones. But this device is actually very inexpensive. It's supposed to cost 169 euros and is going to be available probably by the springtime and probably in Europe and Asia. So sorry, American Acer fans, the Acer Liquid Z5 is not going to come to the US. It's only going to be available in Europe and Asia. I'm Ryan Bennett, and this has been a first look at the Acer Liquid Z5.
Hey, I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with Scott Stein, and one of the traditions we always do here every year, Scott, is a roundup of the best laptops and other PCs from the show. Obviously, computers always a really big category at CES.
It's a tradition. And now, this year it sort of feels like, you don't have the surprise of the tablets and convertibles in the same way, but there's still some new things coming out.
Right, last year we had Windows 8 for the first time. We
Yeah.
had a lot of people doing the hybrids, things that change shape and form. Before that, you had Ultrabooks, and even before that, Netbooks. So this year, I don't think there's a big kind of computer theme. I think we're seeing refinement, a lot of things that we saw before.
Yeah, it looks like price, affordability, maybe taking some of those ideas and, like you said, refining them, come up with something that's a little more viable.
Speaking of refining, actually, we have a refinement of one of our favorite laptops / hybrids from last year. This is the new Yoga 2. The Yoga obviously was one of our big hits last year. The Yoga 2 Pro came out in the fall of 2013. That was a very expensive, very premium system. This is the Yoga 2 minus the Pro, so it's a little bit more affordable. And what they do to make it more affordable is they take out that super high-res 3200 by 1800 screen, just goes back to regular 1080p. It's a little bit thicker, but you still get that awesome hinge. Look at that bends all the way back. And this is the 13-inch version. I think it's a bit under $1,000. It's still kind of premium. What I really like a lot is that they have an 11-inch version of the Yoga that has an Intel Pentium chip, so you trade down a little bit there, but that starts at $549, and to get this really great mechanical hinge on that is fantastic.
Well, you know, it actually feels more like the IdeaPad line before the Yoga. You know, if you ever shopped for an IdeaPad and looked at those like mid-range models, it kind of has that feel, but now they're incorporating that hinge. You can imagine like you'll start seeing this in more laptops, kind of like you saw touch across more laptops. Maybe all laptops will start becoming convertible like that.
That's kind of the big secret. I've actually seen a couple of other things this week that have this style of hinge on it.
Yeah.
Some of them have been announced, some of them haven't, but I think people are figuring out in that hybrid space, this is one of the designs that actually works because it doesn't mess with that laptop form factor.
We don't lose anything, so like why not throw that in? It's like, you know, if you can do that, then it's not a really crazy experimental design. It's just there for you, and the price is reasonable, so you're not paying up for it.
Hey, let me show you real fast. The four ways they want you to use it are, you know, regular laptop. Okay. Then they have kind of the table tent like this.
That's the one I'm least likely to use. I would probably not use tent
unless you're displaying like restaurant specials or something.
You want to hide things underneath.
Then they have the kiosk, which I think is actually kind of cool because you just do it like this, like you're playing a movie, you're doing a presentation, the keyboard's out of the way, but you can still manipulate the touch screen. And then of course there's the tablet mode. And you still have the keyboard in the back there. Some people find that really weird, but it's deactivated. It's not a deal killer for me, but I'd love for someone to come up with one that makes the keyboard disappear.
Covers it. Or you need like a keyboard cozy underneath. Don't keep any liquid. You don't want liquids on your desk anyhow, but just like something, you don't want any schmutz on your desk.
But I love the Yoga line, and I love that they have the more expensive Yoga 2 Pro, and now the slightly more reasonable Yoga 2.
Well, it's great how affordable those are becoming. It's nice.
That's a great segue, because speaking of affordable,
there we go.
Everybody likes Chromebooks. That's like one of the hot topics right now.
I thought this was a MacBook looking at it from behind. The keyboard, I just got this like MacBook feel.
It is very, especially the keyboard
with the
is
silver
very
and the
Mac-like
keyboard. At that angle, and then you crest over, and you're like, okay, this is different. What is this?
And yet, it is only $279 because this is the Toshiba Chromebook.
Yeah.
That's the only name, just Toshiba Chromebook. So it's a 13-inch Chromebook, and we haven't seen a 13-inch Chromebook before, which is crazy to me. We've seen some 11-inch models.
Yeah.
That's really been most of them. A couple of 14s, but nothing right here in the middle in the sweet spot.
Well, it feels exactly like kind of like an Ultrabook, but the plastic type feel. But it reminds me of the Chromebook Pixel. It reminds me of like an affordable version of like that type of level of laptop, but in a super budget area if you want to explore. The idea of like a full Chromebook experience, if you want to buy that for like simple browsing, it's not bad.
And at $279, you know it's going to be kind of plasticky, but it still actually looks and feels better than a lot of the other Chromebooks I've seen. And I like the screen that's not too big, not too small. We always say that a 13-inch laptop is really the ideal size because it's big enough you can work on it all day, but it's small enough that you can actually put it in your bag and carry it with you, at least 3 or 4 days a week. So that 13-inch size in the middle, it's got an HDMI output.
Yeah, it's got a lot of outputs. I mean, you've got USB 2, USB 3, and HDMI, SD card slot, so you got all that stuff.
I remember I tried using a Chromebook for like a week or two, and it was a little bit of a struggle. It didn't do every single thing I wanted it to do, but it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be.
If you're blogging or living only in a web environment, like even the stuff that we file here at CNET, you can totally do it as long as you're not too dependent on advanced photo work. You could do that too, but yeah, for your basic stuff, it's very functional.
As long as, I have to add, you have an internet connection.
Yes, there is offline. There's offline elements, but I feel very worried. You can cache Google Docs. It feels like a leap of faith, even though I've never lost anything. It's a sense that you're still in a browser environment. They're getting a little better with offline apps, a little better with that, but it is a largely, you have to be connected.
And if there's any kind of stress test for whether you can stay online reliably, it's definitely here at CES, where there's so many signals and so many problems
fingers
that you have to carry 3 hotspots with you just to get one signal.
Yeah, actually the built-in AT&T Wi-Fi alternately is fantastic for me, or not. Sometimes it's my savior.
And on the very high end of the scale, opposite the low end, is a new addition to one of your favorite laptop lines, Scott, and that's the Samsung ATIV Book 9. This is just called the ATIV Book 9 2014 edition. It's a 15-inch version.
So not called Plus or Lite or anything.
I don't think it's a Plus or Lite in that. And you reviewed the 13-inch version, the Book 9 Plus, and you loved it. Why did you love it?
Well, I loved it because it was thin. It had a tremendously high resolution screen. The price wasn't too off of what you're paying for equivalent products like that. And just the design and performance were great, and the battery life was great. And that line of Book 9, or before it was Series 9, those have been a great line of products. And there's been experimentation. I remember the 15-inch Series 9 that came out a little while ago. I mean, it's bigger. I love the compactness, but still, you got the design here is, largely the same. And it looks like the port design is the same too.
Yeah, I like having a super big touchscreen on a super slim laptop. You don't really see that too often, even now. This doesn't have the super high resolution screen that the 13-inch version has. I think it's just a 1080p screen,
really?
But it's also only going to be about $1,200. So if you're going to compete kind of with Apple in that over $1,000 price area, you really have to be super premium. And I think this Book 9 series is one of the few guys that actually does that. They have some new audio decoding hardware in here that's kind of interest to audiophiles that works very nicely with uncompressed audio files, kind of like lossless ATTRACK files. And if you bought something like, I don't know, like that Beatles MP3 Apple that came out a few years ago, you get the regular MP3 files and you get the ATTRACK files, which are like 24-bit files. And not a lot of computer equipment plays nice with those, so I think that's kind of cool.
I kind of wish this had a higher resolution screen. Although, you're looking at it, I don't notice that the difference is there. I mean, it looks, from this distance, it looks good. And it looks very sharp.
Well, maybe that'll be the Plus edition that'll come out later.
Probably.
And one of my favorite things this year is a sequel to one of my favorite things from last year, and that is this big guy right here. Yeah. This is the Lenovo Horizon 2, sequel to the Horizon 27. It is a 27-inch, what I call a tabletop PC. It's basically a gigantic tablet because it's got a battery in it, and then you can put this kickstand up and add a keyboard and mouse, and then it's like an all-in-one PC. Okay. Lenovo actually has a table stand right now. We've got it sitting down there that you can actually roll it around on. It's like a kitchen cart.
Yeah, look
and
at that.
You can put it flat and roll it around all over the place. We took it off so we can play with it here. So what the thing allows you to do is stand it up like this, regular all-in-one PC, then you push down, and the hinge goes down. There we go. And then it kicks into this special mode called Aura. It's like a software overlay that Lenovo came up with that's good for this tabletop thing. And in the office, whenever we have a tabletop PC, we put them on the couch, we put them on ottomans, tables. People just want to come over. It's very sci-fi, like they want to manipulate photos and move stuff around.
Yeah, this is like where you have your situation room where you're all going to stand around and kind of manipulate things. I don't know what I'm going to manipulate on this, but I want to manipulate things.
But something. And it's kind of like the original product called Surface that Microsoft had.
Right.
That was a big tabletop PC, and then they used the name for something else. So here we're into it now. I can take a photo right here, and I can move it around, and I can spin it, and I can go into games. And you can move that around and app it. Let's do a little, air hockey.
Right.
And it comes with these little paddles and a couple other gaming accessories. Let's see if we can launch the air hockey game, and that'll give us a fun little
It's thinner.
Fun little demo.
It's still heavy. I mean, you don't want to carry
it's
this
15
around.
pounds. Last year's was 18 pounds.
Yeah,
you still don't want to carry it around, but you can go from room to room at least, and it is definitely thinner than last year's.
All right.
So I'm going to challenge you very quickly to a one-point game of air hockey.
Let's do it.
We're going to go classic.
This is unfair.
This is unfair. That's right. I'm a ringer. I'm going to let you win the first one. Then we're going to make it interesting.
Yeah. Here we go.
Put your paddle in a little circle. Okay, ready? Here we go. Okay, don't score on yourself, Scott. Oh, I just did it. You win.
Right. So you let me win.
That shows that you were the better air hockey player than me. Thank you, Scott. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
And that is pretty much our collection of a lot of the favorite PCs that we've seen here at CES 2014 so far. Yeah. So thank you, Scott Stein. I'm Dan Ackerman.
I'm Scott Stein.
These are our best PCs of CES 2014.
David Katzmeyer at CES 2014 in Samsung's sprawling booth, and one of many concept TVs on display today is the company's latest attempt at a glasses-free 3D television. You're watching 3D right now behind me on this television, and you're not wearing glasses, neither am I. I can see the 3D effect relatively well. I actually moved from side to side on this, and the 3D effect kind of follows you. I've been told there's 35 different positions. That's a big improvement from previous years where you had to stand in specific places relative to the television to get the 3D effect. There are some downsides. The effect can be a little bit disorienting at first, and there's a little bit of blurriness, especially when it really pops out at you, but it's a lot better than previous years, and of course, you don't need to wear glasses. Now, nobody really cares about 3D anymore, and I think the main reason is because of those glasses and the fact there's little content. So maybe when glasses-free 3D becomes a little more viable with products like this, 3D might make another comeback. Another couple tidbits, this is a UHD 4K resolution television that uses LED LCD technology. Of course, one of the reasons it's able to get to that glasses-free a little bit better is with all those extra pixels. That's a quick look at Samsung's glasses-free 3D concept at CES 2014. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Hello, I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. I'm riding the InMotion SCV. It's coming to the US in just a few weeks. It's basically a much cheaper, slightly lighter Segway. So let's examine it more closely. So if you're familiar with the basic Segway concept, then you'll know exactly what this is. It's a vehicle, you hop on it and you lean around, lean forwards and back and to the sides to move around. I've had a go on it. It's surprisingly intuitive. It feels exactly like riding a Segway, to be honest. But this isn't just like a Segway. It's very light. It weighs 15 kilograms, so it's pretty heavy to lift, but you might be able to move it around a little bit more easily. It has a top speed of 15 kilometers per hour, and the battery will supposedly last you for 20 kilometers worth of driving. One advantage this has over the Segway is you can do this. Ta-da! Remove the steering column. So maybe if you're trying to fit this in the boot of a car to transport it around, that could be pretty useful. New with this model of the SCV is this rather nifty smart key. This lets you lock it remotely, change some functions as well, and also what's new is a smartphone app. Now that lets you remotely control the SCV. You can also set predetermined routes for it, and using a GPS built into this thing, you can see where you've already gone. InMotion told me that one potential use of that remote control functionality is that you could strap a camera to the top of this thing and drive it around to get some cool motion shots. As I mentioned, it's coming to the US in a couple of weeks. It's not exactly cheap, it costs $2,500, but that is quite a lot more affordable than the Segway. So if you're desperate to own something like this, maybe it's worth considering. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey everyone, Eric Franklin here. I'm at CES 2014, and today I'm taking a first look at the Logitech Pro protective case and Bluetooth keyboard for the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro 12.2 inch. This isn't the final design. Right now the tablet kind of comes out of the case kind of easily, but Logitech assures me that the final version will secure the tablet much better than the current version does. However, beyond that, the keyboard is really comfortable to type on. I'm actually kind of surprised at how comfortable it is. It feels like a full-size laptop keyboard. And when I was typing on it, it felt very comfortable and natural to type on. There's really good feedback. The keys are concave. They feel really comfortable. They're soft, but not too soft. They're not harsh on my fingers at all. And it just feels really comfortable. There's a lot of keyboard shortcuts. There's a back button. There's a menu button. There's a recent apps button. There's a all apps button. It seems to be pretty well designed. There's also, really impressively, there's the arrow buttons for up, down, left, and right. And with Samsung's new Samsung Galaxy Pro widget-based interface, you can swipe between the pages with the arrow buttons. There's a micro USB charging port right here. There's an on-off switch. And there's also the Bluetooth pairing button right here. The keyboard will launch in February 2014 for $129, so look for it then. Once again, I'm Eric Franklin at CES 2014, taking a first look at the Logitech Pro protective case and Bluetooth keyboard for the Samsung Galaxy Tab Pro.
Hey, I'm Ziamara Blanc for CNET here in Las Vegas for CES 2014 with the Micro Max Lap Tab. This 10.1-inch tablet can run Windows 8 and Android 4.2.2. It comes with a Bluetooth keyboard, 32 gigabytes of internal storage, and 2 gigabytes of RAM. It houses a mini HDMI port and USB 3.0 port. It'll go on sale in the beginning of February for around $400 or $500. Once again, I'm Ziamara for CNET, and this has been the Micro Max Lap Tab. For more CES coverage, go to ces.cnet.com.
Hello, I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. We're at the Samsung stand taking a look at this. It's the Samsung M5 speaker. Let's have a look. So this is kind of Samsung's take on the Sonos multi-room speaker system. So the idea is you'll have one of these and you can control what's playing the music using your app. There's loads of support for different apps. You get TuneIn, Amazon, Pandora. It works on Android and iOS, and Samsung tells me the support for pulling music from your PC to play over the speakers will be coming very soon as well. This thing's a little bit smaller than what Samsung's already announced. We've already seen the M7 speaker. That's been out for a while now. This one is a little bit more compact. It's got one bass driver, it's got one mid and one tweeter as well. Because it's a little smaller though, it should be less expensive. So Samsung's dream is that you have one of these in every room of your house, and if you do have that, then you can do quite cool things like grouping speakers together, having them play different music in different rooms. Although, if you do want to connect more than one speaker, you're going to have to get the hub, which costs $50. I quite like this triangular design. It'll stand upright, or you can lay it down flat as well. The one thing that's missing though is that all-important sound quality. Because this is a noisy trade show environment, we can't really hear how good this is, so you'll have to wait for the full review for that. There's no price or release date yet, so stay tuned on that. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Go to ces.cnet.com for more. Not everyone has their TV mounted on the wall, and if you don't, then you're forced to ask, where am I going to put my soundbar? It's a pressing issue, but Samsung has something that could solve the problem. It's the sound stand. It's a pedestal that actually sits underneath the TV and pumps out noise. Now, this isn't a completely original idea. There are already some other audio companies making things like this, but Samsung's offering is quite tempting. Inside there are 2 woofers, 2 mid-range, and 2 tweeters. It will connect over HDMI, optical, or Bluetooth. It looks quite chunky, but it doesn't take up that much space. It's only 35 millimeters thick, and it will support TVs in the 32 to 55-inch size range. The sound stand certainly seems capable of making a real racket. We tried turning it up, playing a movie here, and it's definitely very, very loud. But of course, these are crowded trade show conditions. It's not exactly the best place to be testing audio, so we'll wait until we can get this into the review labs for the definitive verdict. There's no price or release date yet, but in the meantime, while we're waiting, why don't you let us know whether you would buy something like this? I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014 with the Samsung Sound Stand. Check out ces.cnet.com for more. Hello tech fans, I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. I'm taking a look at this. It's the SteelSeries Stratus, a tiny gamepad for iOS 7 devices. So when it created iOS 7, Apple opened up the capability for these gamepad controllers to work with the iPhone, iPad, and iPod Touch, and this is one of the first wave of devices to take advantage of that. It looks a lot like an Xbox controller, but it's absolutely tiny. Despite that small size, however, it feels quite comfortable to hold, and I'm pleased to see that there are 4 trigger buttons. I've been playing a little Grand Theft Auto San Andreas, and I can say that actually all the buttons feel like they are where they should be, which isn't something you often get with these mobile gamepads. It'll work with anything running iOS 7, but it doesn't work with Android. It does come with this plastic case though, which you can put on the front for protection, or you can slap it on the back to make the controller feel a bit more chunky. These gamepads for mobile devices haven't really taken off yet, but this definitely feels like one of the better ones I've used, so here's hoping, eh? It's coming out later this month and it's going to cost $99. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hello everybody, I'm Lynn Law from CNET, and right now I'm at CES 2014 in Las Vegas with a series of power chargers from Bentev. The first one we're going to start with is the Dashport R2240. This is a car charger that has two 2.4 milliamp hour outputs, so you can charge two devices at the same time. The second one is the PowerDash R900. This has a 9,000 milliamp hour battery inside, and it retains its charge. So it's a car charger and a backup battery charger as well, so you could juice up your mobile device when you're in a pinch. It also has an on-off switch, so it doesn't perpetually keep charging your phone. Next up, we have the PowerCell 6000 Plus. It's a wall charger as well as a backup battery. You can see it has prongs that flip out, and it has two outputs here. One has a 1 amp, and the other has a 2.1 amp output. Lastly, we have the utility charger. This is a 2-in-1 car charger and wall charger, as you can see here, that folds out and tucks in neatly when you're on the go. It doesn't retain a charge, but it does include two 1 amp outputs. Now, if you're interested, these chargers are available online now, and they range from a price from about $35 to about $80. Again, I'm Lynn from CNET, and you've been checking out power chargers from Bentev.
Hello, I'm Luke Westray for CNET here at CES 2014. I'm riding the InMotion SCV. It's coming to the US in just a few weeks. It's basically a much cheaper, slightly lighter Segway. So let's examine it more closely. So if you're familiar with the basic Segway concept, then you'll know exactly what this is. It's a vehicle, you hop on it and you lean around, lean forwards and back and to the sides to move around. I've had a go on it. It's surprisingly intuitive. It feels exactly like riding a Segway, to be honest. But this isn't just like a Segway. It's very light. It weighs 15 kilograms, so it's pretty heavy to lift, but you might be able to move it around a little bit more easily. It has a top speed of 15 kilometers per hour, and the battery will supposedly last you for 20 kilometers worth of driving. One advantage this has over the Segway is you can do this. Ta-da! Remove the steering column. So maybe if you're trying to fit this in the boot of a car to transport it around, that could be pretty useful. New with this model of the SCV is this rather nifty smart key. This lets you lock it remotely, change some functions as well, and also what's new is a smartphone app. Now that lets you remotely control the SCV. You can also set predetermined routes for it, and using a GPS built into this thing, you can see where you've already gone. InMotion told me that one potential use of that remote control functionality is that you could strap a camera to the top of this thing and drive it around to get some cool motion shots. As I mentioned, it's coming to the US in a couple of weeks. It's not exactly cheap, it costs $2,500, but that is quite a lot more affordable than the Segway. So if you're desperate to own something like this, maybe it's worth considering. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
David Katzmeyer at CES 2014 in Samsung's sprawling booth, and one of many concept TVs on display today is the company's latest attempt at a glasses-free 3D television. You're watching 3D right now behind me on this television, and you're not wearing glasses, neither am I. I can see the 3D effect relatively well. I actually moved from side to side on this, and the 3D effect kind of follows you. I've been told there's 35 different positions. That's a big improvement from previous years where you had to stand in specific places relative to the television to get the 3D effect. There are some downsides. The effect can be a little bit disorienting at first, and there's a little bit of blurriness, especially when it really pops out at you, but it's a lot better than previous years, and of course, you don't need to wear glasses. Now, nobody really cares about 3D anymore, and I think the main reason is because of those glasses and the fact there's little content. So maybe when glasses-free 3D becomes a little more viable with products like this, 3D might make another comeback. Another couple tidbits, this is a UHD 4K resolution television that uses LED LCD technology. Of course, one of the reasons it's able to get to that glasses-free a little bit better is with all those extra pixels. That's a quick look at Samsung's glasses-free 3D concept at CES 2014. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Las curvas están de moda y las empresas grandes de tecnología están lanzando productos con diseños realmente innovadores. Hola, ¿cómo están? Soy Vanessa Jandorellana para CNET en español desde el kiosco de Samsung en CES 2014 en Las Vegas para mostrarles este televisor de 105 pulgadas curvo en ultra alta definición. Hay dos cosas realmente impresionantes de este televisor que les quiero mencionar. La primera es que la imagen es en ultra alta definición, significa que la calidad es 4 veces mejor que un televisor normal en alta definición. Ya habíamos visto un televisor curvo de Samsung en CES 2013, pero esta es primera vez que incorporan la ultra alta definición con el diseño curvado. Además, el que tengo atrás parece tener vista panorámica y por el diseño curvo parece que la imagen es casi en 3D, aunque no lo es. Y por supuesto que tiene la función de Smart TV incorporado. El diseño curvo sí será un poco más caro, pero aún no nos han revelado precios exactos. Desde CES 2014 en Las Vegas, para CNET en español, soy Vanessa Jandorellana.
For CNET here in Las Vegas for CES 2014 with the Micro Max Lap Tab. This 10.1-inch tablet can run Windows 8 and Android 4.2.2. It comes with a Bluetooth keyboard, 32 gigabytes of internal storage, and 2 gigabytes of RAM. It houses a mini HDMI port and USB 3.0 port. It'll go on sale in the beginning of February for around $400 or $500. Once again, I'm Ziamara for CNET, and this has been the Micro Max Lap Tab. For more CES coverage, go to ces.cnet.com.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with Toshiba's first entry into the ever-growing Chromebook market. It is simply called the Toshiba Chromebook. And it is interesting because it is the first 13-inch Chromebook that we've seen. There are a lot of 11-inch ones, a lot of 14-inch ones. But I think 13 inches is really the optimal size if you want to mix productivity and portability. It's big enough that you can work on it, pretty much all day long, but it's small enough that you can carry it around in your shoulder bag, if not every day, at least several days a week. And when you want to take a Chromebook, which is reliant on that Chrome operating system, really needs to be online all the time, and use it for productivity, you want something that you can still, go to the coffee shop, get on the Wi-Fi there, take to the airport lounge and use it there. It's $279, which is right around what Chromebooks should be. If you spend a little bit more, you can get some other models that have touchscreens and higher resolutions. But for a basic Chromebook, you kind of want to be just under $300. And I like that the design is a little bit nicer than some of the other really inexpensive Chromebooks we've seen. And you do get a couple of USB ports, and you get an HDMI output, which I always appreciate having, especially if maybe you're going to stream some movies and output the video somewhere else. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the Toshiba Chromebook.
I think we can all agree that the Google Glass Explorer Edition makes everybody look a little bit dorky no matter who they are. But this is a rival, Glass Up, that's making a much sportier pair. It's a little bit different. I'm Jessica Zalcourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I'm going to show you all about this. Now, one thing that Google Glass has right now in its developer stage is a little window that sits above your right eye. This can give you many, many headaches. I've experienced them myself. Here with Glass Up, the aim is to get the head-up display in the center of the lens on your right eye. Now, this may happen with Google later, but the prototypes for this one are being made this way now. So there is a touchpad on the side. This is sort of a kludgy mock-up version right now, but the final product, like Google Glass, will have a touchpad on the side for simple navigation controls. There's also an optical camera right here. There is no camera yet. One version coming out next winter is supposed to have a simple VGA camera. Now right now, this prototype model that I'm wearing is very comfortable. I don't have a heavy battery, it's not sitting on my ear, it's not lopsided. It feels good to wear. GlassUp envisions that this will be applicable in many different sectors. For example, if you're a cyclist or a motorcyclist, you can see directions while you're doing your thing. You don't have to stop. Also, if you're in the cinema, you might be able to read subtitles on your glasses frames while you're watching the movie. Hospitals and shipping and receiving warehouses are two other industries that are very interested in this developing technology. Like Google Glass, GlassUp does connect to your phone using Bluetooth, so you will in the future be able to use apps that way and also get alerts and notifications. The first version will come to Indiegogo backers this summer, costs about $400, and the version with the VGA camera is expected in winter for about $500. Once again, this is just a prototype, so we should definitely keep an eye on this company. I'm Jessica Dahlcourt for CNET. You've been looking at GlassUp here at CES. You can check out all of our coverage at ces.cnet.com.
Hi, I'm Ry Christ, live in the SmartThings house at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, and we're really excited about the SmartThings labs that they're announcing. This is going to be the integration of a lot of third-party devices into the SmartThings ecosystem. So, for instance, if I press this button on the jawbone on my wrist here and let the system know that I'm awake and it's morning and I'm ready to start my morning routine, you watch the lights start to come on behind me. There's Philips Hue bulbs integrated into the system. If I walk over this way, you see the Belkin Wemo motion detector plugged in here. It sees me coming as I go for a coffee cup and knows I want coffee. The coffee maker starts brewing behind me. So through SmartThings Labs, all this stuff will turn on. Belkin, Philips, Sonos, August, Jawbone, all these things working with the SmartThings ecosystem, and that's exciting for 2014.
Hi guys, I'm Megan Woolerton for CNET Appliances here at the Whirlpool booth in the Venetian Hotel. Right now we're looking at the CoolVox refrigerator. It's a concept turned to reality. It's going to be available at Lowe's pretty soon, and it's Bluetooth enabled, and that means that you can listen to music in your kitchen. Now we're standing by the Duet laundry pair. These are basically just custom designed laundry units. Some of these will be available on the market, but for most part it's really just a cool concept to look at. These Whirlpool microwaves were designed by two Mexican artists. It's really just a way to show you that you can incorporate style into your home appliances. I'm standing in front of the Whirlpool Connected Suite. This is basically a bunch of appliances that can talk to each other and make for a more connected kitchen experience. There's a grocery manager, there's an app that you can use to do your laundry. It's really just about a connected home and a connected living environment. This is Whirlpool's interactive cooktop concept. It's really supposed to be the information hub for the kitchen. There's a way to browse different ingredients to come up with new recipes. You can also check the weather and do a bunch of other interesting connected things. The idea of the connected home has really been a theme for us at CES this year. We're really excited to see what 2014 will bring. Thanks for watching. I'm Megan Woolerton for CNET Appliances.
Hey, I'm Ry Christ from CNET at CES 2014, and we've got the Canary Smart Home Security Device. This is an all-in-one device. It's got temperature and humidity sensors and a camera, motion detector, all sorts of cool, interesting tech that can help you monitor your home and tell what's going on. If it detects motion, it's going to automatically start recording video. You can play it back on your smartphone, watch what happened, get all the info that you need. The Canary comes out in May. It's available in 3 colors, white, silver, and black, and it's $199. A lot of people are very excited about it because it was the most successful Indiegogo campaign in that site's history. For CNET, I'm Ry Christ.
Back before before there was Google Glass, there was Pivot Head. This is a company, startup really, that's making glasses that has a camera right in the center for you to shoot photo, video, and possibly even stream live events. I'm Jessica Dahlcourt for CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, taking a first look at the next generation. Now, there are two different models. The one that I'm wearing now is called Colfax. There's another one called Smoke. That's the same thing, but it's a sunglass model. Luckily, I am a contacts wearer. These are not prescription, so you're out of luck if you are a glasses wearer. Now, the second generation has a camera that takes 8 megapixel photos and shoots 1080p HD video. There are 16 gigabytes of flash in this version, opposed to the 8 gigabytes of flash that was in the previous version, the Durango. These camera glasses are very easy to operate. There are 2 buttons on the side. One here in the front to operate video. You simply press down to start video, and you press down again when you want to stop shooting. There's an LED indicator light on the inside that I can barely make out. My head might be a little bit too small for these. They are pretty big and loose. However, of course, this is a prototype model, so later models might fit a little bit differently. To take a photo, I simply press the button in the back right behind the video button, and that will take a picture. Now, there is no head-up display on here, so I'm not seeing anything about what I'm taking. Unlike Google Glass, I can't see direction. There's no sensitivity in the arms here, so I'm not controlling anything. This is simply a camera and video phone. One thing that is really neat about it is that you can flip off the ends of the device here, and you can attach these extra modules. So you'll have normal end caps. This is, by the way, where you also charge the device using the micro USB port. Pivot Head is working on several different modules that you can add on the end. One of them will have Android in it so that developers can create apps. So for example, you want to take a panoramic shot, you'll just slide on that module, press a button, turn your head, it might get uploaded, might get saved to your files. There's another one that will extend battery life, even triple it. Battery life on here on its own is pretty small. It's about 400 milliampere hours, and that will last you about 1 hour of video. This will ship around April for Indiegogo backers. The whole kit and caboodle, including all of these modules, will run you about $650 if you are a backer. I'm Jessica Dahlcourt for CNET. You have been taking a look at the Pivot Head Smart Colfax camera glasses.
Hi, I'm Ry Christ, live in the Smart Things house at CES 2014 in Las Vegas, and we're really excited about the Smart Things labs that they're announcing. This is going to be the integration of a lot of third-party devices into the Smart Things ecosystem. So, for instance, if I press this button on the jawbone on my wrist here and let the system know that I'm awake and it's morning and I'm ready to start my morning routine. You watch the lights start to come on behind me. There's Philips Hue bulbs integrated into the system. If I walk over this way, you see the Belkin Wemo motion detector plugged in here. It sees me coming as I go for a coffee cup and knows I want coffee. The coffee maker starts brewing behind me. So through Smart Things Labs, all this stuff will turn on. Belkin, Philips, Sonos, August, Jawbone, all these things working with the Smart Things ecosystem, and that's exciting for 2014.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with an all-in-one desktop from Samsung. This is the Samsung ATIV 1.7. And if you need me to kind of break that down for you, what that means is it's an all-in-one, and it's actually got a 24-inch screen, a full 1080p screen, and this actually looks a lot different from a lot of the other Samsung PCs that we've seen recently, like the Book 9 series. They've actually taken a lot of the design cues from the Galaxy series of phones and tablets and brought it into the computer line, and I'm surprised they haven't done it before now, and it'd be interesting to see if this kind of white rounded design bleeds into more of the PCs that Samsung makes. What I think is particularly interesting about this one is, you know, a lot of on-ones, you can use the screen as an external monitor for other devices. So this guy has an HDMI input, always good to have, but it's also got an antenna input and a TV tuner built in, so you can stick an antenna in and just get some over-the-air HD going on it. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the Samsung ATIV 1.7.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014 And one of the more interesting PC products that HP is putting out here is the HP Slate 21 Pro. Now we're seeing Android and Windows combine in some products. Asus is getting into it. Now this is not a Windows computer, but it is a 21.5-inch Android all-in-one that does happen to act as a PC monitor. All you have to do is double tap here, click again, and now it's going to mirror and show what's on your Windows PC. Now it's got HDMI input and USB throughput as well. Now it's also, since it's an Android all-in-one, it's got a quad-core Tegra 4 processor, it's got 16 gigs of flash storage, it's also got Ethernet, it's got Wi-Fi, it's got Bluetooth, it's got a webcam, and there's an optical touch display here that's 1080p. So you're getting that for $399, and remember, this also comes with a keyboard and mouse. Pretty good package if you're interested in an Android all-in-one, and there are some business features and software as well, including Kingsoft Free Office, and the ability to connect with Citrix. So that's a look at the way that maybe Android is being targeted to kiosks and small businesses, but still function as a monitor. I'm Scott Stein, and that's a look at the HP Slate 21 Pro at CES 2014.
Look at this.
Oh, okay.
So you might not actually.
See, now I have someone else talking.
Now we're both
Wait, who was that? Oh.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to the debut of CNET's The Fix. I'm Donald Bell.
And I'm Sharon Vaknin, and we're the hosts of a new show all about do-it-yourself tech projects and how-tos. It's all about making your life a whole lot smarter and easier.
All right, and so if you're wondering what these plates of food are all about, today we're going to give you a demo of how to take the perfect food photos to fill up your Instagram feed.
And after that, we're really excited to premiere the first episode of The Fix for all of you here at CES. And now, just to make sure that those of you in the audience stick around for the whole show, we're going to give away a couple of gadgets featured in the episode. More on that a little bit later.
So let's get started with our demo. Now, Sharon, I'm deferring to you on this, since my food photographs, my Instagramming capabilities aren't nearly what yours are. But let's say I'm going out for a fancy Vegas dinner, and before I hork it into my mouth, I actually want to take a picture of the beautiful food that's in front of me.
Of course, because nowadays you can't eat your food without first taking a photo.
But sometimes they're gross.
Sometimes
the
they're
food
gross.
Photos are gross.
Okay, good. I'm glad you said that, because really taking food photos is more about what not to do. And we've seen some pretty gross examples this year.
Yeah.
Some of these are from Martha Stewart herself. People were very upset when they found out that she was posting these photos online. And I guarantee you, this food was really delicious. I'm sure it was very good.
But there's an art to taking good food photography that doesn't gross people out.
There is. And my number one rule is do not use flash. Okay?
But I understand why you would, though. Usually, like, if you're eating at a nice restaurant, it's very dark.
Yes.
So you got to get good light. If you try to take a photo without the flash, it's going to come out too dark.
I totally understand your point. But Do not use flash. It washes out the colors, it kills the textures, and you're better off bringing the candle closer to your plate. I kid you not.
Candlelit. Oh,
Candlelit.
you're dining at better places than I am. But yeah, okay, candle.
Sometimes they're those fake LED candles. Okay, let's not get crazy.
Sure.
Or if you are dining during the day, what you want to do is get a table by a window. Seriously, natural sunlight is the best for food photos. And obviously, I take it really seriously.
It takes a commitment to the food photography lifestyle to actually demand a better lit seat. But I see where you're coming from.
So lighting is number one.
Let's start off with the appetizer.
Okay.
I'm assuming that's what this is.
Yes. So
it looks interesting.
It's very modern. So first of all, you guys, this food looks absolutely delicious. Thanks to the guys from Aramark here at CES, they put this together. And yes, this looks like some sort of tomato bisque with shrimp and
It's a work of art, sure.
It's a work of art.
And I want to blast this out to my friends. I want to, make them all feel jealous that I'm embarking on this adventure in cuisine.
Right.
So how do I do that without making them, their gag reflex kick in?
Right, without looking like those photos that we saw earlier.
Right.
Okay, so what you want to do is take a lot of photos at different angles. Eventually you'll find your favorite angle, but again, okay, my flash is off, and
we have the benefit of stage lighting here, though.
Oh boy. Wait, there goes the iPhone. Okay.
And you're just using the standard camera?
Yeah, so, I'll leave it at the square crop because that's what Instagram wants anyway. So there's one angle, but my favorite angle is the overhead right here. It just makes for really beautiful photos every single time. It's really hard to mess up. Check it out. So a lot of the popular food bloggers will revert to this sort of composition, and you can tell, you can see everything that's on the plate, no funky background because you're right over on top of the plate. So that, I would leave it at that right now. I think that's a pretty good crop.
I agree with you, that looks good, but
Yes.
it does come at the expense of getting up out of your seat and being that person who's like coming up and taking the food over. Especially if you're in a candlelit restaurant, how are you going to,
Okay, you know what
It's
the
a
solution
sacrifice.
is?
You have to go quick.
to be that person.
Okay.
I am so that person who's like, I'm so sorry, I'm about to get up out of my chair right now. I need to take a photo of this food. Otherwise, yeah, you can go the
Shallower
side
angle,
yeah, route. I would just stress, don't get too close to the food, okay? Because otherwise you don't know what it is anymore, and you get that disgusting effect.
Okay.
Okay, so
Moving on to the entree.
Yes, moving on to the entree. Again, here, what you might want to do is play with the food a little bit. So why don't you grab the fork and pretend like you're getting into it.
You really want like the half-eaten plate of food photograph?
Not that. Well, don't start eating right now.
All right.
I know we're hungry. It's like almost lunchtime.
Is there like the tasteful like fork sticking out of the steak photo?
You don't quite. Oh.
Come on, that could be cool.
We can try to
No.
make that look good.
I
Okay.
know.
So here we go. One good rule of thumb is okay. Good. I would take the knife out. I'm being picky,
okay.
but I would
There
take
you
the
go.
knife
See,
out.
you have an opinion. See,
Okay,
I would
so
have
one
gone knife
good
in.
rule of thumb is to take the photo at an angle at which you're sitting. So like the way the person who's eating it would actually see it. And you want to try a few different angles until you get the right one. Don't worry about the crop too much. We can fix that in editing.
All right, and I'm noticing some things you're not doing.
Yes.
You're not doing like live filters on your photos.
Oh my gosh.
You're not doing like HDR photography
No
to try to
weird
get the extra
HDR.
grain and
Yes.
and so
okay, well, we're really lucky right now because we are literally in the most perfectly lit environment. So we're lucky to have that. But the thing is, you don't want to overcompensate with exposure filters or HDR because, again, it'll end up not looking like food anymore.
Right.
And you want it to look appealing. You want it to look like food.
You're right.
Okay, should we take a quick photo
Yeah, let's
of
go.
our
Let's go to the dessert.
and then we'll edit.
I don't see how it's going to be possible to make this look bad, but
I'm going to revert to my favorite angle again, the
Okay,
overhead.
we're going
Okay,
overhead.
because I would want people to be able to see just how beautiful this is. Okay. So
maybe you could fake like you need to go put money in the meter or something to get up out of your seat, right?
and then you're like, oh, actually, I have enough time in the meter. And don't forget
Well,
the
I'm
rule
up.
of thirds. Okay, you have this grid here, and photos, tend to look very good when the object is lined up on either one of these 4 intersections or along these vertical and horizontal lines. So what I did there is I centered our object, which is this delicious tart that I don't even know where to begin eating, on that upper left corner. Okay, now, the key to making food photos look really good is the editing.
Okay.
Okay.
So now you're going to be going out of the standard camera app. This is where
Yes.
people might be downloading something and using some extra stuff to make the photos sing, right?
Exactly.
Okay.
So remember, my number 1 biggest rule was do not use Flash. Number 2, Instagram filters make food look disgusting. Okay, do not use Instagram.
All of them?
Okay, not all of them. I'm exaggerating, but really don't use Instagram filters. They have this sort of graininess about them that, again, removes the textures and will ruin all of your hard work and embarrassment.
Okay, so what am I
standing up.
using instead?
So what you're using instead is one of my favorite apps, VSCO Cam. And we'll
Is
go
that
in here.
iPhone only?
No, they just launched on Android,
There
which
you
is
go.
exactly why I
Okay.
can recommend it. Why don't we take my favorite shot, that first one that we got of the tomato bisque soup. So I've imported it in here. I'm going to go into editing. The first thing I want to look for is exposure. How is my exposure? You don't want to compensate too much for lost exposure post-production, but you can pump it up a little bit without losing detail. And then VSCO Cam has really nice filters. So I'm going to first go in and crop for Instagram. I like to cut off some of the plate. Oops, not that much. Okay. And then go through your filters and pick your favorite one. Oh, that one looks really
So
nice.
now, what do you
think about that one?
That was good. What are you evaluating on them? I mean, you're thinking like, if it was me, I was like, try to steer away from, blues and greens, try to make it
Yes.
a little bit warm.
Exactly.
looking.
Food is warm. You want to make sure you get rid of too many cool colors. You don't want to add like a really bluish filter. So I kind of like that one because it's brightening up the soup. You can see all of the details. That funky fried slice of zucchini
Oh, is that what that
stands
is? I'm
out.
glad someone
Yes.
mentioned that. I wasn't sure.
And I think this would
All right,
be
it's ready
pretty
to post.
popular on
Now it's-
Instagram. Yep.
So now you're exporting it out of this app. How do you?
Yeah, so check, we're done. Export, Instagram, open it, and there you go. At this point, don't add any Instagram filters,
Okay.
even if you're tempted, and it's ready to be posted.
All right.
Shall I?
Yeah, let's see if everyone responds.
Okay, all
and
of you
says,
here need to like that photo.
Disgust! I can't believe you took that photo. Copy Martha Stewart on that photo too. Make sure she sees it. This is how it's done, Martha.
She needs to watch this. Tomato bisque, CES 2014 hashtag.
All
All right.
So now that you're all food experts, let's get straight to the show. Everybody hang out and enjoy our brand new show, CNET's The Fix.
Let's do this.
Hey.
Hello and welcome to CNET's The Fix.
The show about DIY tech and how-tos. I'm Donald Bell.
And I'm Sharon Backman. This week, it's all about the smart home. Wireless connections that allow us to control our appliances, lights, and other comforts of home from just about anywhere.
It offers a lot of convenience, and there's also some pretty cool tech involved. We're going to start off with a DIY trick on how to control things around your home using your smartphone. Let's check it out.
This DIY is all about taking an otherwise boring piece of furniture and making it a whole lot smarter. We're making a smart nightstand with built-in power, wireless charging, and NFC. And that NFC, or near field communication, will allow me to tap my phone to the nightstand and automatically turn on my Philips Hue light bulbs. So I chose this nightstand because it's super affordable. I think I paid like 30 bucks for it. And it's just the right size and build for this project. But one thing I did modify was the tabletop. It had a metal top and I swapped in a wooden top. But the first thing we want to do is install this built-in power. So I've got this power strip, which is awesome because it's got your regular plugs, but also 2 USB ports. Since the drawer is made of metal, the easiest way to adhere this thing is with magnets. And these should set in about 10 minutes and we should be good to go. Now we want to add wireless charging. What I've got here is a Nokia wireless charger and the Nexus 5. So what I want to do is mount this charger right underneath the surface, and because this tabletop is so thin, it's still going to be able to charge the phone. The indicator light should turn on, and then, boom, our phone is charging. Okay, now let's get to the brains of this nightstand. We're adding NFC. So I've got this NFC tag, and what we're going to do is adhere it to the bottom underneath the tabletop so that when I tap this tag, it turns on my Philips Hue light bulbs. Now, the Philips Hue app on its own can't do this, so I've downloaded a third-party app called lampshade.io. And what that lets me do is write a tag that completes that action. So I'll launch Lampshade. It detects it, hit right to tag, and our tag is saved. So this will go right underneath the tabletop. Okie doke. So our smart nightstand is complete. Let's put this guy in place and take it for a spin. So we will tap our NFC tag, lights turn on, and then set it over our wireless charger and get this thing juiced up. And our smart nightstand is complete. Now, this thing really works because of these Philips Hue light bulbs. They're smart Wi-Fi connected bulbs, so when we tap that NFC tag, it pings the Wi-Fi network and tells them to turn on. In that app that we used, we've even got options for random. So hit the random button, and you never know what color you're gonna get. These lights are awesome. You can even program those NFC tags to automatically launch an alarm clock, a music playlist. There are so many customization options there.
That sounds like it's a worthwhile investment in some NFC tags.
Sure is. All right, we're going to a quick break, but then we're talking about new tech gadgets that alert you about what's going on at your house, even when you're not there.
That's right. I'm going to show you how to use sensors around your home to monitor light, motion, sound, and all that's going to communicate directly with your smartphone. That's coming up next. Welcome back. We've been talking about the connected home.
And in this next how-to, we're turning your ordinary appliances into smart appliances with high-tech sensors that are also affordable.
You think of the home of the future and you think of the fully automated home of the Jetsons. Well, we're not there yet, but we can make our home a little smarter with some inexpensive sensors. Right here I've got the Quirky Spotter, a $50 sensor, and a little more expensive over here are the Twine, a little geekier too, but both of these are essentially doing the same thing. They're going to measure light, sound, vibration, and temperature and communicate that information to your phone. So first up, we're going to show you how to use the Quirky Spotter to accomplish one of the most loathsome and common things in your home, the laundry. Now the first thing we're going to do is program our spotter. It sounds like it's complicated, but they've made it pretty easy. There's an app you need to install called the Wink app. Open that thing up. You're going to tell it your Wi-Fi login and password, and then this little bit of magic happens where it communicates that password information to the spotter by blinking on the device itself. So it's going to do a countdown, start the countdown. I'm going to hold the screen over the spotter. There it goes. Yay, successfully connected. That's what we wanted. Success. All right, the next screen we see here is a screen that shows off the 4 different sensors that are built into the spotter: temperature, light, sound, and motion. Now for being able to detect when the dryer is done, I'm going to make use of its motion detector. I'm going to set up a new trigger. I'm going to say that when it detects that movement is stopped, it's going to send me a notification. I'm going to hit done, save. It says give the spotter a double tap. Okay. Put that guy up on the dryer. Let's give it a test. Let's load this thing up some laundry. All right, everything's rumbling around, drying my towels. Now hopefully if everything's working right, it's going to text me when everything's done. And there I go. It says that the motion has stopped. My laundry is done. Oh, towels. Life just got a little smarter. All right, for something with a little added flexibility, a little geek out capability, we've got the Twine. Now Twine is more expensive. It's $125 instead of $50 for the spotter. But with that, you get a lot of add-ons you can do. In this case, I purchased the add-on moisture sensor, and I'm here in a basement, so what I'm going to do is going to have this programmed so that it can detect water in my basement before the whole thing floods. Now to set that up, I'm going to go to the Twine website and create a rule set to tell this thing that whenever it detects water, to email me right away. Alright, so setting up a rule is pretty basic here. We're going to set it up so when it detects moisture in my basement, then I'm going to have it email me, and here I can make my message, I can customize that, I can customize the subject line. Message is, your basement is, and then I can even fill in the automatic condition of it being wet or dry, and it'll let me know. Hit save to Twine. It's going to ask me to turn it over. There it goes. So now the information is being transmitted over to the Twine, and then we'll get to test it out. All right, all done. Now let's give it a test. Now all I need to do is dip this down into the water. I can even see from the sensor itself here that it is getting a message. It's probably going to turn itself into an email. Let's check that out. Checking for mail. Email message from my Twine saying, your basement is wet. I now have an automatic sensor looking out for my basement moisture. So there you go. Those are 2 ways to add relatively inexpensive sensors to your home to get you a little closer to that smart home Jetsons future. You know what else is cool about the Twine? It can tweet.
What?
Yeah.
Who would have thought? Well, we've shown you some innovative and inspiring ways to integrate technology into your home.
But up next, we're going to get really techie. We're going to show you the ins and outs of what really makes this stuff tick.
Hey everyone, welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Eric Franklin, and this is where we explain the details behind your technology. Now, you may have seen the letters NFC on some of your electronics devices, and maybe you know what that is, and maybe you don't, but today I'm going to explain it all to you. NFC is near-field communication. It's a communication standard for transmitting data to compatible devices. It starts when device 1 creates an electromagnetic field in order to communicate with device number 2. However, in order to make that connection, the two devices have to be very close to each other. They have to be within a few centimeters or very near. The reason behind that is because NFC uses very short radio waves to make the connection. And by using short radio waves instead of long radio waves used by both Bluetooth and Wi-Fi, NFC requires much less power to make a connection. So now you know whether or not you have NFC, but what's it going to do for you? What are the practical applications of the technology? Well, there are 3 that you should know about. The first one is peer-to-peer. Now this occurs when you have 2 powered devices, both with NFC. You want to share data between them. Let's say a photo. So I have a nice photo of TechShop right here. I want to get this phone close to the phone with the photo, make the connection, tap to send, and now it's sending. Now this is using Android Beam, which uses NFC to establish the initial connection, then it switches to Bluetooth in order to make your actual transfer. And now it's received. And there's a photo that I just sent. Pretty cool stuff. The second is one-way communication used by advertisers a lot. The NFC tag is programmed with the data the manufacturer wants to share. Now, the really cool thing about that is that the NFC tag doesn't run on its own power. It simply waits for an NFC device to get close to it. That device creates an electromagnetic field which powers the NFC tag with enough juice to share the data. It's really crazy, but really cool. And finally, mobile payments. For instance, Google Wallet allows you to use your smartphone instead of your credit card to make purchases at a store. You simply tap and pay, and the appropriate amount is deducted from whichever credit card you have set up. Right now, only a few retailers are using this technology, but hopefully we'll see more soon.
That's it for this week's show.
Thanks so much for watching. If you have any ideas for us or any feedback, you can reach us online. I'm at Donald on Twitter.
And I'm at Sharon Beck. Hit us up. We'll see you next time.
On CNET's The Fix.
Thank you guys. Thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the show. And obviously, we had a little bit of a delay.
Technical glitches there.
Technical glitches, but it worked out.
We have a reward for you for sticking around, though. We are going to do a giveaway. We've got 4 things to give away, right?
Yes,
2 of which
we
were
do.
featured in the episode of The Fix. If you could make the sync in your mind to actually know what I was talking about. We've got 2 grab bags to give away, and then we have the Quirky Spotter sensor. That was the one that helped me get my laundry done.
And the
twine, which and the full twine package too, including the moisture sensor. There's like a magnetic sensor, full package there. So should we draw a card?
Let's do it.
For those who stuck around.
Okay.
Go for it.
All right. Here we go.
Let's
Our first winner of the twine is, wait for it, Jean Foose. Nice. Okay, come after the show and collect your prize.
All right. He's
All right, well,
going to
you
grab
know
it
what?
and run.
Here you go. Nice.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, man.
Okay, here we go.
All right,
here we
going
go.
for the Quirky Spotter.
Do it.
Let's see.
All right.
All right. Andrew Pearl. Andrew Pearl, stick around. You here?
All right.
Come and get it. Enjoy this one.
Okay.
That one's pretty cool.
Now our next prizes are CNET prize packs that include like a hoodie, deck of cards.
Swag bag.
Swag bag. Okay. And our next winner is Adam Waldron. Adam Waldron? Okay. We'll hook you up after the show. Okay.
All right.
Last one.
Last one. Mirek. Mirek here? Mirek Marishishan? No? Going once?
No Mirek?
Going twice?
Okay.
All right. Going with Nathan Barnett.
Nice.
Oh. Yeah? All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Congrats, guys.
Congratulations. Enjoy your sensors. I hope your homes are all the more smarter for having them. Again, everyone, thank you for joining us here for the premiere of The Fix. We've got more episodes that we're going to make for you that'll be worth your while. So come back soon and stick around here on CNET because we got a lot more coverage here at CES 2014.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
All right, guys, Brian Tong here outside of the CES Convention Hall. We're here at the kind of gold parking lot. This is outside the North Hall, and what we're going to show you here, we're here at Ford's vehicle-to-vehicle detection system. They're going to show a demo off, and we're just going to show you two things that makes this really cool. This is kind of the future coming to your cars, but the first thing that we want to talk about is a reveal, right? You have these cars, a situation, for example, where you have 3 cars driving down in a line. Now, what happens is we have a lead car down in the back, and you'll see it coming up. A lot of times, if you have 3 cars in a row and you're that far back car, you don't know that there's actually one more car in front of you. All of a sudden, car number 2 peels out, reveals that car, and then your car stops. Now, what happens in this detection system is that there's an array of LED lights that warn you. There's an audible sound, and also when cars are near you, there's a vibration system in the seats to let you know whether a car's on your left side or your right side. So this is just one of those cool examples here that they're showcasing off the technology. Now, Ford is working on this in partnership with 8 other OEMs, so this is not just specific to Ford. It's their driver assistance system. And so what we're going to want to do now is kind of show you. We're going to jump in the car and maybe kind of explain this a little more when we get inside. But let's just kind of go this way, guys. This is cool stuff. Before we hop in, I just want to point out one thing about this technology. Up here, you see the shark fin here. Now, this is a transmitter that transmits 10 times per second. It includes Wi-Fi and GPS data, and what this does is this system talks to other cars. Again, it's not manufacturer specific. It's still in the works. This is not a prototype, though. This is getting pushed forward, and all it takes is for the National Highway Transportation Safety Administration to push this through as a standard. But this is not anything beta or a hacked-up project. This is going and moving forward, and this is really the future of cars across multiple manufacturers. So what we're going to do now is jump in this car and show you one other demo to show you how this all works. Okay, so give us some time. I'm going to jump in the front. Charlie and Sarah are going to jump in the back, so just bear with us for a second. We're going to load up, okay, guys? Look, I'm right. Look, I can see you guys still. Okay. Now, I will do the talking here. Nick, our driver, he's going to be, he's here. He needs to pay attention to the road, obviously. So we're going to check this out. This is, I guess, this is a demo where if you're driving at an intersection and you're going to be at a stoplight, you may not see oncoming traffic. So what we're going to do is we're here inside the car. You might be able to see this, a light sign on our left side. But what happens is we can't see anything on our right side because we're being pretty much covered by a Penske moving truck. So we're going to go give it a second for this demo to go on, and then you'll see how this all comes together. All right. Green means go.
Go, Melissa.
Okay, so here we go. Let's see what this looks like. I should buckle up, too. Safety first, guys. All right, whoa, there's some speed. Oh, okay. Now, you guys just saw that you heard the audible noise. I actually felt that rumble in my chair. That's indicating the driver to stop, as well as a LED array lights up to let you know that you need to slow down. So, again, this is Ford's demo of their vehicle-to-vehicle system, detection system, warning system for drivers. And, again, just one of the cool demos you guys can check out here at CES. These are going to be coming down the road. There's no set date right now. Again, this has to be approved and pushed through, but this is a standard that's coming to cars soon, and we will check you guys out more with CES 2014 after the break, plus 404 at the top of the hour. You want to stick around for them, all right? We'll see you guys soon.
Hey everyone, this is Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is the CAT B100. It is a rugged cell phone. One thing I really love about these phones is that they're a lot of fun to look at. They really are tough. This one is certified IP67, which means for water and for dust. It can drop 1.8 meters, that's about 6 feet. That's what it's certified for. And you can dunk it underwater for up to 30 minutes for about 1 meter. That's also 3 feet. It's characterized by this very thick case, sort of rubberized protection around the back, some screws to keep the back panel in place, which will keep out water and dust. There are flaps to cover the headset jack and also the charging port. Now this phone has very large buttons. It's intended for people who are outdoors a lot, maybe some outdoor workers. So the idea is you should be able to use this with wet hands or with gloved hands. As for the other specs, it has a 2.2-inch QVGA display. There is a 3-megapixel camera on the back. That's the flash there, and that is your speaker. There's something kind of fun here. In between the volume controls, you have a flashlight. So if you press and hold that long enough, you will steer your eyes out or somebody else. Really useful for finding your way into crevices, if you drop something while you're outdoors, if you just need a closer look. This phone is very low on a lot of additional specs. However, there is noise cancellation, texting, and an FM radio. The phone costs 150 euros, and there is no US pricing yet, but you should look for it available in the US somewhere in Q1. If not with a carrier, then at least from CAT's own website. I'm Jessica Dalcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our CES news at ces.cnet.com.
Hey, this is Daniel Turtleman from CNET News at CES in Las Vegas, and I'm here with the ZEP multi-sport sensor. And you might think that Major League Baseball teams know everything there is to know about hitting, but it turns out there's a whole lot they don't know about things like bat speed and angle of swing and so forth, and that's what this sensor is designed to do. It's used for baseball, for tennis, and for golf. So one of the things that this can do is it can show you how fast you're swinging. Of course, you have to hit the ball for it to measure it, and what happens is you see the results in a 3D visualization on a mobile app. Major League Baseball teams are looking into using it, including the San Francisco Giants. Started off as a technology for measuring golf swings, and now the company has moved to Silicon Valley and has expanded out to baseball and tennis. So the sensor is available in a kit for $150, and there's an additional mount for each of the 3 sports. Those are $10 each, and you can get it now at Apple stores and at zep.com. This is Daniel Turtleman for CNET at CES.
I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014, and drones right now are all the rage, right? So of course here at the biggest tech show we're seeing a lot of them. Here is one called the Phantom 2. It's a new model that just came out, and what it does is, it has the usual, you can control it yourself, you can fly it around, but it has a attachment on the bottom where you can put your own GoPro camera in here. The idea is that this is great for aerial video. So it's able to kind of stabilize it as it flies around. Your video is not going to be too shaky. It's going to keep things stable. And you could use it for filming sporting events from way up high, perhaps places in nature that you can't really get to. One of the guys here said someone already used it to film a marriage proposal from way up high. So there's a lot of different creative things you can do with it. This one costs $870, but there's another version that comes with a camera already in it. It's the Phantom 2 Vision. Now that one is something that you can control the camera from a smartphone or a tablet like Android or iOS. And that one's a little more expensive at $1,200, and it's been out since October. For CNET, this is your first look at the Phantom 2 here at CES 2014.
Hey everyone, this is Jessica Dalcourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. This is your first look at the Huawei Ascend Mate 2 4G. This is an update to last year's Huawei Ascend Mate. What you're going to find is the same size screen, 6.1-inch LCD display. You're also going to find Android 4.3 Jelly Bean on this phone. Now, this is a phablet. It's a large size phone. and the design is pretty nice. It is white with a silvery rim and a glossy back cover. The phone also comes in black. For the specs, you've got a 13 megapixel rear-facing camera with LED flash. There is a whopping 5 megapixel front-facing camera that Huawei says is especially good at taking group selfies. Under the hood, you've got a 1.6 gigahertz Qualcomm Snapdragon quad-core processor and also a battery that is 4,000 milliamp hours, just a little bit more than that actually. Like last year's model, you've got the Emotion UI running, which doesn't group apps vertically, instead it scrolls them horizontally. You can also change themes with this. However, something that is a little bit different is that the ZenMate 2 comes with LTE built right in. This is a large phone definitely, but the bezels are pretty small. There is one-handed operation on here that automatically moves the keyboard to the side and adds some other conveniences. The phone is a little bit heavy to hold one-handed though, at 7 ounces. We don't have pricing or exact availability yet, but we do know that the ZenMate 2 is coming to China in the first quarter with other markets to follow. For CNET, I'm Jessica Dalcourt. You can read all of our CES news at ces.cnet.com.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2014. We're taking a look at 3 new SoundFreak speakers. Let's take a look at them in ascending order of size. First up is the Pocket Kick. Now this speaker's real appeal comes from its size. SoundFreak wants this to be small enough that you can chuck it in your bag or keep it in your pocket and basically not have to plan ahead when you want to blare out some music out and about. It's going to cost $100 and it's out in June. Next up, this rather lovely looking product is an updated version of SoundFreak's SoundRise. Now, as you probably can guess from the name and the display here, this is an alarm clock. It has a built-in radio, but it also functions as just having a Bluetooth speaker in your bedroom. This one's out in April and it's going to cost $70. Finally, this is the Double Spot. It's like a miniature, very classy looking boombox. It comes with a battery that's going to last 7 hours. With the battery to buy it, it costs $150. SoundFreak tells me that if you don't need the battery, you will also be able to buy it without that at a lower cost. So, 3 quite simple audio products. I like the design of all of them, but something to bear in mind for Apple fans is that none of them have AirPlay support. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET. For more from CES 2014, go to ces.cnet.com.
Hi, I'm Rich Brown for CNET. We're here at CES to take a look at the Decor Dual Fuel Discovery IQ oven. So this is a professional grade luxury consumer oven. You can see it's got 6 burners here, it's gas on top, electric on the bottom. It is a convection oven, of course, but the highlight feature is this Android screen built into the oven itself. You can see here it offers basic time and kind of control input. It also lets you download recipes. There's some instructional videos that come with it. There's an app that you can download that lets you preheat remotely and also monitor temperature, so you can kind of sit on the couch, see what's going on with your oven, and not really have to worry about spending too much time in the kitchen. So it's definitely very high-end. It's not for everybody, but if you are in the market for a premium oven like this is certainly one to check out. I'm Rich Brown. This is the Decor Dual Fuel Discovery IQ oven.
An iPad periscope for video calling. You may not have thought that you needed one, but they've made it anyway. Let's take a look. It's the Prompt Video Eye to Eye. Normally, when you do video calls using an iPad, just holding it in your hands, you basically get a view of your chin or up your own nose, which isn't all that pleasant. When you slide your iPad into the Eye to Eye, however, it uses a series of mirrors inside to increase the distance between you and the front-facing camera. The result is that when you look at yourself in this thing, it seems like you're a little bit further away than you actually are. I can see it being very useful if you do a lot of video calls, and if you're big into making your own YouTube kind of webcam style videos, then this could get you a little bit of a better angle. If you are into making your own videos, you'll be interested to know that the Eye to Eye comes with a companion app that turns the iPad into a teleprompter so that you can look down this and then just read off the words as they appear. It's coming out in the summer for $150. I'm told you will also be able to buy 2 for $250. It's a little bulky and I'm not too fond of the grey colour, but I can see how it would be useful if you do a lot of video calling or if you like making your own YouTube videos. I'm Luke Westray for CNET, CES 2014. Go to ces.cnet.com for more.
Hey, I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET at CES Unveil with a Schwinn Cycle Nav. Now, there's lots of products here that are a little bit fancy and maybe not work so well, but this is something simple and basic that looks like it does the job well. It's got 3 lights on the front. Basically, what happens is you set up your route on your phone or iPad, you send it to this via Bluetooth, and as you cycle along, if you want you to turn left, the left light lights up. If you want you to turn right, the right light lights up. Keep going straight on, the light on the front lights up. It's got a speaker there, so it shouts out directions to you. They only come through the speaker. They won't come through into headphones because the company doesn't want you to be distracted by headphones as you're going. It looks pretty good. If you didn't hear a direction, there's a button here which will repeat the last direction. It costs $59.99 and it's out in March. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET.
Every year robots get slightly more powerful, and this year they've gained an extra superpower, the ability to jump. We're taking a look at the Parrot Jumping Sumo robot. You pilot the Jumping Sumo using your smartphone. You can see on the front here it has a built-in camera so you can check out the high leaping action on an iPad or on your mobile. It's got this spring motor in the back. I'm told that it jumps about 80 centimeters, which is pretty impressive. It's got these big chunky wheels, so it shouldn't take any damage when it's leaping around all over your house. You charge this bad boy up by plugging a micro USB into its face, and it has these 2 cool glowing LED eyes as well. Parrot tells me that this is going to be on sale later this year, but sadly there's no word on price at the moment. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
Hi everybody, it's Tim Stevens with CNET. We're here at the Spring Mountain Performance Driving School taking a look at a new option on the 2015 Corvette. It's called the Performance Data Recorder, and it'll basically give you a recording of what you do on the track. It records your GPS position, your acceleration, even things like your steering angle, and it puts it all as a video overlay on top of footage recorded from a camera that's embedded here in the front windshield. It gives a 720p view forward, and we're going to take it for a ride. A couple hot laps in the 2015 Corvette. Everything is stored right here on an SD card and actually encrypts everything onto an MP4 file, so you can just put this right on YouTube if you want to. It gives you a data overlay of your speed, your track position, everything else, and you can also run it through a software provided by Cosworth to get some more telemetry if you like. So again, available only on the 2015 Corvette, so if you got a 2014, it might be time to upgrade. Again, this is Tim Stevens with CNET. Thanks for watching.
I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014 with a whole new take on the keyboard. This is called the True Grip. And imagine a normal QWERTY keyboard setup, but you split it and then you flipped it. So the concept here is that you could be able to just type very easily using the way that your school teachers taught you how to type with your fingers on the home row keys. But your muscle memory, instead of being down here, it's kind of to the side. And it's a little odd for me because I don't remember how I typed in school. I have a new way now, so I have to reteach myself the right way to be able to use this. But when you hit a key, the lights on the other end will light up so you know what you hit. Who would use this? Why would you want to reteach yourself another keyboard? Well, they're kind of aiming towards the healthcare industry for this. Imagine a doctor walking around taking patient notes. They don't have to lose eye contact with you, and they can still take notes and not look away to a tablet, which is slower to type on, or turn away to their office PC. So this is Bluetooth enabled with all sorts of devices. Anything that can take a Bluetooth connection, whether it's a Windows phone or an Android tablet or an iPhone, it'll connect to this with suction and magnets. So there's nothing clipping on this. The tablet is not falling out. It's just a suction system on it. You can also use this as a Bluetooth keyboard for your home PC, maybe your smart TV, because you don't want to have different types of keyboards for all sorts of devices in the home. Now, aside from the medical field, maybe a journalist would want this, because it's a lot easier to take notes on the go with this than it is to write in my notebook and then go back to my computer and retype it out. And it's also faster than typing on my tablet. But they really see this as something for the medical industry, probably coming out at the end of the year, and they're selling it for $250. And if you think that, you know, it might be hard for you to get used to this, they say if you learn the right way in school, it might just take you an hour to type the same way that you do right now. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey, here with your first look at the True Grid.
I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the new Lenovo Flex 14D. You can also get this in a larger 15-inch 15D. We've seen the Flex before. It's almost like a Yoga, but what it does is it lets you have a regular clamshell laptop. It's got this kind of rubber bumpery hinge on the back, and you fold it back, and it goes and goes, and then it stops just about here, so you can form what I kind of call the kiosk mode, which is great for like showing videos or presentations. You don't have the keyboard and touchpad in front of you distracting you, and you can still interact thanks to the touchscreen. The difference between this new version and the original Flex is that this guy now has an AMD processor, and that actually lets you get down to $499, and you can add higher end options like a 1 terabyte hard drive, like a backlit keyboard, some discrete AMD graphics. But if you want something that's flexible enough to let you have these different kind of modes for displaying it and not spend as much as you would on a Yoga, now you can spend even less thanks to the AMD version, which is the Flex 14D. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET, and I'm here with a Colibri, which is a toothbrush invented for the people in my country with bad teeth. This is a toothbrush that knows how long you brush for and how well you brush. It syncs to this app on this phone, and as you go like this, it kind of registers all your brush strokes, and you get a little graph on the phone that tells you how well you've done. Now, what you can do on the app is you can add all the different members of your family on there, and what you get is a little graph that shows how well you've done compared to all the other members of your family. So you can have like the kids, and you can see that maybe they had an off day on the 3rd of November, they didn't do it for long enough, but they didn't do it well enough. Now this is from a new French company. This is going to ship in the 3rd quarter of this year. It's going to start at $99. It looks like a bit of fun. Let's see how well it does when it comes out. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET. Everyone wants to own a drone, but they're just too big. Enter Parrot's mini drone. So the mini drone is a lot like the drones that Parrot already makes. You pilot it using your smartphone, and there are these 4 rotors on the top that keep it in the air. However, this one is much smaller. It also has these 2 wheels on the side. Now they're particularly cool because as well as protecting you when it's flying around, they also allow it to walk while it's on the floor or while it's on the ceiling. It charges up by micro USB. Parrot tells me that you'll get about 10 minutes of flight, so that's not very long, but probably long enough to satisfy all your drone needs and scare all of your pets. It's coming out later this year. There's no word on pricing yet, though. I'm very excited, though. I love the idea of a really compact drone, especially one that can walk on the ceiling. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the sequel to one of my favorite systems from last year. That is the Lenovo Horizon. This is the Horizon 2. It is part of what I think is a very exciting new category that we generally call tabletop PCs. So it's a big 27-inch, almost a mega tablet. I've got it on this optional rolling cart right here, and you could take it and
tip it down like this, and then that launches this custom interface that Lenovo has that lets you manipulate things with your hand. You can do a lot of like kind of circular movements like this. I have some apps here. I can go into my photos and flip them around, and I can pull them out and do things with them, and then I can send them away when I'm done. And of course you have games. Very important for any kind of tabletop PC is to have games. And then when you have games, the first thing you ever want to do is play like air hockey. Everybody does that. So you can flip it up like this, and they actually give you a couple of paddles, and you can air hockey your way around, and we've had fun with pretty much every tabletop PC we've ever tested by doing exactly that. This new version, besides being a little bit thinner and lighter, has a higher resolution screen. It's a 2560 by 1440, which is better than the 1080p in last year's, and definitely more appropriate for a big 27-inch monitor like this. So you don't need the rolling cart like this. It's got a kickstand. You can stand it up on your table, or just lie it down flat on your coffee table, on your ottoman, anything like that. Starts at $14.99 and should be out later this year. At CES 2014, I'm Dan Ackerman with the Lenovo Horizon 2.
Hey guys, Brian Tong here, right outside the CNET stage here at CES 2014. Now, over on our stage, I mean, you're going to see tons of coverage all day long from the 7th through the 10th. I mean, today is really the setup day with all the press conferences, so we'll have Brian Cooley, Donald Bell, Bridget Carey, a bunch of our talent up there kind of breaking down what you'll hear from people like Samsung, Sharp, Sony, LG, and more. And, you know, this is really the home of CNET, so if you guys are out here, make sure you come and check it out. Tons of programming out here, and just like a good place to hang out. You know, maybe you can use our Wi-Fi. I might hook you up with the password. Just, you know, tweet me on that, okay? So let's just hang out over here. This is really the first day. CES is just getting ramped up. A lot of the booths, clearly they're not going to be completed yet, but we wanted to give you a peek inside the South Hall to kind of show you what's happening and what it looks like if you haven't done this before. And this is the main entrance of the South Hall. We're upstairs right now. And if you kind of take a look, everyone is still, they're not even close to being complete. You have a lot of cars, a lot of trucks, people kind of just navigating through here and also assembling their different displays. But we're going to kind of walk over here to show you a few of the things that you can find here in the South Hall. The South Hall is really the collection of, you know, a lot of, you know, mid-size to smaller vendors that are really showing off their stuff. But for example, so we're here at NVIDIA's booth, and last night they announced a variety of different things. One of them being really their new mobile processor, the Tegra K1 chip, and it has the graphic processing power more than, you know, what we've seen in the PS3 and the Xbox 360. And this is really taking those chips, putting them in your mobile phones or mobile tablets, and really getting more out of them. It's the stuff that we don't see every day, but that's NVIDIA, the company behind all this, to really make stuff look great. Now, in their booth also, we have cars. They're going to show off kind of NVIDIA's, you know, graphics and a car interface setup. We have a BMW i3 out here right now. And then another thing that was like the rock star last year was the NVIDIA Shield. It was their handheld gaming device that they're going to be showing off here more. You know, it hasn't really picked up from a consumer standpoint, but it was one of those kind of unique things that you see at CES and you don't know if it's going to take off or not, but they're going to be showing that over there. So let's just kind of keep on walking through the show floor to kind of give you an idea, right? There's a lot of setup over here. These guys are unloading these chairs. We're gonna squeeze through this little area right here because we like to shimmy on through with lights. It's narrow. Everyone is setting up here, and I just kicked a box. All right, so we're coming through NVIDIA's booth. As we keep on going down through the South Hall, we're going to see a lot more. Last night also, you know, drones. Drones are going to be a big thing. Everyone's talking about, you know, Amazon's delivery drones. You know, Google's working on drones of their own. We've always had Parrot here, and these are their AR drones. Right now, what you're looking at, this is one of their new drones called the Sumo. It kind of has two wheels, and it's a jumping drone, as well as their Parrot mini drones. If you kind of see that guy setting things up right now, those are versions of their larger drones, kind of scaled down to really small miniature size. The control on them, they've really kind of started to fine-tune this year after year, how you can have them fly over people's heads and do all these different things. So, you know, this is going to be one of the cool demos you see. They have kind of a coordinated show going on at CES. So if you're at the South Hall, you want to check that out. All right, so over here, really, you know, again, everything is still being set up here. We're still one day away from the launch day. Today's really press conference day. But there you have it, you know, just kind of a look at the South Hall. Everything's getting set up. Again, keep on staying locked on at CNET.com to find out more of everything going on at CES 2014.
So what's better, bigger or smaller? Bigger! Now let's say a friend invites you over and they have a really big, really fun pool. And then another friend invites you over who has a much smaller, less fun pool. Which pool would you rather go to?
Does the big pool have piranhas?
I believe so.
Does it have a dinosaur that can turn into a robot and chop the water like a karate ninja?
Yeah. Why would it not?
It's not complicated. Bigger is better, and AT&T now covers more than 99% of all Americans.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014, and wearable tech and fitness tech are all over the place. I'm here with the LG LifeBand Touch, LG's entry into fitness wearables. And here it is on my wrist. Now, what does it do? Well, it has a touch OLED display up here. It snaps on your wrist very easily, just pops on and off, and it connects with iOS and Android to check your steps, to also encourage you to exercise more, but it also has two-way communication, so you can silence phone calls, you can control your music, and you can connect with heart rate monitors, which brings up the other product, LG's heart rate earphones. These have heart rate monitors inside them. Why earphones with a heart rate monitor? Well, it kind of makes sense because inside here is a sensor that's always making contact with your ear, so if you're wearing these, it will communicate that heart rate to the LifeBand Touch. Two-way communication is interesting because there aren't a lot of wearable tech devices that do that, and the LG LifeBand Touch will receive call notifications and text messages, but it will also allow you to communicate back with your phone to do things like silencing phone calls and control your music and volume. So if you're sitting somewhere and the phone rings, you could put your hand over the LifeBand Touch in order to silence it. It also has gesture control, so you can raise your hand right up and check how you're doing. LG has its own fitness app that works on iOS and Android, but also it will pair with other services like MyFitnessPal and Runkeeper and others in the future to track and deal with that data. The LifeBand Touch also has a little glowing light that goes from red to green to tell you how you're doing throughout the day in your daily progress. The LG LifeBand Touch is part of a growing area, wearable tech and fitness, and the heart rate monitor headphones that are also coming out at an interesting dimension. I'm Scott Stein, here with LG's wearable tech products at CES 2014.
I'm Jessica Delacourt from CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I'm at Lenovo's booth and they have announced 4 new phones, so I'm going to take you on a very quick tour. We're starting off with the Lenovo Vibe Z. This is their highest end smartphone. It's their first with LTE ever. There is a 5-inch 1080p HD display, Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, that's quad core there, 13 megapixel camera on the back. This is a black phone, pretty basic. It's got this backing that is polycarbonate. It's been laser etched. It feels very silky smooth. This could be good because it's sort of matte. You're not going to pick up a lot of fingerprints, but it might be a little bit slippery. Have to wait and see because I've only just now picked up the phone. The phone is running Android 4.3 Jelly Bean. It will be upgradable eventually to Android 4.4. Moving along, we've got the Lenovo S930. This is their phablet variety phone. It is 6 inches. There is a 720p HD display, which is a little surprising because it's not going to be quite as crisp and clear as other phones, especially not the high-end device. There are 2 front speakers with Dolby Audio, 8 megapixel rear camera, 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera. It too has a quad-core processor, 1.3 gigahertz. This time it's MediaTek that makes it, not Qualcomm. On here you also have Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. The Lenovo S650 rounds out the S series. It's got the same quad-core MediaTek processor in here. It's a smaller device, 4.7 inches, and it has the step-down display, a QHD resolution at 960 by 540. It's got the same kind of rear cover, which is pretty neat. 8 megapixel camera, 0.3 megapixel front-facing camera, and Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. Finally, we've got the Lenovo A859. This one has a 5-inch HD display, again 720p, not the 1080p here. You do have the 8 megapixel rear camera, the 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera, and the same 1.3 gigahertz quad-core MediaTek processor that we've seen on 3 of the other phones. This is a dual SIM card device, and it's running Android 4.22 Jelly Bean. These Lenovo phones are going to be going on sale worldwide in January and February respectively, and the prices will range from $220 at the low end to about $550 on the high end. So if you're interested, keep an eye out for them. I'm Jessica Delacourt for CNET. You can catch all of our great CES news at ces.cnet.com.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's gaming laptop. This is the Y50. It's 15 inches, also the 14-inch Y40. Now, you may not think of Lenovo and gaming laptops in the same breath, but I've always liked this Y series. I've had a couple of cool ones over the years. They really stand out. They've got slim designs. They've got this cool red backlit keyboard, which I like a lot. This new version is actually a little bit thinner and lighter than previous ones because they took out the optical drive, which frankly you don't really need, especially for PC gaming anymore now that you download everything. And of course, you can get high-end Intel CPUs and either NVIDIA or AMD graphics. One of the cool, expensive optional features here is a real 4K display. It's 3840 by 2160. It's a touch screen, which is hard to find in a gaming laptop. And of course, I got some 4K video playing right here. Now, the 14 and 15-inch versions, you know, they start at about $500, but once you add all this other stuff, they're going to get very expensive, $1,000, $1,500, maybe more. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the Lenovo Y50.
Hello everybody, it's Lynn Law from CNET, and I'm here in Las Vegas at CES 2014 with the Airwave Mini and Box from Koba Electronics. Now the Mini is a mono speaker and it connects to your mobile device or your smartphone via a Bluetooth connection. It's built extra rugged and water resistant, so if you get a little bit of water on it or if you splash a little bit of water on it, it's okay. Now the box goes one further. In addition to being water resistant, it's also fully immersible in up to 1 meter of water for 30 minutes. It also can float, so if you're listening to music and you happen to be kayaking on the river, you won't lose it on the bottom of the river. It also uses Bluetooth to connect to your mobile device, and it has a soft touch rubber exterior to make it a little bit extra tough, like the Mini. Right now it's going to launch in black, white, and orange, but several colors are going to come afterward. If you're interested, the Airwave Mini is going to be available in February for $39.95, and the box will be available for $79.95 in March. Again, I'm Lynn, and you've been checking out the Airwave Mini and box.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the Yoga 2. This is a slightly less expensive version of one of my favorite current Windows 8 hybrids. That's the Yoga 2 Pro. The reason why this is not the Pro version is that it's a little bit thicker and heavier. It's very much like the original Yoga that came out last year. The screen resolution tops out at 1080p. It's not the better than HD screen on the Yoga 2 Pro, but you also get it for about $800 or $900, which is less than the Pro version, and it still does all the cool yoga stuff like bending over backwards like this, forming kind of a tablet or a kiosk mode. I'm actually more excited about the 11-inch version of the Yoga 2, which again is a little bit thicker and chunkier, and you don't get the backlit keyboard, and you only get a 1366 by 768 screen, but it runs Intel's Bay Trail processors, so super power efficient, should run for a long time, and this guy gets down to $499 now, which is great for something that is a pretty slick 11-inch laptop, and again does the fold over like this, kind of a kiosk mode, and then all the way down into a tablet. It deactivates the keyboard on the back in typical yoga style, and then you just flip it back, and it really doesn't mess with the laptop form factor, which I think is the best thing about these Yogas. I'm Dan Ackerman with the Yoga 2 at CES 2014. I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's X1 Carbon laptop. This is the 2014 edition, and it's got a bunch of changes, some big, some small. It's a little bit thinner, a little bit lighter. This is still pretty much the thinnest, lightest 14-inch Ultrabook you can get. The big change here for this year is this really cool row here that replaces the function key row. It's called an adaptive keyboard, and it basically gives you a different set of touch commands based on what you're doing. Right now, I've got some basic commands that work with the Windows menu here, and if I flip over and get a web browser, then I get some different commands that are web browser based, like let's say a reload key, or I could switch over to Skype and you get a bunch of VoIP commands, and then if you switch back to your web browser, you can go back to that, and there are like 4 presets that work with VoIP programs, that work with web browsers, that work with the Windows menu, and you just get the basic function keys if you want those as well. This is a cool improvement, comes with every version of the new X1 Carbon, which starts at $1299 and should be available right now. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the 2014 edition Lenovo X1 Carbon.
Hey guys, Brian Tong here for CES 2014, and we're here at Roku's headquarters, and behind me, you see two TVs. Now, we know Roku's Player, the Roku 3 box, amazing platform. Now they're bringing that platform and UI to two new TVs, one from TCL and one from Hisense. These are going to come in a variety of models, but this is really their push to marry the UI with TV sets that are also making a big push in the US. Now, one of the cool things here, right, you see the familiar Roku UI, and you'll see all the channels that you're familiar with. You have Netflix, Hulu, Pandora. One channel that you may not be familiar with that is here, it's official, right? The YouTube channel. This is the YouTube channel from earlier, at the end of December. That is also in the box. This is a big deal for Roku fans. Now, also one of the cool things that they've done with this TV is really make it easy to access your inputs. We don't think about TVs as inputs anymore. Here, you'll see you have cable, your game box, or your Blu-ray player. They want to make that really a seamless transition. And they've also thrown some cool bells and whistles in here, like the sleep timer. A lot of times you go to sleep, your TV just shuts right off. Here you get this kind of nice, gentle fade. Now, we know about Roku's remote that has that really cool headphone jack in there. That's going to be up to the manufacturers to decide if they want to integrate that into their product. But you'll see here behind me the TV sets ranging in sizes from 32 inches to 55 inches. There are no pricing details yet. And also, Roku is planning to work with other manufacturers, but right now TCL and Hisense are the first two partners. But there you go, your first look at the Roku TV here at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET, and I'm here with a Colibri, which is a toothbrush invented for the people in my country with bad teeth. This is a toothbrush that knows how long you brush for and how well you brush. It syncs to this app on this phone, and as you go like this, it kind of registers all your brush strokes, and you get a little graph on the phone that tells you how well you've done. Now, what you can do on the app is you can add all the different members of your family on there, and what you get is a little graph that shows how well you've done compared to all the other members of your family. So you can have like the kids, and you can see that maybe they had an off day on the 3rd of November, they didn't do it for long enough, or they didn't do it well enough. Now, this is from a new French company. It's just going to ship in the 3rd quarter of this year. It's going to start at $99. It looks like a bit of fun. Let's see how well it does when it comes out. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET.
Hi, I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET, and I'm standing in front of a TV that can be either curved or flat. Let's say you've heard about these new curved televisions, you don't quite know whether you really want one. Well, this TV can be both. You can flatten it, or at the press of a button, it can actually bend out and become a curved television. The idea, of course, is that you can change it depending on your preference, or maybe even depending on what content you want to watch. It's more of a technology demonstration, of course. This TV isn't going on sale anytime soon. A couple of interesting technology points. I originally thought this TV was an OLED display. It actually is an LED LCD. So this actually bends the entire LCD screen. Of course, the plastic behind it bends as well, just as a push of a button right here on the remote control. This is an 85-inch TV with 4K resolution, of course, but the real benefit here is the fact you can change it from a curved TV to a flat TV and back anytime you want. That's a quick look at Samsung's 85-inch bendable television here at CES 2014, the first of its kind that I've ever seen. I'm David Katzmeyer for CNET.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014, and wearable tech and fitness tech are all over the place. I'm here with the LG LifeBand Touch, LG's entry into fitness wearables. And here it is on my wrist. Now, what does it do? Well, it has a touch OLED display up here. It snaps on your wrist very easily, just pops on and off, and it connects with iOS and Android to check your steps, to also encourage you to exercise more, but it also has two-way communication, so you can silence phone calls, you can control your music, and you can connect with heart rate monitors, which brings up the other product, LG's heart rate earphones. These have heart rate monitors inside them. Why earphones with a heart rate monitor? Well, it kind of makes sense because inside here is a sensor that's always making contact with your ear. So if you're wearing these, it will communicate that heart rate to the LifeBand Touch. Two-way communication is interesting because there aren't a lot of wearable tech devices that do that. And the LG LifeBand Touch will receive call notifications and text messages, but will also allow you to communicate back with your phone to do things like silencing phone calls and control your music and volume. So if you're sitting somewhere and the phone rings, you could put your hand over the LifeBand Touch in order to silence it. It also has gesture control, so you can raise your hand right up and check how you're doing. LG has its own fitness app that works on iOS and Android, but also it will pair with other services like MyFitnessPal and Runkeeper and others in the future to track and deal with that data. The LifeBand Touch also has a little glowing light that goes from red to green to tell you how you're doing throughout the day in your daily progress. The LG LifeBand Touch is part of a growing area, wearable tech and fitness, and the heart rate monitor headphones that are also coming out at an interesting dimension. I'm Scott Stein, here with LG's wearable tech products at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET. Behind me you'll see an array of televisions. What you might not see is that they're all curved. This is Samsung's HU9000 series, its best mainstream series of televisions for 2014. The company's decided to go all in on curved this year, so this is a UHD 4K resolution television. It has all the bells and whistles Samsung normally throws into its high-end TVs. That includes gesture control with a built-in camera, a local dimming backlight with edge-lit array, and of course the curved screen. Samsung says the curved allows a little more immersive viewing experience. One of the disadvantages of previous curved TVs is that you couldn't mount them on the wall, but Samsung does include a mounting kit that allows you to put this curved TV right on the wall, which is, if nothing else, a pretty striking looking television. Other features include the company's full Smart TV suite. This model also gets the ability to divide the screen into 4 different sections, so you can actually watch TV in one of them, watch a YouTube video, watch a little bit of web page or another app, and all 4 at the same time. So that's a new feature for this year. The TV also has Samsung's improved Smart Remote with a much smaller touchpad and all the other bells and whistles you expect from a high-end television. The HU9000 is available in 3 different screen sizes. There's a 55, 65, and a 78-inch size. That's a quick look at Samsung's curved UHD highest-end TV, the HU9000 series at CES 2014. We don't have any pricing yet, but this set should be out in around April timeframe. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Hi guys, this is Brian Bennett for CNET, and we are at CES 2014 taking a look at some of the new wearable tech devices that are pretty much exploding the whole show. Right now we're taking a look at a new device called the Wellograph, made by the same name company, Wellograph. And as you can see, it has a very elegant look. It has a quartz surface for the front display. So on the back of the Wellograph, you'll see a heart rate monitor that uses a similar LED sensor that you'll see on other devices like the Basis Band and competing products like that. So what this can do is it tracks your steps like a typical pedometer, but also will measure your calories burned by your age, weight, and other criteria. It'll also store about 4 months of data on the watch, so it'll sync wirelessly over Bluetooth to iPhones, and in the future there is support planned for an Android app. So another really thing that's interesting about the wellness fitness watch is that it comes in 2 different types of bands. You have a leather brown strap here and also a black NATO wristband. So this device doesn't run cheap. The Wellograph is expected to cost $329 and should be available by the April timeframe. I'm Brian Bennett, and this has been a first look at the Wellograph Fitness Watch.
Hi, Ty Pendlebury from CNET here at CES 2014 with the new Vizio 5451 soundbar. This is not your typical soundbar, it's a 5.1 surround sound solution. This connects to a wireless soundbar which has 2 surround channels connected to it by 8-meter wire. This is a digital and analog soundbar. It comes with a HDMI in and out, as well as analog and optical and digital coax. Also has Bluetooth with aptics, which means you can stream at very high quality from your phone or tablet. While the 3.1 is already in the market, we're looking at the first half of 2014 for this. Look out for reviews of this on CNET. This has been Ty Pendlebury here at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014 with a first look at the sticker tracker. Now, the company Phone Halo already makes a couple different types of trackers, but this is the first type of tracker that you can attach to different things, like your keys, for example. attach it to something like luggage or wallet, things that you might get lost. And it has a two-way communication with your cell phone so that using low Bluetooth energy, you can set an alarm that if you walk too far away from it, or if you just can't seem to find it, go to the app, click sound alarm, and then this little guy will start to ring so you can find where you left it. Now, if you lose your phone, there's a small button here that you can press to let your phone make an alarm sound. So that way, when either one's lost, you'll be able to find it. The battery inside of this lasts a year. It's like a little watch battery, so you can just replace it after a year. You don't have to worry about recharging it. The price for one of these stickers is $29, and you'll be able to buy it soon. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey here at CES 2014 with your first look at the sticker tracker.
David Katzmeyer, Senior Editor at CNET, and I'm here in the Vizio booth. Behind me, you'll see a 65 and a 55-inch member of Vizio's new P series. The P stands for performance or picture quality or purity or whatever Vizio wants to call it, but at the end of the day, this is Vizio's first 4K resolution television. This set has full array local dimming of the LED backlight, which is my favorite feature for an LED TV. It generally leads to really good picture quality on account of really deep black levels and excellent contrast. So we'll see how this TV performs in person, but right off the bat, that's a really promising feature. Of course, it's got 4K resolution. It also has an HEVC H.265 decoder in hardware, which allows it to take some streaming services and put them up in 4K in what Vizio claims is even better quality than the competitors. Vizio also talks about the processing power of this television. It has a clear action rate of 960, which should help reduce blurring. The set can also accept 24 and 48 frame signals and reproduce them with excellent cadence. In addition, there's a 120 frame per second input mode that should lead to smoother frame rates for PC gamers. The styling on the P series is very similar to the M series that we really liked last year from Vizio, very minimalistic with a little Vizio dongle sitting in there on the lower left. All told, the P series looks like one of the most competitive 4K resolution TVs we've seen so far at CES this year, and it's also, knowing Vizio, perhaps going to be one of the least expensive. That's a look at Vizio's P series 4K television. I'm David Katzmeyer from CNET.
Hi, I'm Ty Pendlebury from CNET.com, and I'm here at CES 2014 with the Vizio sound pedestal. It's called the Sound Stand, the S2121W. It's a 21-inch pedestal. It's designed to carry TVs between 21 inches and 50 inches, and it will support up to 50 pounds. This is a stereo soundbar with an integrated subwoofer. It comes with both analog and digital inputs. It includes coaxial and optical. It also comes with Bluetooth, so you can connect your smartphone or tablet. So the unit also comes with a fairly rudimentary remote control, which controls most of the functions you'll need to use the unit. It's coming out in 2014, no availability or price yet, but you can check it out as soon as we know more on CNET.com. This has been Ty Pendlebury for CNET.
Hello, I'm Luke Westaway for CNET here at CES 2014, taking a look at this. It's the Clio by Clearview. Now, believe it or not, this thing is a speaker. It may not look like a traditional sound system, but this thing generates noise by vibrating this sheet of acrylic. It also has a subwoofer on the underside, which generates the bass. It's quite a bizarre idea, but it does make for a very attractive speaker. This thing definitely wouldn't look too ugly sat in your home, I suspect. I've had a listen to it. This is a crowded trade show area, so it's not ideal listening conditions, but I was pretty impressed by the. It's going to be available in March. It's going to cost $349. I'm Luke Westaway for CNET. For more from CES, go to ces.cnet.com.
Feels good to me.
It's a laptop.
Hey, welcome to the 404 Show live from CES 2014. I'm Jeff Bacalar.
I'm Justin Yu.
Welcome to the program. The 404 Show is a daily podcast and video show on CNET TV. Make sure you check it out. Every day we have a brand new program. Today we're here at CES with Carrie Cowan, and you're the product manager at Toshiba, and you've graced the program today with the first ever 4K laptop.
I am very honored to introduce this product to you. Yes, 4K
it's
laptop.
like a science fiction thing. You brought it from the future, and it's here now.
Absolutely. We
Right
have
on.
lots of tricks up our sleeves.
I'm sure. So this is the Satellite P50T.
Right.
Tell us about it. The screen is amazing. We can sort of like turn it around and check this out. It's unbelievable, the resolution here. So why 4K? Why 4K on a laptop?
Why not? Right?
Why
no,
not?
really. It, we decided now was the right time to bring a 4K, 2K laptop into the market. Not only is there tremendous buzz around 4K, and we're starting to see a lot of 4K content starting to roll in, but we believe that there's tangible benefits beyond just watching videos for 4K.
Right.
Things like photo editing, which is becoming more of a hobbyist activity.
Sure.
Photo editors out there can really benefit from the screen resolution. So we wanted to package that up and put it in a laptop and really make this technology a reality for them.
So you guys are really the first ones to come out with a 4K laptop. I
Yeah.
saw that Lenovo also came out with one as well, but you guys really have a powerhouse here. Is now a good time for customers to really adopt the 4K thing? I saw that Samsung yesterday announced an 8K TV.
Yeah.
Is it the case where someone's going to buy this and then next week there's going to be an 8K laptop that comes out?
Well, technology is always moving forward.
For sure.
But yeah, I think now is a great time to start to think about 4K. It's definitely a forward-looking feature, but implemented on a laptop, it's actually a feature that you can use now.
Right.
All the 4K videos are available online. It's a natural fit for a laptop. Again, I mentioned those photo editors out there that are looking for that pixel precision on their laptop displays. So again, we really think now is the right time.
So in terms of like screen size, is there going to be any sort of variation, or is this the model that later this year that will?
Well, we're starting here with a 15.6. Again, catering to who we think is really going to benefit from the technology, which is the editors and content creators out there, and they tend to prefer the bigger screen sizes.
So is there any sort of like major sacrifice you're going to have to do with the fact that it's a 4K display? Are we talking like maybe shorter battery life?
No, not really. And we're still working on this product. We're actually going to bring it to market in the middle of 2014. So we have some tweaks and fixes that we need to make on our side to make sure that it doesn't drain battery life. But we don't anticipate it to create a large hit.
I'm assuming that this comes in a bunch of different configurations. You can upgrade the GPU, I'm assuming, for video editors and things like that.
Right.
Can you sort of just give us a breakdown of all the options that you can have besides the 4K?
Yeah, so this is this one that you see in front of you is from our Satellite P series lineup, which is our premium laptop lineup on shelves at Best Buy today. And it features kind of the latest, greatest generation technology, so your latest Intel Core processors. We've got very large hard drive configurations in here. We're looking at terabytes and beyond, hopefully, because we know those photo and video files can take up a lot of space. The laptop itself is very well equipped, right? LED backlit keyboard, Harman Kardon speakers, so you're already getting a great laptop. Just having that 4K display there makes it all the better.
You were also mentioning that this version has a touchscreen as well. That's for Windows 8 features and things like that.
Right. Windows 8.1 has also done a lot of great advancements in terms of scaling for these higher resolutions. So it is a touch-capable laptop. We also have a secondary product, more for the professional user, a workstation that is available in a non-touchscreen configuration.
Don't forget, if anyone has a question for Carrie about the 4K laptop, raise your hand. We'll get to you, and we'll give you a prize as well.
Yeah.
I also want to talk a little bit about, like, when I first picked it up, I was kind of surprised at the weight. It's not as heavy as I thought. I don't know why I thought 4K was heavier, but it's not. It's totally manageable. I'm kind of blown away at the design. So now you have HDMI out here. You're able to pop that out to a 4K display.
Yeah, we also on our HDMI have 4K, 2K output. So if you are one of the lucky ones to have a 4K display in your home, or you're using a 4K capable monitor, you can, that HDMI port is there and ready for you to use.
Now, for me personally, when I hear high resolution, I'm thinking, oh man, can I play games on this?
Yeah.
I know a lot of that is tied to other things.
Yeah.
Is there any sort of thing you're saying about, like, okay, this can handle some sort of mid to level gaming?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we really hope developers are going to keep pushing up those the supported screen resolution. It would be killer for games. We would love to see that happen. Yeah.
So you said middle of this year.
Middle of this year.
Let's talk price. So how much?
Oh, price.
How many loans am I taking out so I can afford this 4K
Don't you
laptop?
want it already?
I do, but I don't want to go into debt. So
no, we haven't actually settled on a final price point yet.
Right.
We want to see where the market goes, and you know, really the point of bringing 4K to a satellite laptop, and I call that out because satellite is our mainstream laptop brand, is you know, kind of allows us to send a message that we're going to make this affordable for you. It will be on the higher end, you know, just in terms of the overall laptop market, but I don't think we're going to get too crazy with it.
Okay.
My main concern when we talk about all the processing power and of course the 4K display is how hot is this thing going to be? I mean, how does it have a bunch of fans inside?
No.
I have to put a pillow down before I put it on my lap.
No.
What's
No,
the deal?
I mean, it's a standard performance laptop configuration. So, no, you're not going to hear, you know, your fans screaming. You're not going to increase your electricity bill by plugging it in. You know, the screen itself, it does create a you know, a little bit more of an intense power requirement, but nothing severe.
And we saw the power brick that comes with it. It's nothing crazier than you'd see with a laptop.
Right.
Very cool stuff. Well, thank you so much. If there's any questions, about the 4K laptop? All right. Well, thank you so much, Karen.
All right.
This has been a pleasure.
Great.
We've got a lot more coming your way on the 404 show. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break.
You're saying I can get AT&T's network with a data plan and unlimited talk and text for as low as $45 a month?
$45 a month.
Wow. No annual contract?
No annual contract.
No long-term agreement?
No long-term agreement.
Really?
Really?
Okay, so what's the catch?
There is no catch.
Okay. I'm obviously getting nowhere with you. I'm gonna need to speak with a supervisor.
I am the supervisor.
Oh, finally, someone I can talk to.
It's not complicated. New smartphone plans starting at $45 a month with no annual contract. Only from AT&T.
All right, welcome back to the 404 show live from CES 2014. How you doing, buddy?
Doing okay.
All right, how's everyone doing out there? Good? Yeah?
Pretty good show.
You guys look tired.
Having fun.
Are you tired?
Yeah, I can never tell if these are actual 404 fans or people that just wandered out of the studio.
They just got here.
And just got here, yeah, just sat down because they were tired.
It's free seats.
Enjoyed the show regardless?
Yeah, just have a good time. I've seen a lot of crazy stuff here.
Yeah?
I have.
You went and saw Jane's Addiction last night, didn't you? That was pretty cool.
That was probably the craziest thing I've
Awesome
seen
stuff.
all of CES. But in terms of like
tech-wise.
show floor stuff.
Yeah.
Can we recap some of that?
Yeah, sure. Well, the first story that I wanted to talk about was something that's very close to both of our hearts. We talk about it all the time on this show.
It's almost a religion of ours.
It really is. The Church of Back to the Future.
Yes.
We've seen that trilogy many times. I should actually say the first two movies because I haven't seen the third one too many times.
You don't be a hater.
Yeah. Yesterday we didn't get to see this, but Ty Pendlebury was out in the parking lot for whatever reason.
Right.
And he ended up seeing Doc Brown and the DeLorean. on display.
Christopher Lloyd was there in character.
Yeah.
As Dr. Emmett Brown.
This is so cool. He didn't have that crazy yellow jacket or the sunglasses or anything
Right.
like that. But look, check this out. We can put this up on the monitor here for you guys to see at home. They brought out the actual DeLorean, sort of replete with all the Back to the Future 2 trimmings.
The time circuits were on. It was amazing.
It had the flux capacitor inside.
Yeah.
Right?
That's the standard on the floor model.
Gotta have that. And then it also had the Mr. Fusion reactor on top, too.
So this is like the Back to the Future 2 version
Yeah,
of it.
yeah. You could actually feed vegetables and trash into the back
Right,
of it
just
to power the
garbage,
thing.
right,
It was
exactly.
cool. But he was actually there to promote Gibson guitars. And I was trying to think for a second before I read this article about what is the tie-in between Gibson guitars?
Before you say it, so can I kind of get, like, I would just
Yes.
imagine, like, the Johnny B. Good stuff.
That's exactly
and
what
that's
it
what,
is.
okay.
Yeah,
that was
so
easy.
explain that for anyone ridiculous who hasn't
I
seen
mean,
it.
everyone's seen Back to the Future, right?
Has anyone not seen Back to the
Yeah,
Future?
raise your hand.
so we could throw something at you.
Right, raise your hand. Throw a hard rock at you. All right, good. Obviously, the first movie when, you know, he plays the Enchantment Under the Sea dance.
Yeah.
He does a rendition of Johnny B. Good, which
Right.
sets in motion a huge chain of events.
Yeah.
And
The kids are
he
gonna love
rocks
it.
out on a Gibson.
Yeah, he actually plays the Gibson ES345. That's the big, bright red one with
Real
detailing on
fat
the side.
body, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So he played that in the movie, and Doc Brown was there to promote it. So let's check out some of these photos. Look at that. He had smoke and everything coming from those gull wing doors.
This poor guy.
Super official.
Yeah. And so it looked like he was wearing like that Hawaiian shirt, maybe from the second one.
Yeah, what a party animal,
Or
right?
is that where that's from?
I
couldn't.
guess so,
I don't
yeah.
know.
How does he look younger now than he did 30 years ago in Back to the Future?
That's a really good point.
It's insane. Maybe because he's wearing those ridiculous Google glasses.
Yeah, that'll make anyone look youthful.
I think somebody actually gave those to him. He didn't walk in with those glasses.
Right.
Someone in the crowd just donated their Google Glass to him, which is kind of cool. So this was the official one. Don't ask me where they pulled this out of. Maybe 1955 itself.
I think someone privately owns it.
Really?
I think it's, yeah, and I think he must like rent it out.
Oh, okay.
I think that's, I don't know.
Even Christopher Lloyd wouldn't be caught dead owning one of these.
I guess not. There's a lot of crazy iPad sort of collaborations out there. I saw something that we absolutely must talk about.
Yeah.
It's a cutting board / iPad holder.
Yeah.
Let's bring sharp knives next to my $900 tablet.
Yeah, and distract you while you're
Nothing
cutting.
bad could ever happen.
No, of course not.
So this is a new product that is coming out, or it's out already.
It's out already, yeah.
I don't know. I feel like they're just putting iPad holders in everything now.
Right.
I don't really necessarily think like, you know, I get it. You have your iPad for ingredients and recipes and stuff like that. But the very moment I'm chopping up vegetables, I'm not like, oh, I really need to see what goes on next. Like, to me, let's separate those two things.
Right.
But nevertheless, CTA Digital has this iPad cutting board. There's knife slots shockingly close to the location of the iPad. Do you see that?
Right.
Like it's not. It's like 3 inches away from the iPad.
What I think is kind of cool is that it actually has, you can't see it in this photo, but there's a little, it's like a plastic display that sort of covers it as a splash guard.
Right.
So that if you're chopping things that are juicy like a tomato or something, you won't get juice on your iPad.
And you won't get touch on your iPad either.
What is happening?
What is happening?
This is crazy. They also have this thing that I think is equally ridiculous. It's actually a paper towel dispenser. And I can scroll down here. It's a paper towel dispenser with an iPad holder on top of it.
This is why we can't have nice things.
Wow.
I don't understand. Like, to me, it's just like, all right, you have, like, what? How many seconds are you getting paper towels?
Yeah, right.
Like 7?
I thought all cases sort of hold up the iPad now, too. So you have to take it out of the case, put it into this one.
Right.
It seems a little overcomplicated.
Look at the contraption. There's, like, safety hooks on it. You'll spend more time putting it on the holder than you will grabbing a paper towel.
But that is a beautiful paper towel.
I'm not going to lie. It's pretty dope.
Look at that. It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I really want
that. So that's CTA Digital. You can actually go through the South Hall right here and check it out. They have all this stuff set up. Chop your own vegetables and watch something at the same time.
Right.
Sort of terrifying.
Yep. I don't. Where do you keep your paper towels? There's no iPads where I keep my paper towels.
My iPad dispenses paper towels.
Very good. All right. What else do we have here, sir?
Okay, so I wanted to talk about something that's sort of important, and it's important for everybody that attends CES, not just the super famous people like ourselves. So every year, Las Vegas sort of presents us with this challenge, right? And that's to not get sick.
Right.
Don't get sick at CES.
We always lose that challenge.
Always lose.
I'm 0 for 7.
Still waiting for that victory after 7 years.
Absolutely.
Huh? I think Bridget is, Bridget Carey is.
She walks around in a hazmat suit.
Right, definitely.
Sure.
But for the rest of us, we sort of had this challenge to accomplish, which is don't touch anything. And that's really hard to do when you're around all this really awesome stuff on the floor,
Absolutely.
right?
Everyone
But everybody's
wants to get
touching
their
it,
mitts
though.
on it.
That's
Yeah,
the problem.
for sure.
So in that vein, I've sort of become this master of like opening doors with my elbow, right? And like punching elevator buttons with my knuckles and stuff, and just using
you get
way
a lot
too
of
much
stares.
antibacterial.
People stare at you a lot.
Yeah, it's
It's
fine.
fine.
Not just for that.
Right.
So I want to actually play a guessing game, and maybe since we didn't give away those tote bags in the first segment, we could do it for anyone who has the answer to this question. What do you guys think is the dirtiest thing at CES this year?
Present company excluded.
Before we take questions, or before we take answers to that, let's keep it clean, you perverts.
Right.
And I
And
can see
you're
this
gonna-
guy's like, I know.
All right, sir, what do you
What
think?
do you think?
Doorknobs?
Doorknobs. That's a good guess.
Yeah.
What else do we got? One at a time, guys. 3D glasses. Yeah,
Are
you
the
put those on your
dirtiest?
face. Yeah, I think you see his point. There's a
Where
lot
are you
of
wearing
grease
your
on there.
3D glasses that they're so dirty? All
answer
right.
that question.
Yeah, don't, never mind.
What about you in the blazer
Yes,
here?
sir.
Escalator rails.
Escalator rails? That was your guess too?
Well, you don't, did you know when they go, when they disappear, it's like a wipe. It
Yeah.
cleans them all. You didn't know that? That's how they work.
There's a guy in there just cleaning
There's,
it up.
there's Jim in there with like Purell.
Yeah.
He just wipes it through.
All
That's,
right,
a
one
good,
more.
that's a good guess.
One more guess. These are all great guesses. Anybody?
And you're all going to get toys
Cover right here
now.
with the glasses.
Sir, what do you think?
Keyboard.
The keyboards?
Your keyboard? Not your, okay.
Smart. That's a good place
Smart.
to keep it. That's a good guess too.
I think you guys are all on the right track.
Yeah, it's actually none of those things. But those are great guesses,
Like
and
I
I'm
said,
sure
the
they're
right
dirty
track.
as hell too.
Yeah.
But the top three, according to this company, is slot machines.
Okay.
Because apparently there are slot machines at CES. I haven't seen one.
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
We got to find those after this show.
Absolutely.
Elevator buttons.
That's,
Someone
we'll
got-
put that in your category.
Yeah, I think you got that.
Of escalator rails.
Yeah. And then arms, apparently.
Like,
yeah. Your
arms?
arms are super dirty. And then also condiment plungers.
Oh,
which is
my
super
God.
disgusting when you
Oh,
think about
everyone,
it, because that's where you're putting
oh.
stuff in your mouth.
Yeah.
Ugh.
No, oh, sir, wow, come on. No, ketchup.
Ketchup.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Gross.
God. Yeah, that right?
Yeah.
Well, but for me, it's and it's amazing that none of the dirty things are inside a bathroom.
No.
Nothing. None
I mean,
of that
those
is-
are pretty dirty
They're
too.
dirty, but none of that is inside a bathroom.
But you're not eating inside a bathroom, hopefully. And I think
Not
that's,
anymore, but
that's
yeah.
where this stuff comes into play.
No, absolutely. Yeah.
Ugh. Have you been to the bathroom in there yet?
I do not.
Horrible
My
place.
hotel's 200 feet away.
Yeah, it's like Jumanji in there.
It's like
Nasty.
it's pretty brutal. People do work in there.
Yeah. There's a guy like on his iPad in there.
I'm serious.
Oh, it's nasty.
The door's open. You don't care.
You know what the most depressing thing about CES is?
What's that?
This is a total side tangent. I
What
don't
hap-
care.
yeah,
It's our
doesn't
show. We
matter.
can say whatever we want. Is all the people that are just sitting down next to the outlets charging
Oh
that
my
stuff.
God.
I saw a guy that brought his own surge protector, and he was charging people to charge their stuff on his surge protector.
Shut up. Like
It's
an
a good
hour, like an hourly rate, or
I think it was like a maybe minute by minute, depending on how
Son of
quickly
a-
you got to recharge.
Oh my God. There's a lot of people who get like they want to like be in their own world. So I see a lot of people like covering their head and their laptop with a jacket, so they can have their own little like pathetic cubicle. or
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
that.
The scoop is you got to get the scoop on
It's real-
everything.
Where's that tech at CES?
What, the privacy
Or
tech?
like I remember there was like a hat that had like a cone that you
Oh,
would wrap
I saw
around.
that. Yeah. That
This
was
is
cool.
Just like the Forever Alone line.
Yeah.
You know.
Oh
something
my
like
God.
that.
Oh, speaking of Forever Alone, I saw a device that was really depressing.
Yeah.
I should have taken a photo of
That's
it.
fine. Tell me about it.
But it was called the selfie wand.
Okay.
And basically, it was a retractable wand that had, like a holder attached to it where you put your phone. And if you were by yourself in front of the Great Wall of China, you could extend this wand out and then take a photo of yourself so you can get more in the background. Oh, that's bleak.
It also has tissue dispensers out of it.
Yeah,
so you could be crying
cry.
yourself to sleep every night.
Oh, God. It's very sad stuff.
It's called a selfie wand?
Selfie wand.
Man,
use one of those things.
I would feel embarrassed even buying that on Amazon where no one knows what
Yeah,
you're
because
doing.
the postman would be like, the selfie wand.
You're
huh?
like, pathetic, sir.
Been there.
All right.
Anyway, so it's
Yeah.
really easy to develop this sort of high-level paranoia about germs, especially at CES and in
Absolutely.
Vegas in general.
Absolutely.
But I think personally the most overlooked
Sure.
dirty item is not any of those things. It's that thing in your pocket. Pause. It's your phone.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Weird, right? You
it's
don't really
not
think
weird.
about it that often,
Yeah,
but it really is
But
dirty.
you do think about it. How many times you take out your phone and you place it on like a dinner table
Yeah.
or whatever that hasn't been washed in
Yeah.
God knows how long.
Right.
And it's just like a petri dish.
Yeah.
And you carry it around with you and put it up to your face.
Yeah, you lick it and you touch it and things like that.
Depending on your relationship, sure.
Well, maybe not anybody else.
Right.
But yeah, a lot of people just go to the bathroom and they use it while they're going to the restroom, and then they eat next to it, but they don't wash their hands afterward.
Right, it's bad news.
It's a cesspool, really is. So I was happy to see CNET's own Jessica Dolcourt. She reported on the latest version of Gorilla Glass that has this sort of antimicrobial smartphone glass on it.
Right.
That will, sort of clean your screen for you.
So is it like a windshield wiper with pure, like something inside it? How does
That's
it
not
work?
a bad idea.
I'm serious. Like, how does it work where it's some sort of?
So
is it like the material
it's
itself
the material
or
itself.
coating?
Yeah, so basically the material is made out of ions of silver.
Okay.
This type of silver is used popularly in hospitals and things like that.
Right.
And until now, it was actually really expensive, but they were able to cut the cost down and put it onto Gorilla Glass. And so what it does, it just rejects bacteria that would normally stick onto your phone if it was any other kind of display.
Well, that's pretty neat, actually.
Yeah, you like that?
I do.
But what if you already have an iPhone?
Right.
You're screwed. You're going to get
You're
sick.
just gonna get sick.
Yeah.
And you have to resign yourself to that fact.
You don't have to, though. There's something else that's really cool. Jessica also reported on this, which shows that we're both total germaphobes.
We definitely are. That's a documented fact.
Hey, we live in New York.
It's sure, yeah.
Jessica also checked out this case for the iPhone and iPad. It's made by a company called NewView, and this is it right here. What it does, it basically has this coated microfiber lining on the inside, and I can pull up a slideshow that Jessica took right here. And inside the liner, it's got this sort of rough material that wipes off gunk for you. You can sort of see it there. That
See, that's
kind of
smart. It's like a golf club cleaner.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. So every time you insert your phone and then take it back out again, it sort of wipes your screen for you, so you don't have to worry about doing that yourself.
Brilliant.
Yeah, and it'll scratch the hell out of your screen in the process too.
That's fine. Small price to pay to stay clean, man.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
All right.
Ultimately, though, the cleanest way to maintain that
is just to not have a phone.
Exactly.
Thank you. So throw your phones away is the message.
Yeah, this
today.
case is also $45 too, so you got to kind of weigh out the
Your
options
health
here.
is invaluable. There's no price too high.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, I take health very seriously. I also take sleep very seriously.
Yeah.
If you've ever listened to our show, you know we're fascinated with like sleep hacks and stuff like that.
Definitely.
We have a regular guest who comes on and talks to us about the science of sleep. Sleep Number is here.
Yeah.
And they have an interesting new bed monitor called the Sleep Number X12.
Yeah.
And this is like a connected bed.
Right.
That monitors your sleep and your heart. It's just like other ways for you to get paranoid. I feel like that's all we're doing now. It's like, oh, your heartbeat's terrible. You
Right.
haven't slept enough. You're going to die. Anyway, what this thing does, it's supposedly like a snore stopper.
Right.
So if you and your significant other are sharing a bed, and believe me, Justin can really snore. Don't ask me why I know.
You're watching me while I
I
sleep?
know.
How'd
I
you know
know.
that?
I know. It's
Weirdo.
weird. We're not going to get into that. You snore a little bit.
Do
I
I?
think it's like you're always on your back. And it's whatever
Yeah.
you right? And
Okay.
you're a mouth breather.
Yeah, let's move on.
So, when we're sharing a bed,
Right.
I can click a button and it'll raise your head up.
Yeah.
So that your passageway is
Right.
cleared up.
Really weird.
It's really weird.
But the weird part about this bed is that only the person on the opposite side of it has the ability to control that raising and lowering.
So why this
technology.
won't wake you up, I don't know. Like that's the snore stopper. It wakes you up.
Right, you just jerk it up and down, and then eventually.
Well, like
the person
imagine
gets ejected from the
imagine
bed.
you're sleeping and all of a sudden you're just like rise up like in a
You're
dentist
sitting up,
chair and you're
yeah.
like, what is happening here?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm
I'm
snoring.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry. And then it just goes back down.
Right.
The cycle repeats itself.
This is the ultimate tech for tech's sake here, and it is when you hear that it's $8,000.
Again, small price to pay to the sleeping
Ridiculous.
gods.
This is
right?
obviously the big show, the big the big deal for them. It's
Absolutely.
Like they're
And they're like temperature controlled too.
Yeah.
And it connects to your phone. I mean, for $8,000, they should do a lot more than that.
right.
you know. But
You know,
anyway,
what'd be really
that's
nice.
the- Yeah.
And I don't know if you could use this. I know, you and Stacy sort of wake up at different times. You know, what'd be really nice is if they built an alarm clock into each side of the bed,
that would wake you up by vibration or something, but
amazing.
only for your side.
It's amazing.
You know, because I know how many times, you know, your significant other will wake up
Yeah,
earlier
different
than
wake
you,
up times.
and then you have to wake up.
Why is that not a
earlier.
thing?
That's BS.
How is that not a thing?
Let's patent that,
All right.
man. I'm gonna start that Kickstarter.
If anyone knows this, the sleep number, people,
yeah,
got an idea. That's going to do it for our show today, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for tuning in. We've got a big lineup just ahead right here on the CNET stage, including Brian Cooley and David Katzmeyer, wrapping up all of the new cool TVs. And then later, Scott Stein's going to be here demoing the wearable tech that he's seen, including Oculus Rift. You guys
Really
are
cool.
pretty psyched about that.
Yeah.
Coming up next, Brian Tong is live from the show floor with a very expensive Lamborghini. So stay tuned. That's going to do it for us on the 404 show. I'm Jeff Bakalar.
Oh, you know what? Before we take off, why don't we just give some stuff away really quick? Because
Yeah.
we didn't
Oh,
get a
that's
lot
right.
of questions.
Are we going to do that
So
during
let's
our
do
show
two
here?
of those, and then we'll give the other ones away to the ones who asked
All
questions
right,
earlier.
all right.
So let's pick two.
Here's two.
We got
I
some
picked
really
two.
awesome tote bags.
Where's artist Dan Dunn?
Dan Dunn? He's not
You
here.
don't look like Dan Dunn.
He left? Ah, okay, the next one.
Okay,
Who else we
Judy Higuchi. Oh, you're on both
Oh,
of them.
what?
Oh, Cheryl Engelhart.
Is that
That's
you? All right.
Congratulations, Cheryl. And where's Judy Higuchi?
Hey.
Right, look at
You
that.
guys rigged the thing
Congratulations,
next to each
guys. Here's
All
tote
right.
bags for you.
You win
all.
tote bags with really cool CNET hoodies, so enjoy those. Wear them with pride.
All right, again, thanks so much for tuning in. We're back here tomorrow from the CNET stage at 1 p.m. See you later, Las Vegas.
Check one. Oh, okay. Check one, check two. Check one, check two. Brian Tong here at CES 2014. Check one, check two. Talk a little bit louder. Okay. All right. Hey guys, Brian Tong here at CES 2014 here in the Monster booth. Is that good enough level? All right, guys, Brian Tong here at CES 2014. We're here in the Monster booth. I'm joined with, joining me is the head monster, Noel Lee. How you doing, Noel?
Hey, Brian. Great. Good to be here. Thanks.
Now, we come to CES and see amazing things. They could be products. They could be amazing spectacles. On our left over here, this is the Lamborghini Veneno. This is your baby. Why did you bring it to CES to show off?
Well, first of all, this is the first public unveiling of this phenomenal supercar. And there's only 9 of these that are going to be built. This is the only one in the world right now. And this car is unbelievable. What a ride. It's open top. It's got 740 horsepower. This thing is badass. It's all carbon fibers, only like 3,100 pounds. But we brought it here to showcase our collaboration with Lamborghini. Lamborghini selected Monster to do the sound system in this bad boy. So I've been working really hard on this thing, and this thing, when you combine the driving experience and the audio experience of having just like really pure Monster sound, punchy, definitive, articulate, clear, not just a lot of boom.
Yeah.
And that's what the refinement of this thing is.
Now, one thing we do want to mention is the Lamborghini Veneno Roadster. It might be the hottest car here at CES, but I think the second hottest ride, Noel's rocking it with the flames, right?
Oh yeah, this is my Dean Kamen Segway special. We were riding around CES. I'm going to rent this out to like anybody who comes along after this show's over.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk. Thanks so much, Noel, for your time, and we're going to check out the car more. Over here on my right-hand side, we've got Dennis. He goes by the Car Monster. Car Monster, there you go. And Dennis, we're going to kind of walk around the Veneno, and hopefully you can tell us what are some of the customizations and things that Monster did specifically to make this unique.
Well, with the car had no sound system to begin with.
and they didn't have design for it, so that's why they came to us for our expertise. So if you kind of look into the car, we had to bring it to a center stage, so we put a center speaker here.
So right there, a center speaker right
there.
Okay.
And then you have over here in the A-pillar, you've got a separate inside there. In the door, you've got an 8-inch speaker there. You've got a subwoofer, which is 10 inches over here onto your the floorboard of the passenger side. Behind the driver and passenger, which is really key with this car, is that you have a left and right speaker per seat. So it's really about time alignment. So that way the driver's right rear doesn't interfere with the passenger's left.
No, yeah. Now, also about this car, right? It retails what you said around million euros.
3.5 million euros.
And that's around $4.5 million, depending on the exchange rate.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be careful about saying I can't wait to just touch the seats. But you're gonna let us get in here and check out the system and just check out the car,
boss. All right.
Noel gave us a thumbs up. Okay, I think we're good with that. So let's check this out. Good Lord. So first ride is free. Noel says, okay, I like that.
I'll jump in on the passenger.
Okay, Dennis. Oh goodness, this already conforms to my body. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. All right, so Dennis is gonna come around, give a little showcase of this sound system here. You can see this touch screen up here, but Dennis, when you have a chance, swing on in. Oh, this is. Now I might have to adjust the seat. I'm a little shorter than the last person in here.
Yeah, right.
So if you can talk to us about the system here and, again, this LCD setup that you guys have.
So everything in the car had to be custom made for the car, especially the head panel here. There was no place to put a screen, so we integrated the screen here, which is good. When you're going at 200 miles an hour, you don't want to be looking down. You want to be keeping your eyes on.
When you're going 200 miles per hour, you don't want to be looking down. That's just, just a matter of fact.
Definitely. A-pillar, like I said before, so you can start getting your sound stage, your center channel here. You have your sub down behind us, and then also your rear fill.
Nice.
Why don't you?
I want to hear this thing. I mean, people at home are probably like, "What does this thing sound like?" We'll give you the best idea of what it sounds like. I know what it's going to sound like. Do I just press play here?
I would.
Okay, let's go.
Give me your attention, baby.
Okay. You're just like, all right, there we go. Kick it up.
But you walk around here like you wanna be someone else.
Oh. Turn the volume down. Yeah, that's bumping.
What?
That is bumping. I mean, that sounded hot. I know everyone's like, oh, you're in a Veneno. That sound was hot. This is really fun.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, especially it matches the car perfectly.
Okay, so Noel said the first ride is free on him, so I think we're going to wheel out of here. We'll show you more coverage here at CES 2014, and stay tuned. We have a show all about TVs. Ty, David Katzmeyer, they're going to tell you everything you need to know what we're seeing here at CES 2014, and we'll see you guys in a little bit.
go. Feels good. Thank you.
Yep,
Curved
that's
UHD
right.
TV. Curved. It's actually
Are they calling it
curved
UHD
4K
4K?
TV. Let's say, yeah, curved
Hedging
4K.
their bets. And control room, you hear me? Of course not. Okay. You're on the intercom. Can you ask them if all the video is coming from the control room? I'm not feeding anything out of here, am I? Yes, I can. Yes, yes. Yep. Yeah, scroll it down. Got it. Yeah. Okay. It's part of this right here. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to CNET's live coverage here from International CES 2014. I'm Brian Cooley, and with me are Katz and Ty. Ty Pendlebury, David Katzmeyer, our CNET TV experts. And you guys must love CES because no matter what they say, This show's about TVs.
Oh, yeah. It's a TV show, just like this.
It's a TV show.
That's
Get
right.
it? We're here to round up the top 5 television stories here, the actual television device stories of the show. So far, we're at the point now we can say this is the definitive list, right?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
So let's do it. And I know you've heard a lot about these TVs. As we go along, we're going to try and demystify some of the technology as well, because there are some terms that are getting bandied around that maybe aren't fully understood. So we'll learn you a little bit while we're going over these as well. Let's start with the Samsung U9000. What's notable about this guy?
Well, this is Samsung's real push into curved TV. They're coming out with 2 series of curved TVs. The U9000 happens to be the 4K one, the ultra high definition one. It's curved. You know, what else can you say? I mean, it's really easy to describe. It's really easy when you have it on your wall to go, you know what, I've got a new TV, and this is very different. The one curved TV I got a chance to play around with was their OLED from last year. That TV's curve really didn't impress me. It seemed like the image was a little bit distorted. I haven't spent enough time to really sit down and watch one of these curved TVs for an extended period of time. They say it's really immersive, a little bit like an IMAX, where they're curved screens.
Yeah.
But to me, it seems like, you know, tiny bit gimmicky. I'm not going to say that right yet because I haven't spent too much time with them, but my initial impression is, yeah.
The problem with curved TVs is that they're really designed for one person. You got to be a bit of a jerk if you have a family and you buy a curved TV.
Yeah.
Because you got to sit at the apex.
You got to be right at the
picture.
apex of that thing, right?
Yeah.
Because if you're off over to one side, the near edge is going to get weirdly distorted,
Yeah,
right?
very much so.
I mean, you're truly off angle at that point.
Yeah, the curve isn't that extreme, but you'll notice the distortion even more when you're off angle, and that's, you know, that's just the nature of it.
And my other question about curve, well, one observation, that the video we just saw of those curved TVs, and those are realistic sizes, 60s and 70-ish range. This is not the giant 105 everyone's heard about. That's a different story. But the thing I noticed is the curvature seemed to be more interesting on the 21:9 ratio, that big boy they rolled out. Then I really felt like I was immersed. Do you think ratio will make curve more important?
The problem with that TV is that not many content is available in 21:9. It's all 16:9 or 4:3. So if you're watching, you know, normal cable programming, you're going to have there, and all of that's going to be black.
We're getting back to the letterbox on the side,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Oh, that's a
or
good
you're
feeling.
expanding it and stretching it, and if you want to
And that
stretch
looks
it
nasty.
and play around with it, then you're looking at a curved, stretched, distorted, you know, cropped image.
Curved,
It's-
stretched, distorted, 4K.
Yeah, exactly. It still looks great, though.
Okay, now, the other thing about that is, you know, everyone's buying TVs now, LED, LCD, largely because they're so thin. We love how they just kind of stick on the wall.
Yeah.
Now we're getting TVs that are 6 or 8 inches effectively deep because they're curved. Is that a weird reversal of consumer tastes?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it does mount on the wall. That's one thing in Samsung's favor. They are shipping wall mount kits with all their curved TVs this
Okay,
year.
that's
so
new, right?
Yeah, so you can actually put these things right on the wall, and when you walk into a room that has a curved TV on the wall, that's pretty impressive of
Yeah.
itself. But you know, decor-wise, unless you put it in a corner or something, you know, it is going to stick out a lot more than a flat TV. And I can imagine some people are maybe a little bit sensitive about the decor, opting for the non-curved UHD, and of course, Samsung has you covered with that too.
Well, that gets us to the next one, the bendable
well, of course.
TV. So here you have it both ways.
Yeah.
Do
You
we
can't
want it both
decide.
ways?
We want it flat.
You've got to have this. I haven't actually seen it in person, but it's got a motor in it, so it actually curves
Yeah,
like
here it is
this.
on the screen now, so people can watch it in the audience there.
Yeah.
There's the side coming out, kind of an accordion on the side to kind of make it tidy.
Yeah, that was me with the remote control. Just it was addicting. Bend, unbend, bend, unbend, bend, unbend. But I didn't break. You know, I did it.
I was going to say, I can't believe that motor breaks.
I don't know. I hope that's covered by the warranty. You know, maybe you get 1,000 bends. You know, and then that's it.
Hope it's in-home service though.
Yeah, but
because
one
I
of
don't
the-
want to truck that thing out.
No.
So what it essentially does is goes from jerk mode to family mode.
Right, single person watching to family watching. But you can, the weird thing about this TV, it's not an OLED TV. I thought when I first saw it that it was going to be OLED, which is the standard curved thing, the OLED phones that are curved.
It's known for being a flex-friendly technology.
This is an LED LCD, so Samsung's engineers did something to make, you know, you're making the screen bend, you're making the backlight bend, you're making the frame around the edges bend. It's pretty phenomenal sort of technology. The crazy thing, what did we find out
So
earlier
it's coming
today?
the second half of this year.
It's
actually-
real?
It's
Yeah.
a real product.
It's not a concept. This TV is actually coming out,
It will
according
be
to Samsung.
Incredibly expensive. They haven't announced pricing yet. But
Any guess?
I would say 60 to 70,000.
Tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Good.
It's
grief.
85 inches UHD, if that makes a difference, but really it's just call it bendy.
All right, which, as good as they may say it is, it's clearly not the world's best TV, because Vizio just told us what that is.
Absolutely. And now we know, everybody can write it down.
We
It's
can all
the
go
world's
home
best
now. We know
TV.
the world's best TV, because
That's
Vizio
right.
says it's ours.
My job is done.
What is this one? The RS120.
Yeah, so the 120 stands for the size. This is the largest TV at CES that I've seen anyway. 120-inch diagonal. It's Vizio. Again, Vizio says they are coming out with this television. They hit all the great things that a TV reviewer like me really wants to see. It's a full array local dimming with 384 zones. It can actually hit the Rec 2020 color gamut, which means that it's got much wider color than other TVs out there. And it's actually part of the 4K standard, this Rec 2020, and no other TV I've ever seen, and no manufacturer is claiming to come close to this. So it'll give you really punchy colors, and they can do that by actually having white and red LEDs behind the screen. So it's a really kind of phenomenal engineering thing that they've done here.
So
and again,
this is interesting because this TV, is this an LED?
Yes.
So it's an LED LCD, and it's not curved.
No.
They've eschewed the two biggest sort of hot button things,
right,
and kind of gone serious in performance, right?
Yeah. I mean, sorry, full array local dimming is our favorite, kind of technology for an LED LCD to make it look good. Again, not quite as good as plasma. There's some issues with LED LCD with blooming and things like that. But theoretically, especially when you have 384 zones, this can look phenomenal. What this brings to mind for me is the old Sharp Elite TV from a couple of years ago, which bought the Kuro name, the Kuro Elite name. And that was a great TV, and it was a similar sort of technology. A lot of local dimming zones, a lot of money thrown at this thing. This thing is not going to be cheap. There's a 65-inch version too. I don't know how much it's going to be for the 120, but long story short, they put a lot of R&D into this TV, and it seems like it could be a really good television.
Vizio has told us themselves that their focus this year is picture quality, and they want to educate the public about what local dimming is and how it makes the picture darker and brighter as well.
Yeah.
Basically just improving
So you're not
contrast
sitting
of
there
LCD.
with the screen pixels trying to fight a backlight all the time when they want to show black or dark.
Absolutely. The backlight will dim in parts of the screen that are supposed to be dark and brighten in parts of the screen that are supposed to be bright. The end result is great contrast. And Ty, you reviewed the E-Series from last year.
The E-Series is even better this year. They've come out with a new model of that. You're going to see
That's the
entry
E-Series
level
of whose line?
Of
That's
Vizio as well.
That's a Vizio, okay.
So you're going to see entry-level local dimming from Vizio, which no one else is doing.
Okay, so affordable with your favorite illumination technology.
I mean, it could be a really good television, which is great because plasma just ended, so we want to get
Yeah,
something
what's
to talk
interesting
about.
here is that so much of the stuff that makes a TV great is the subtler, harder to explain stuff.
Yeah.
You guys have to pull this out in every review and say, look, the things that are really great are not tangible or gimmicky.
Yeah.
They're measured in subtle degrees of contrast, color, and light management.
Yeah. And they cost money to do right, and so a lot of times
but
they cost more.
But they don't necessarily pop on the show floor.
No. They definitely do the opposite of that. They'll pop in your home, they won't pop on the show floor.
So that's why you got to trust a review. All right, let's move away from the panels and the displays themselves to the guts of two TVs, one from Hisense and one from TCL, two up-and-coming, upstart Chinese manufacturers who want to be the next Samsung and LG, if you will, historically. And they've integrated Roku into a television. Why is that a big deal versus just having it on a cable?
Well, our home theater reviewer, Matt Moscoviak, basically loves Roku. You've got a dozen different set-top boxes that you can use. You've got Apple, you've got Roku, there's others, but essentially the reason that Roku's the best is because it's got the most services. It's got, like everyone else does, it's got Netflix, but it's also got HBO Go, which not many others have.
Nobody else except Samsung.
You've got Hulu. I think you've also got Spotify as well, so there's a whole different bunch of
that little
services.
channel store you can go into on there goes on and on.
Oh yeah. And it's got PBS. My kids at home love PBS Kids. They're always like, "Turn on Roku, Daddy." So
And you love that.
Oh, it's
great.
great.
Like Nickelodeon.
It just keeps going.
Watching something good, too.
It's beautiful.
How many folks have a Roku box here? I'm just curious.
Love the thing.
All right,
about
fair
a third.
number. Yeah, okay.
And one
Apple TV? Huh,
Awesome.
interesting.
Very good.
Chromecast. All right, interesting mix here we've got. Yeah.
I don't see any TVs with Apple TV in them at the show, though. But one of the nice things about the Roku is it updates all the time. These guys have been sending out software updates over the last couple of years. The boxes just keep getting better and better. One of the things about smart TVs is that they don't do much to upgrade their OSs. Once they sell you a smart TV, you're kind of stuck with that operating system. It looks kind of old in a couple of years.
And that's the and they haven't done a great job. No manufacturer, if I'm reading your reviews right, has done a great job with interface on a native smart TV.
Yeah, some are good, some are not so great, but nobody's nailed it really. The simplicity of Roku is what we really like.
So simple. Okay, our last product on our list here is not a TV but a projector. And one of the things about projectors are you got to put them a ways from the wall, and things can get in the way. People walking in front of projectors or what have you. It's hard to move around the living room while the thing's working. So Sony says push that thing up against the wall, which most projectors you'd end up with an image that big. What is this one doing?
Well, it's similar. It's called a short throw projector. So again, you can get a 147-inch image from a projector that's right near the wall. This thing is basically a piece of furniture. It looks like a little credenza there. The projector kind of pops up in the middle, but on the sides you can store your equipment and that sort of stuff. LG actually came out with a product like this last year, and we thought it was really cool as well, but it's a new kind of television. I mean, it gives you a projector without having to have, again, all of that stuff and walking in front of it, ceiling mounted and that sort of stuff. This is a lot more expensive than LG's. It's going to be $30,000 to $40,000. It's definitely one of those concept high-end pieces. UHD,
I love it.
4K resolution, that sort of thing. So, I mean, Sony's done some great things with design. I don't think this is an exception. This is a great-looking little product.
Looks gorgeous, yeah.
And they have great projectors. I mean, the Sony SXRD projectors we reviewed have been really,
What
really
is interesting about these is that they're sort of deconstructed rear projection TVs.
Yeah.
So at the same time that Mitsubishi got
you're
out
right.
of them, LG and Sony get into them.
Yeah,
so
it's a short distance, so you're not worried about getting in front of anything.
Yeah.
It's that huge screen size that, well, not in this case at a good value per square inch, but that's what rear projections always did.
Yeah.
But this one is actually furniture. It's got a place to put stuff.
It's a totally hidden television. You don't have to pay. I mean, compared to buying something that brings up your TV from the floor, I'm sure that's a bargain.
And one of the things, the benefits it has versus rear projection TV is that you don't have that narrow viewing angle. Whereas with rear projection, because it's on
were RPs bad that way?
Yeah, you couldn't watch them from the side. But this one, obviously, it's on a wall. It's a projector. You can watch them from
So there are no
anywhere in the
pixels
room.
that are weird. You're just actually moving around. It's light on a wall.
Yeah.
See, I love projectors. I've always felt. You guys have projectors or just TVs on the wall?
We use projectors at home. I don't have enough room right now, but that's a dream. But in the office, we actually started viewing projectors last year. They've been really popular. We'll do movie nights at the office. That's fun. But we stack 2 or 3 projectors one on top of each other and project them onto the screen. We can compare.
Okay, don't you want to go to movie night at the CNET TV lab? I want to go to movie night at the CNET TV lab.
Next time, Brian.
That's the best night out ever. Okay, last thing. Let's join hands, gentlemen.
All right.
Everyone take a hand.
Here we go.
All right.
Join us. Hold hands with the tech aficionado with you. Everybody, come on. Everyone grab the hand. This is not weird. Bow your heads. Oh, Lord, we will miss you, Panasonic Plasmas. You've been our favorite for many years and a tremendous value. You forsook us, but we'll forgive you. Amen.
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 The end of our favorite TV, right?
Yeah. No, it's too bad. This show is the official nail. They're not coming out with any plasmas, Panasonic.
That's it.
Samsung says they will.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, so they're keeping the plasma flag raised.
For at least another few months.
The only company who has actually said they're coming out with one is LG. And they haven't even shown them on the show floor, so...
Yeah, it's gone.
It's dodgy. Plasma's got a dodgy future.
Which is sad. And Panasonic said in their press conference that they're going to make LCD that looks as good as plasma, whatever that means.
Yeah. Why reverse engineer something to be as good as but more expensive? I don't understand that.
Yeah.
I guess people are allergic to plasma because of the burn-in problems that it has.
Yeah, and I guess it has the stink of being the old technology.
Yeah.
It's not the exciting, shiny object.
Yeah, tell that to someone with a plasma in their home who goes, I've got this thing and I'm watching it. Looks pretty dang good to me.
I mean,
Might be old.
These are plasma
this
guys.
runs great.
Yeah,
okay, I love telling that inside story. You go to our CNET TV experts' homes, and what do they buy with their money? Plasma. Right? Yeah.
OLED. It'll be OLED, but give it 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, when that's affordable.
Yeah,
absolutely. All right, folks. Thanks, guys.
Anytime.
Thank you.
David Katzmeyer, Ty Pendlebury, our TV experts. You know where to find their content at CNET.com. The television reviews right there. These guys are the best. They know the real world and what's really going on and what matters and what doesn't. Don't get fooled by shiny objects on the TV itself. Get that picture quality. Okay, still lots more to come from here today, including Scott Stein and Bridget Carey are going to demonstrate the best of new wearable tech. That's been on fire here at CES. And at the top of next hour, a first at the CNET live stage here at CES. For the very first time, our CNET and Espanol editors will be here talking all about the show in Spanish. It's about time. And to wrap the day, I'll be back here end of day, 5 p.m. Pacific, with Brian Tong and Donald Bell to put it all in perspective on CES In Depth. Stay tuned. Continuing coverage from CES 2014 on CNET.com. All right, gentlemen.
Huawei for more than 16 years. And my goal is to build the Huawei brand for the consumer business. And for Huawei, from start of Huawei business, our mission is to enrich people's lives through telecommunication. So for us, the most important thing is that how to bring the better experience to the people. And in the beginning, we are doing the network side. We think the technology is more important. And by and by, we find the smart device is more and more important. So we start our consumer business, and this is the 10th year of our consumer business. And it's going well. I'm glad to see the results every year.
And, Huawei has announced really interesting technology at CES 2014, mainly the Ascend-Mate 2 4G. Can you tell us a little bit about the Ascend-Mate and what makes it unique, especially the large 6.1-inch screen?
Yeah, large. First, let me show this product. This is the product we launched 2 days before, and the name is Huawei Ascend-Mate 2 4G. And in this name, we can see 4G. 4G is something we are really professional. Because we are doing the telecommunication network for many years, and if we look at the GSMA report, totally in the world there are 244 networks, and 110 of them is built by Huawei. So we are the #1 deployer LTE network in the world. And when we deeper understand the LTE technology, we find LTE may be shaping the smartphone by and by. First, LTE brings a better speed, better package, and then it can bring more content, like video, like better social feeling, and also the business usage. So it needs a bigger screen to let people feel it's not just a phone call. You can really experience the high quality video or something. So that's why we designed this phone with the big size, 6.1 inch. And also we need to solve the handling problem, because people are worried so big screen how to handling. So you can see, if you look at the screen to body ratio, we are 70.
Okay. 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 Our lost faces.
Oh, I'm Vanessa. He's Gabriel. Ah.
Hola amigos, por primera vez en español estamos aquí en el escenario de CNET en CES, el Consumer Electronics Show, y estamos aquí con Vanessa Hunt, la reportera de CNET en español. Yo soy Gabriel Sama, el director editorial de CNET en español, y hoy vamos a hablar de las cosas que hemos descubierto aquí. Vanessa, ¿qué te ha parecido la feria?
Pues es un alucina, estamos en Las Vegas y todo es grande, todas las exhibiciones son enormes, los sonidos, o sea, impresionante caminar en estos pasillos. ¿Y a ti qué te ha parecido?
Bueno, me ha parecido increíble. Contarle un poco a nuestros amigos que desde hace 3 meses estamos con esto que se llama CNET en español, que es lo mejor de la tecnología en tu idioma, y la idea que tenemos es traer la tecnología, las innovaciones, las novedades para nuestros amigos hispanos de Estados Unidos, y qué mejor que venir aquí a Las Vegas para contarles, ¿verdad?
Claro, y me he encontrado con un par de hispanohablantes ahí en las exhibiciones, pero cuesta encontrar gente que te hable en español, así que me da un gran placer estar brindando este tipo de información a nuestro público.
Qué bueno. ¿Y qué has visto por ahí que te llame la atención, que te haya gustado?
Pues varias cosas. Muchas cosas son conceptos todavía, pero sí me parece que estamos viendo el futuro y pues nosotros somos los primeros en ver estos productos, así que una de las cosas que me llamó la atención son las miles de televisiones que tenemos. Bueno, tú ya sabes.
Bueno, sí, oye, les ponen nombres tan raros que es hasta difícil acordarse de estas televisiones, pero una vez que ves televisiones de 105 pulgadas, gigantescas, yo en mi casa no cabría una televisión así, supongo que en la tuya tampoco, ¿no?
No.
Bueno, imagínate una televisión de 105 pulgadas de esta tecnología nueva que llaman ultra alta definición, también se conoce como tecnología 4K.
Y es 4 veces la calidad de imagen que un televisor en alta definición normal, que son 1020p.
Así es. ¿Y qué has notado? ¿Es mejor que la alta definición que ya conocíamos?
Bueno, esa que estamos viendo ahí es enorme, es de 105 pulgadas y por supuesto que la imagen se ve impecable. En esa sí te notarías la diferencia entre una de HD normal y la UHD, pero yo creo que en nuestras, las que nos caben en nuestras casas, no creo que se notaría mucho la diferencia.
Bueno, según nuestros expertos de CNET, la diferencia no es tan grande, ¿no? Yo ayer estuve parado enfrente de dos, una de alta definición y la llamada ultra alta definición, y honestamente, más allá del contraste y quizá alguna característica de color, no noté mucha diferencia. Además, el precio de estas gigantescas televisiones es impresionante, ¿no?
Sí, increíble. Y bueno, y si vas a gastar tanto, mejor te compras una enorme y a dónde la vas a poner. O sea, ya te metes en unos cuantos dilemas. Así que
Claro.
no sé si me convence, pero si me la quieres regalar, te la acepto.
Claro, oye, porque no voy a pensarlo. Oye, ya estoy escuchando de Vizio y de otras fabricantes que ya están bajando los precios de las televisiones 4K. Vizio anunció hace poco una televisión de 50 pulgadas en $999. O sea que como con otras tecnologías vamos a empezar a ver que los precios van a empezar a bajar mientras más oferta haya.
A mí me da un poco de temor ver tanta definición, o sea, vamos a ver hasta las espinillas de cada persona, o sea, las mías, todos, así que me da un poquito de miedo, no
Oye,
sé.
pero mencionabas algo también, la curva. ¿Qué notaste con la
curva.
curvatura de estas televisiones?
Mira, la curva que mostramos ahí era enorme, de 105 pulgadas, entonces sí se veía como una experiencia casi tridimensional, estábamos viendo un partido y se sentía como estar sentado en un estadio, pero el problema es que si te moves a un lado, ya no se ve tan bien, entonces todos se tienen que agrupar en el centro para verla bien.
Eso es lo que dicen, que no tienen tan buen ángulo de visión y bueno, estará a probarlas más y estar expuesto a estas televisiones más tiempo. Y también notamos otra cosa que presentó Samsung, una televisión que hace ¿qué?
Plegable.
Plegable.
Se dobla.
Pero no va a estar disponible en el mercado, ¿verdad?
No, solo querían mostrarnos qué se puede hacer con la tecnología ahora, pero la verdad, Gabriel, o sea, tenés que ver fijamente y no moverte porque la curva es tan sutil que si volteas a ver a otro lado te perdes la curva. Así que tenés que estar muy atento y la curva es como, no sé, yo diría unos 5 grados nada más. Así que, pero increíble que ya podemos doblar nuestros televisores.
Y la otra que reseñaste fue también la televisión plegable de LG. O sea que hay ya dos fabricantes que están mostrando esta tecnología, pero no va a salir al mercado, son prototipos. Y bueno, muy interesante ver cómo el cristal, cómo el vidrio se puede doblar y bueno, esperemos a ver qué más pueden hacer con las pantallas flexibles, las pantallas plegables y qué beneficio le trae al consumidor, que es lo más importante, por supuesto, ¿no? ¿Qué otra cosa hemos visto?
Pues antes creíamos que era el 3D que estaba de moda en los televisores, pero no hemos visto muchos 3D.
No,
LG tiene una pantalla enorme en 3D que es realmente impresionante, pero no sé si va a ser una tecnología que vamos a ver tanto como esta de ultra alta definición.
Tú estuviste en Sony esta mañana. ¿Qué te mostraron los amigos de Sony?
Bueno, los amigos de Sony tienen unos lentes que parecidos a los Google Glass, pero ya te dan información en vivo, todo lo que ves te dan información. Entonces estábamos viendo un partido y yo no sé mucho de fútbol o de los partidos, pero me estaba dando los resultados, me estaba dando los nombres de cada jugador, así que me podría volver una experta con solo llevar estos lentecitos. Y también son prototipos nada más, pero muy interesantes.
Oye, recuerda, hablando otra vez de las 4K, que se criticaba mucho esta tecnología de la falta de contenido. Y hemos estado escuchando mucho, no solo de mayor contenido para estas televisiones, sino de plataformas muy interesantes, sistemas operativos, aplicaciones, formas de aprovechar más estos dispositivos inteligentes. ¿Qué has visto? ¿Qué te han platicado?
Pues una de las cosas que nos dejaron ver antes de venir aquí, de hecho, fue la nueva Roku TV que lanzó Hisense y TCL. Y es una alianza entre Roku y no sé si los que no saben qué es Roku, es un aparatito que te permite transmitir tu contenido en línea a tu televisor. Y estos aparatitos son impresionantes porque puedes ver todos tus videos de YouTube en tu pantalla sin tener que conectar un cable o pararte del sofá. Y ahora se han aliado con estas dos empresas de televisiones para crear un televisor con esta experiencia integrada. Así que ya no necesitas la cajita, ya tu televisor es, mucho más dinámico, puedes elegir contenido como lo harías en una computadora. Así que Yo creo que por ahí va el futuro.
Exactamente, el tema es conectividad, el tema es integración, tener más contenido disponible, tenerlo en los dispositivos que nosotros queramos, sincronizar todos estos dispositivos desde el refrigerador de la casa. Alguien ponía el ejemplo de que si mi refrigerador tiene una pantalla, ¿por qué no me va a contestar el teléfono el refrigerador? Bueno, no lo hemos visto todavía, ¿por qué no? Pero lo más importante que están tratando de hacer las grandes fabricantes como Sony, Samsung, LG, es que todos estos dispositivos se comuniquen mucho mejor entre sí, que sean realmente inteligentes, que aprendan nuestros hábitos y reaccionen a nuestros hábitos, y que haya plataformas no solo de contenido, sino de un sistema operativo que permita a todos ellos correr estas aplicaciones, correr este software y que mejore esta conectividad, la llamada Internet de las cosas, como le hemos llamado ya desde hace mucho tiempo, pero que hasta ahora empezamos a ver realmente cómo se ve en la realidad y cómo se va a ver en nuestros hogares. Aunque yo creo que quizá va a tardar unos años en que realmente lo empecemos a ver en nuestras casas, pero ya empezamos a ver, claro, algunos ejemplos y algunas muestras de cómo se puede ver esto en unos 5 añitos, ¿no?
Sí, la verdad que da un poco de miedo que nuestros electrodomésticos ya son más inteligentes que nosotros. LG, por ejemplo, acaba de lanzar, o bueno, también es un prototipo, pero este es el Home Chat de LG, que te puedes comunicar con tu refri a través de un mensaje de texto. Eso me parece impresionante. O sea, le puedes preguntar qué comidas tienes adentro, si estás en el súper y se te olvidó revisar. Impresionante, la verdad. O esta misma, la aspiradora que estábamos viendo, la puedes controlar con un mensaje de texto.
Así es. Esta aplicación entiende lo que se llama el lenguaje natural, o sea, podemos escribir de forma coloquial, de forma normal. La aplicación nos entiende, nos interpreta y le manda comandos o mensajes a nuestros dispositivos para que reaccionen. Lo que me gusta también de esto que anunció LG es su colaboración con la app de mensajería que se llama Line, que en Estados Unidos no es tan popular, pero que en Asia, esta es una empresa japonesa, en Asia es gigantesco, tienen como 300 millones de usuarios, y pronto veremos mucha gente en Estados Unidos y quizá en el resto del mundo utilizando esta aplicación.
Se parece mucho a WhatsApp, si no la han visto, o sea, es la misma interfaz, bueno, similar.
Así es, está disponible y seguramente la gente querrá ver cómo funciona esto en la práctica, que esa es la pregunta que nos hacemos siempre, ¿no? Suena muy bien en el papel, pero ¿qué tal se verá todo esto en la práctica?
Sí. Yo todavía estoy impresionada que me voy a poder comunicar con mi refri o con mi aire acondicionado, así que no sé, todavía no sé si ocuparía la mensajería, me quedo con mi WhatsApp, pero si me puedo comunicar con la refri, tal vez la descargo.
Tal vez. Oye, sí. Cuéntame, estuvimos dando muchas vueltas por todas partes y vimos cosas bien interesantes. ¿Qué es lo que más te ha llamado la atención? Algo que recuerdes en particular de los pequeños dispositivos que hemos estado viendo esta semana.
Bueno, antes de pasar a eso, solo, bueno, algo que también me había gustado de los televisores era esto de LG que se llama el Social View y que te permite conectarte con tus amigos o con tu familia a través de Skype en la misma pantalla que estás viendo, ponerle un partido o para las novelas o lo que sea. Entonces ya no tenés que ver televisión solo, puedes llamarle a Skype a tu familia, aunque para mí en mi caso en El Salvador, y puedo sentarme a ver televisión con ellos en la misma pantalla.
¿Es de Sony o de LG?
Esto era de Sony,
de
perdón.
De Sony, correcto. Cada una ha mostrado cosas diferentes. Samsung trajo su Smart Home, LG trae el Home Chat, y ahora Sony trae bien este Social View, y todas están probando con este tipo de software, aplicaciones, plataformas, para mejorar esta experiencia, ¿no? A ellos les encanta usar la palabra experiencia, pero todavía falta que realmente lo experimentemos y veamos con nuestros propios ojos si esto realmente funciona como promete, ¿no?
¿Y en qué experiencia quisiera ver el Mundial? Además de estar en Brasil, porque no tenés que trabajar en CNET.
Bueno, yo todavía espero que CBS y que CNET me manden a Brasil, pero si no me mandan a Brasil no me molestaría nada ver el Mundial en una televisión de 105 pulgadas de ultra alta definición. Dicen, prometen que van a transmitir el Mundial en ultra alta resolución. Yo quisiera ver eso y como dices tú, les vamos a ver a los poros a los jugadores, ¿no?
Que nos manden una de prueba aquí a CNET en español, si están viendo.
Así es. Cuéntame entonces, ¿qué pequeños dispositivos te has topado por ahí que te hayan gustado, que te hayan llamado la atención? Hemos visto muchísima informática de vestir, ¿verdad?
Muchísima, sí. Bueno, en cuanto a informática de vestir, no sé si vieron, hice una reseña de las pulseritas medidoras de actividad física y LG acaba de lanzar una y La diferencia es que ahí la ven, es que esta tiene una pantalla táctil, así que es casi un híbrido entre un reloj inteligente y una pulserita de las que habíamos visto antes. No me gusta el color, porque a mí yo soy mucho de diseño, pero la verdad que está impresionante que ya es pantalla táctil y puede hacer mucho más y te mide el ritmo cardíaco, algo que no hacían las demás.
Oye, pero ya hay mucha competencia en este espacio. Y como dices tú, ya empezamos a confundir lo que hacen los relojes inteligentes, que normalmente ofrecían más aplicaciones y más funcionalidades, con estas banditas o monitores de actividad física que normalmente ofrecían un par de cosas, pero que ahora pretenden también contestar el teléfono, mandarte alertas, hacer otras cosas. Entonces estamos viendo cómo se empiezan a combinar estos dos segmentos y el problema que tiene el consumidor es que hay demasiados. Pero tú has puesto a prueba muchas y espero que pronto pongas a prueba la de LG.
Claro, y pueden ver la reseña completa en CNET.com/ES, por supuesto.
Por supuesto. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más viste?
Bueno, vi una camarita Polaroid. No sé, yo acabo de hacer la reseña de la GoPro que me fascinó, pero vimos una camarita GoPro del tamaño de un cubito así de juguete.
De Polaroid.
De Polaroid. No, ya ni sé, he dicho demasiadas, pero sí de Polaroid, un cubito. Y no pretende ser una GoPro, pero es para los menos extremos, como para las familias que quieren grabar una aventura familiar o te vas de paseo a un lugar nuevo, te llevas este cubito y es una cámara de video. No es tanta, la resolución no es en ultra alta definición, pero es bastante buena, pero es un cubito divino, se ve, o sea, rojo, viene en diferentes colores y graba video y te la puedes montar como una GoPro.
Sí, es otro segmento que también hay mucha competencia, hemos visto algunos ejemplos de empresas más pequeñas que quieren competir con GoPro, sin duda GoPro es la líder de este nuevo segmento de cámaras de aventura, pero hay más opciones y Polaroid aprovechó y dijo, esta no es de aventura, no es para que la lleves al río o la lleves a escalar, sino que es para tus actividades familiares y divertirte más, pero tiene la misma idea, son pequeñas, buena definición y están divertidas.
Sí, están divertidas. ¿Y qué pensás de la empresa, de Polaroid, que quiere regresar al mercado y volverse lo que eran antes?
Bueno, me parece que están haciendo cosas muy bien. Hay otra cámara que fue un prototipo de otra empresa hace un par de años que es muy similar a lo que eran sus cámaras instantáneas, que también te imprime una foto de instantáneamente en el momento que la tomas, pero al mismo tiempo trae plataforma Android, o sea que la puedes combinar con aplicaciones y también puedes conectarla al Wi-Fi y enviar estas fotografías a plataformas sociales. Entonces está divertido ver cómo lo mejor del pasado, o estas cámaras retro, ahora aprovechan la tecnología y también entienden que queremos compartir nuestras fotografías y queremos hacerlo de forma rápida por Wi-Fi. Entonces Polaroid parece que le está pensando un poquito más, quiere sobrevivir y nos presentó algunas cositas, por lo menos, que se ven divertidas y lindas, sí. ¿Qué más? ¿Qué más encontraste?
¿Qué más viste tú? Contame tú.
Bueno, te cuento de Mother. Mother, como bien dice el nombre, es un artilugio que tú pones en tu casa y a través de otros sensores que son del tamaño de una moneda, que tú puedes colocar en donde tú quieras, ya sea en tu cuerpo o en cualquier rincón de tu hogar, te va a decir cosas como quién entró, a qué horas entró, quién salió. O sea, se comporta como una mamá normal. Yo creo que de ahí viene el nombre y me parece interesante porque también vimos que Sony lanzó sus cookies que quieren, Core, con el nombre relacionado a corazón. Sony lanzó estas también pequeñas monedas que también quieren que funcionen como sensores, que tú coloques donde tú quieras. Los de Mother, que sí se llaman cookies, hacen lo mismo y se supone que tú los puedes aplicar como tú prefieras y es interesante ver cómo esto de la informática ya también está dejando un poco nuestro cuerpo y nos está dando a nosotros la opción de medir lo que nosotros queramos utilizando estos pequeños sensores que están bajando de precio, por supuesto.
¿Y qué te dirían tus hijos si le tratas de poner uno de esos sensores en la mochila? No sé si les gustaría mucho.
No creo que les guste y yo creo que esperan que Mother no tenga tanto alcance como para que yo pueda seguirlos por todas partes. Pero es interesante porque no solo vimos Mother, sino que vimos otras innovaciones en este espacio de pequeños sensores que tú combinas como tú quieras y que los puedes usar como tú dispongas.
Está bueno para ponerle a la pareja para ver a dónde anda siempre.
Exactamente,
en las noches.
Así es, o una cadena, ¿no? También, ¿por qué no? ¿Qué más encontraste por ahí? Te cuento que yo ayer, usando mi aplicación de Fitbit, me di cuenta que he dado 15,000 pasos en un día, en una sola jornada. Y bueno, me siento muy orgulloso de mi condición física y al mismo tiempo de de ver que ni siquiera he cubierto la mitad de la feria, que todavía nos falta mucho que cubrir y que vamos a seguir en CNET en español, cubriendo esto momento a momento con el equipo que trajimos y vamos a estar muy pendientes de otras innovaciones.
Bueno, y ustedes que tú llevas tu lápiz y papel, nosotros llevamos equipo de cámara, las chicas de video estamos siempre cargando con todo el equipo, así
Un
que
esfuerzo heroico,
Sí.
sin duda. Pero tú hiciste una reseña bien interesante que fue lo primero que nos llamó la atención. Ya habíamos leído un poquito de esto, un cepillo de dientes inteligente. ¿Qué te pareció el cepillo de dientes inteligente?
Mira, me parece que ya un poco demasiado tener un cepillo de dientes inteligente, pero yo no sé si, la verdad que si no sabes muy bien lavarte los dientes y quieres a alguien que te diga cómo hacerlo, hacerlo mejor, yo qué sé, o para los niños, por ejemplo, si quieres ver cómo tus hijos están cepillando los dientes, perdón, ahí está la aplicación, puedes ver qué también te los cepillaste, en qué lado y cómo mejorar y aún le puedes enviar estos resultados a tu dentista para que te lo analice si te están saliendo muchas caries, por ejemplo, pero no sé, me parece un poco demasiado. ¿A ti qué te parece?
Yo estoy de acuerdo. Creo que cuando la informática de vestir se trata de meter en el tema de la salud, hay que tener cuidado con qué es exactamente lo que estamos midiendo y qué es lo que nos está diciendo sobre nuestros hábitos. Pero es una buena forma de esforzarse. El ejemplo que acabo de poner con los medidores de actividad física, mucha gente, en mi caso, estamos más conscientes del esfuerzo diario que hacemos, de qué tanto recorremos, y gracias a estas mediciones, bueno, podemos empujarnos un poquito más. Hicimos también una prueba de aplicaciones de calorías, que también tú me contabas que te ayudan a pensar un poquito mejor cómo te alimentas, y creo que para eso sirve la informática de vestir,
Claro.
por lo menos en el espacio de los medidores de actividad física.
Sí, no sustituye nada, pero sí como que es una buena herramienta por si quieres profundizar más en algo. Una que sí me pareció interesante, que yo no soy tenista, pero para los deportistas que sí lo hacen, la raqueta inteligente, que es un monitor o un sensor pequeñito que le metes a tu raqueta y te ayuda a mejorar el juego. Yo no soy tenista, pero si quisiera aprender y no quiero contratar un entrenador personal, que son carísimos, esto me ayudaría muchísimo para mejorar.
¿De quién era este medidor?
Esta era de Sony también.
De Sony. Yo vi otro de una empresa más pequeña y es curioso cómo todas estas innovaciones casi siempre vienen por lo menos en pares y es muy fácil ver las tendencias muy pronto
Claro.
porque surge una pequeña por acá, las grandes están haciendo algo similar y de repente cosas que hace 2 años eran relativamente nuevas, hoy estos medidores, esta informática de vestir se ha vuelto increíblemente común. Pero también vimos algunos transportes interesantes. Tú ayer te subiste a uno de 2 llantas, muy parecido al famoso Segway, un poquito más pequeño. Cuéntame.
El InMotion, bueno, la verdad que yo veía los Segways y me burlaba de la gente que se ponía en un Segway porque eran estas grandes máquinas, pero la verdad que este no estaba nada mal y ahora que nos hemos recorrido los pasillos de CES, la verdad que no me vendría nada mal uno de esos. Y el diseño me parece que está lindo y mucho más liviano. Lo único, ahí está, lo único que hay que tener cuidado de no atropellar a nadie.
No tenemos seguro para eso, ¿eh? Y tengo que ver si
Todavía.
tenemos presupuesto. ¿Cuánto cuesta un juguetito como este?
Uy, no me recuerdo muy bien, pero creo que como un poco más de $2,000. Así que, bueno, la mitad del precio de un Segway no me lo compraría porque no tengo $2,000, pero creo que ya vamos viendo que van rebajando de precio y pronto los vamos a poder comprar y todos andaremos
que hayan querido darle...
sobrepeso y nadie caminando.
Así es. Y bueno, el Segway nunca se volvió de consumo masivo. Quizá lo que necesitamos era algo más pequeño y quizá está renaciendo un intento de hace unos años de traer estos transportes de 2 llantas. Quién sabe, yo no estoy muy seguro y tampoco es que hayamos visto mucho de eso. Lo que sí vimos son muchos drones, los famosos drones que vuelan por todas partes. Hay juguetes y hay otros que se están tomando más en serio, que tienen aplicaciones más útiles. ¿Qué viste?
Bueno, este es el Phantom 2, ese es el Phantom 2 Vision, que es un dron que carga una camarita. Entonces es para los fotógrafos más que nada que quieren ver un plano diferente o quieren ver lo que ven los pájaros y las fotos se veían realmente impresionantes. Ese es el de juguete.
Este es el de juguete de Parrot, que es uno, claro, más sencillo, más simple y más económico. El primero que mencionabas tiene aplicaciones más comerciales. Uno es para cámara fija, el otro es para videocámara y ellos están hablando, me comentaban, que también quieren explorar esta idea de Amazon de entregar paquetes utilizando drones, que fue un anuncio que hizo Amazon en diciembre, que tuvo mucha repercusión, pero nos dejó a todos rascándonos un poco la cabeza, de ver qué tal realmente funcionaría esta idea de tener aparatitos con paquetes volando por todas partes, ¿no?
Bueno, y ya se meten en temas de privacidad porque no sabes, o sea, a dónde va a llegar el dron, si se mete a una casa equivocada o si lleva una camarita y se mete a tu jardín, ya van con otro tipo de problemas.
Así es, y no hay regulación todavía para los drones, entonces ahorita hay mucha emoción, estamos muy pendientes de lo que pueden hacer estos juguetitos, pero pronto habrá reglas más estrictas y dudo que los veamos rondando Las Vegas constantemente como quisiéramos ver aquí afuera del centro de convenciones. Está aquí el escenario de CNET y de CNET en español, en el mejor lugar del centro de convenciones para Las Vegas. Echamos la casa por la ventana, estamos felices de ser el primer programa que transmite CNET en vivo en español para nuestra audiencia en Estados Unidos y en América Latina, y espero también en España, si es que se quedaron despiertos para escucharnos. Nosotros estamos felices de estar aquí, ha sido sumamente divertido. ¿Y qué más vamos a hacer el resto de la semana?
Bueno, después nos vamos a pasar a autos, a lo divertido, así que otro seguro para los autos, porque no sé qué tal vamos a manejar.
Me decían que antes los autos no venían mucho a esta feria, pero también, volviendo a la idea la idea de interconectividad, como ya tienen tablero, ya tienen pantalla y ya tienen incluso la capacidad de tener aplicaciones, claro, quieren más colaboración, están considerando tener tabletas en los autos que se puedan desprender, como Audi, que presentó una recientemente, esta semana aquí en CES, y bueno, los autos que uno pensaría no son tecnología de consumo per se, pues ya están aquí también, están hablando de plataformas, están hablando de tabletas, están hablando de relojes inteligentes que se sincronice con tu automóvil, etcétera, y por eso tiene sentido que las automotrices estén aquí en CNET y tú vas a ir a visitar a los amigos de Audi, ¿verdad?
Sí, Audi y también BMW, que se está aliando con Samsung para controlarlo con el Gear, con el reloj inteligente de Samsung. Así que veremos qué tal.
¿Es W o W?
W en salvadoreño, W en mexicano, yo no estoy segura.
Muy bien, qué bueno que vas a ir. Espero que nuestros amigos estén muy pendientes de lo que te queda por hacer. Yo estimo que haremos mucho más cobertura de aquí a que termine la feria el viernes. Sin duda tendremos más novedades, sin duda tendremos más videos con Vanessa, que lo ha hecho extraordinariamente bien esta semana. Gracias a todo nuestro equipo, a Laura en Nueva York, a la gente de San Francisco, a Marta, a Erika, que traen las cámaras por todas partes, a Juan y a Tania en San Francisco, que lo han hecho extraordinariamente bien, y gracias a ustedes, amigos, por venir a escuchar el primer programa de CNET en español. Estamos felices de estar con ustedes y por favor síganos en cnet.com/ES y gracias por su presencia hoy aquí.
año las curvas están de moda y las empresas grandes de tecnología están lanzando productos con diseños realmente innovadores. Hola, ¿cómo están? Soy Vanessa Jandoregana para CNET en español desde el kiosco de Samsung en CES 2014 en Las Vegas para mostrarles este televisor de 105 pulgadas curvo en ultra alta definición. Hay dos cosas realmente impresionantes de este televisor que les quiero mencionar. La primera es que la imagen es en ultra alta definición, significa que la calidad es 4 veces mejor que un televisor normal en alta definición. Ya habíamos visto un televisor curvo de Samsung en CES 2013, pero esta es primera vez que incorporan la ultra alta definición con el diseño curvado.
I'm Bridget Carey with CNET here at CES 2014 with a whole new take on the keyboard. This is called the True Grip. And imagine a normal QWERTY keyboard setup, but you split it and then you flipped it. So the concept here is that you could be able to just type very easily using the way that your school teachers taught you how to type with your fingers on the home row keys. But your muscle memory, instead of being down here, it's kind of to the side. And it's a little odd for me because I don't remember how I typed in school. I have a new way now, so I have to reteach myself the right way to be able to use this. But when you hit a key, the lights on the other end will light up so you know what you hit. Who would use this? Why would you want to reteach yourself another keyboard? Well, they're kind of aiming towards the healthcare industry for this. Imagine a doctor walking around taking patient notes. They don't have to lose eye contact with you, and they can still take notes and not look away to a tablet, which is slower to type on, or turn away to their office PC. So this is Bluetooth enabled with all sorts of devices. Anything that can take a Bluetooth connection, whether it's a Windows phone or an Android tablet or an iPhone, it'll connect to this with suction and magnets. So there's nothing clipping on this. The tablet is not falling out. It's just a suction system on it. You can also use this as a Bluetooth keyboard for your home PC, maybe your smart TV, because you don't want to have different types of keyboards for all sorts of devices in the home. Now, aside from the medical field, maybe a journalist would want this, because it's a lot easier to take notes on the go with this than it is to write in my notebook and then go back to my computer and retype it out. And it's also faster than typing on my tablet. But they really see this as something for the medical industry, probably coming out at the end of the year, and they're selling it for $250. And if you think that, you know, it might be hard for you to get used to this, they say if you learn the right way in school, it might just take you an hour to type the same way that you do right now. For CNET, I'm Bridget Carey, here with your first look at the True Grip.
I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the new Lenovo Flex 14D. You can also get this in a larger 15-inch 15D. We've seen the Flex before. It's almost like a Yoga, but what it does is it lets you have a regular clamshell laptop. It's got this kind of rubber bumpery hinge on the back, and you fold it back, and it goes and goes, and then it stops just about here, so you can form what I kind of call the kiosk mode, which is great for like showing videos or presentations. You don't have the keyboard and touchpad in front of you distracting you, and you can still interact thanks to the touchscreen. The difference between this new version and the original Flex is that this guy now has an AMD processor, and that actually lets you get down to $499, and you can add higher-end options like a 1 terabyte hard drive, like a backlit keyboard, some discrete AMD graphics. But if you want something that's flexible enough to let you have these different kind of modes for displaying it and not spend as much as you would on a Yoga, now you can spend even less thanks to the AMD version, which is the Flex 14D. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Jason Jenkins with CNET, and I'm here with a Colibri, which is a toothbrush invented for the people in my country with bad teeth. This is a toothbrush that knows how long you brush for and how well you brush. It syncs to this app on this phone, and as you go like this, it kind of registers all your brush strokes, and you get a little graph on the phone that tells you how well you've done. Now what you can do on the app is you can add all the different members of your family on there, and what you get is a little graph that shows how well you've done compared to all the other members of your family. So you can have like the kids, and you can see that maybe they had an off day on the 3rd of November, they didn't do it for long enough, but they didn't do it well enough. Now this is from a new French company. This is going to ship in the 3rd quarter of this year. It's going to start at $99. It looks like a bit of fun. Let's see how well it does when it comes out. I'm Jason Jenkins for CNET. Everyone wants to own a drone, but they're just too big. Enter Parrot's mini drone. So the mini drone is a lot like the drones that Parrot already makes. You pilot it using your smartphone, and there are these 4 rotors on the top that keep it in the air. However, this one is much smaller. It also has these 2 wheels on the side. Now they're particularly cool because as well as protecting you when it's flying around, they also allow it to walk while it's on the floor or while it's on the ceiling. It charges up by micro USB. Parrot tells me that you'll get about 10 minutes of flight, so that's not very long, but probably long enough to satisfy all your drone needs and scare all of your pets. It's coming out later this year. There's no word on pricing yet, though. I'm very excited, though. I love the idea of a really compact drone, especially one that can walk on the ceiling. I'm Luke Westray for CNET at CES 2014. Check out ces.cnet.com for more.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the sequel to one of my favorite systems from last year. That is the Lenovo Horizon. This is the Horizon 2. It is part of what I think is a very exciting new category that we generally call tabletop PCs. So it's a big 27-inch, almost a mega tablet. I've got it on this optional rolling cart right here, and you could take it and tip it down like this, and then that launches this custom interface that Lenovo has that lets you manipulate things with your hand. You can do a lot of like kind of circular movements like this. I have some apps here. I can go into my photos and flip them around, and I can pull them out and do things with them, and then I can send them away when I'm done. And of course you have games. Very important for any kind of tabletop PC is to have games. And then when you have games, the first thing you ever want to do is play like air hockey. Everybody does that. So you can flip it up like this, and they actually give you a couple of paddles, and you can air hockey your way around, and we've had fun with pretty much every tabletop PC we've ever tested by doing exactly that. This new version, besides being a little bit thinner and lighter, has a higher resolution screen. It's a 2560 by 1440, which is better than the 1080p in last year's, and definitely more appropriate for a big 27-inch monitor like this. So you don't need the rolling cart like this. It's got a kickstand. You can stand it up on your table, or just lie it down flat on your coffee table, on your ottoman, anything like that. Starts at $14.99 and should be out later this year. At CES 2014, I'm Dan Ackerman with the Lenovo Horizon 2.
Hey guys, Brian Tong here, right outside the CNET stage here at CES 2014. Now, over on our stage, I mean, you're going to see tons of coverage all day long from the 7th through the 10th. I mean, today is really the setup day with all the press conferences, so we'll have Brian Cooley, Donald Bell, Bridget Carey, a bunch of our talent up there kind of breaking down what you'll hear from people like Samsung, Sharp, Sony, LG, and more. And, you know, this is really the home of CNET, so if you guys are out here, make sure you come and check it out. Tons of programming out here, and just like a good place to hang out. You know, maybe you can use our Wi-Fi. I might hook you up with the password. Just, you know, tweet me on that, okay? So let's just hang out over here. This is really the first day. CES is just getting ramped up. A lot of the booths, clearly they're not going to be completed yet, but we wanted to give you a peek inside the South Hall to kind of show you what's happening and what it looks like if you haven't done this before. And this is the main entrance of the South Hall. We're upstairs right now. And if you kind of take a look, everyone is still, they're not even close to being complete. You have a lot of cars, a lot of trucks, people kind of just navigating through here and also assembling their different displays. But we're going to kind of walk over here to show you a few of the things that you can find here in the South Hall. The South Hall is really the collection of, you know, a lot of, you know, mid-size to smaller vendors that are really showing off their stuff. But for example, so we're here at NVIDIA's booth, and last night they announced a variety of different things. One of them being really their new mobile processor, the Tegra K1 chip, and it has the graphic processing power more than, you know, what we've seen in the PS3 and the Xbox 360, and this is really taking those chips, putting them in your mobile phones or mobile tablets, and really getting more out of them. It's the stuff that we don't see every day, but that's NVIDIA, the company behind all this, to really make stuff look great. Now, in their booth also, we have cars. They're going to show off kind of NVIDIA's graphics and a car interface setup. We have a BMW i3 out here right now. And then another thing that was like the rock star last year was the NVIDIA Shield. It was their handheld gaming device that they're going to be showing off here more. It hasn't really picked up from a consumer standpoint, but it was one of those kind of unique things that you see at CES and you don't know if it's going to take off or not, but they're going to be showing that over there. So let's just kind of keep on walking through the show floor to kind of give you an idea, right? There's a lot of setup over here. These guys are unloading these chairs. We're gonna squeeze through this little area right here because we like to shimmy on through with lights. It's narrow. Everyone is setting up here, and I just kicked a box. All right, so we're coming through NVIDIA's booth. As we keep on going down through the South Hall, we're going to see a lot more. Last night also, drones. Drones are going to be a big thing. Everyone's talking about, Amazon's delivery drones. Google's working on drones of their own. We've always had Parrot here, and these are their AR drones. Right now, what you're looking at, this is one of their new drones called the Sumo. It kind of has two wheels, and it's a jumping drone, as well as their Parrot mini drones. If you kind of see that guy setting things up right now, those are versions of their larger drones, kind of scaled down to really small miniature size. The control on them, they've really kind of started to fine-tune this year after year, how you can have them fly over people's heads and do all these different things. So, this is going to be one of the cool demos you see. They have kind of a coordinated show going on at CES. So if you're at the South Hall, you want to check that out. All right, so over here, really, again, everything is still being set up here. We're still one day away from the launch day. Today's really press conference day. But there you have it, just kind of a look at the South Hall. Everything's getting set up. Again, keep on staying locked on at CNET.com to find out more of everything going on at CES 2014.
Hi, I'm Scott Stein at CES 2014, and wearable tech and fitness tech are all over the place. I'm here with the LG LifeBand Touch, LG's entry into fitness wearables. And here it is on my wrist. Now, what does it do? Well, it has a touch OLED display up here. It snaps on your wrist very easily, just pops on and off, and it connects with iOS and Android to check your steps, to also encourage you to exercise more, but it also has two-way communication, so you can silence phone calls, you can control your music, and you can connect with heart rate monitors, which brings up the other product, LG's heart rate earphones. These have heart rate monitors inside them. Why earphones with a heart rate monitor? Well, it kind of makes sense because inside here is a sensor that's always making contact with your ear. So if you're wearing these, it will communicate that heart rate to the LifeBand Touch. Two-way communication is interesting because there aren't a lot of wearable tech devices that do that. And the LG LifeBand Touch will receive call notifications and text messages, but it will also allow you to communicate back with your phone to do things like silencing phone calls and control your music and volume. So if you're sitting somewhere and the phone rings, you could put your hand over the LifeBand Touch in order to silence it. It also has gesture control, so you can raise your hand right up and check how you're doing. LG has its own fitness app that works on iOS and Android, but also it will pair with other services like MyFitnessPal and Runkeeper and others in the future to track and deal with that data. The LifeBand Touch also has a little glowing light that goes from red to green to tell you how you're doing throughout the day in your daily progress. The LG LifeBand Touch is part of a growing area, wearable tech and fitness, and the heart rate monitor headphones that are also coming out at an interesting dimension. I'm Scott Stein, here with LG's wearable tech products at CES 2014.
From CNET here at CES 2014 in Las Vegas. I'm at Lenovo's booth and they have announced 4 new phones, so I'm going to take you on a very quick tour. We're starting off with the Lenovo Vibe Z. This is their highest end smartphone. It's their first with LTE ever. There is a 5-inch 1080p HD display, Qualcomm Snapdragon processor, that's quad core there, 13 megapixel camera on the back. This is a black phone, pretty basic. It's got this backing that is polycarbonate. It's been laser etched. It feels very silky smooth. This could be good because it's sort of matte. You're not going to pick up a lot of fingerprints, but it might be a little bit slippery. Have to wait and see because I've only just now picked up the phone. The phone is running Android 4.3 Jelly Bean. It will be upgradable eventually to Android 4.4. Moving along, we've got the Lenovo S930. This is their phablet variety phone. It is 6 inches. There is a 720p HD display, which is a little surprising because it's not going to be quite as crisp and clear as other phones, especially not the high-end device. There are 2 front speakers with Dolby audio, 8 megapixel rear camera, 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera. It too has a quad-core processor, 1.3 gigahertz. This time it's MediaTek that makes it, not Qualcomm. On here you also have Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. The Lenovo S650 rounds out the S series. It's got the same quad-core MediaTek processor in here. It's a smaller device, 4.7 inches, and it has the step-down display, a QHD resolution at 960 by 540. It's got the same kind of rear cover, which is pretty neat. 8 megapixel camera, 0.3 megapixel front-facing camera, and Android 4.2 Jelly Bean. Finally, we've got the Lenovo A859. This one has a 5-inch HD display, again 720p, not the 1080p here. You do have the 8 megapixel rear camera, the 1.6 megapixel front-facing camera, and the same 1.3 gigahertz quad-core MediaTek processor that we've seen on 3 of the other phones. This is a dual SIM card device, and it's running Android 4.22 Jelly Bean. These Lenovo phones are going to be going on sale worldwide in January and February respectively, and the prices will range from $220 at the low end to about $550 on the high end. So if you're interested, keep an eye out for them. I'm Jessica Delcourt for CNET. You can catch all of our great CES news at ces.cnet.com.
I'm Dan Ackerman here at CES 2014 with the latest version of Lenovo's gaming laptop. This is the Y50. It's 15 inches, also the 14-inch Y40. Now, you may not think of Lenovo and gaming laptops in the same breath, but I've always liked this Y series. I've had a couple of cool ones over the years. They really stand out. They've got slim designs. They've got this cool red backlit keyboard, which I like a lot. This new version is actually a little bit thinner and lighter than previous ones because they took out the optical drive, which frankly you don't really need, especially for PC gaming anymore now that you download everything. And of course, you can get high-end Intel CPUs and either NVIDIA or AMD graphics. One of the cool, expensive optional features here is a real 4K display. It's 3840 by 2160. It's a touchscreen, which is hard to find in a gaming laptop. And of course, I got some 4K video playing right here. Now, the 14 and 15-inch versions, you know, they start at about $500, but once you add all this other stuff, they're going to get very expensive, $1,000, $1,500, maybe more. I'm Dan Ackerman at CES 2014 with the Lenovo Y50.
Hello everybody, it's Lynn Law from CNET, and I'm here in Las Vegas at CES 2014 with the Airwave Mini and Box from Koba Electronics. Now the Mini is a mono speaker and it connects to your mobile device or your smartphone via a Bluetooth connection. It's built extra rugged and water resistant, so if you get a little bit of water on it or if you splash a little bit of water on it, it's okay. Now the box goes one further. In addition to being water resistant, it's also fully immersible in up to 1 meter of water for 30 minutes. It also can float, so if you're listening to music and you happen to be kayaking on the river, you won't lose it on the bottom of the river. It also uses Bluetooth to connect to your mobile device, and it has a soft touch rubber exterior to make it a little bit extra tough, like the Mini. Right now it's going to launch in black, white, and orange, but several colors are going to come afterwards. If you're interested, the Airwave Mini is going to be available in February for $39.95, and the box will be available for $79.95 in March. Again, I'm Lynn, and you've been checking out the Airwave Mini and box.
in terms of order, do you want to start talking about Oculus Rift right away? Ed, hey. Yeah, hey, what's up, Ronnie? Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, thank you.
Hi, we're here at CES 2014. I'm Scott Stein.
And I'm Bridget Carey.
And this is part one of a three-part wearable tech show we're doing. We're looking at headgear. Now, there are so many wearable tech products at this show, it's kind of nuts. There's too much to track. There are startup ones, so to speak. There are startup ones. There are all sorts of different parts of the body, so we're breaking it down, and we're starting with the eyes. Google Glass, obviously. You may have heard about that.
Hi, I'm the resident glass hole.
Yes. So, obviously apps are being developed for that, but there's more stuff going on as well. And one of the others is Oculus Rift. You've heard about that's really something you use in living room entertainment with dreams of going mobile. But there are other things that are looking to get that home entertainment experience. One of them is the Avegant Glyph. And this is a different type of projection technology. Some companies are looking at developing new types of projection technology.
I'm going to try it on right now.
Yeah, and this is a virtual retinal display. This is using Texas Instruments DLP technology to put a 720p display on your retina. It's projecting. And it can project 3D images. It can also project 2D. It can connect via HDMI. So you're looking at entertainment with this. It's designed in a high-end style headphone rig. So you use it as headphones, you wear it on your head like this, and then you flip down the visor, which has got the eyepieces. Oh yeah, here we go. So you can talk about your experience.
So
can you see it?
Yeah, so I'm watching a movie actually, and it's very easy to see. I mean, it's not uncomfortable at all. It's very clear.
What does it look like?
I'm not going cross-eyed. I feel a little bit like Geordie LaForge.
Yeah. It's like a scanner. Now, the idea here is that you're not going to be obviously scanning the environment around you, but there is a peripheral vision element so that you don't, walk into something, hopefully. But you're not going to walk while wearing these. But
no,
if
you
wear
can't.
them on a
I had
train,
to take them off. I was like, I can't see you,
Yeah, so that's the idea here. And there is the potential to do more virtual reality type stuff with head tracking capabilities. This is launching on Kickstarter for $4.99, and this technology we looked at CNET, and it was before it actually had a design, and now it has this design, which I think is pretty awesome. That was built into headphones, and it's got a control on the side here. There are actually buttons and a little spin flywheel. Yeah, that takes care of all of your media controls, and it's hooked up to an iPhone right now, playing a movie. You can actually play real racing on it. You should.
Oh.
Do you want to put it on?
Yeah, I want to play a game. Are you kidding me?
Here.
All right, so I was just watching Pitch Perfect.
Here, put them on.
Okay.
There's actually a text coming in too, and it will mirror. It's a mirrored connection, so you could actually navigate your phone and open up any app. It's treated like a display, so you're really looking at display technology here.
Right now, I'm just seeing the iPhone screen. Oh,
so
and now the game loaded up. Swipe to get started.
Let's see. And why don't we just play this part? Oh, you go ahead. Good idea. Here, I'm just going to grab this. And go ahead. Can you see it? Can you see it operate?
Yeah, I mean, I'm really just seeing the screen in front of me. This is kind of interesting. All right. It's loading up right now. This is like having a massive game system in front of you. It's kind of cool.
I mean, when I use them, they actually can adjust with diopters to different prescriptions. I'm a really intense prescription of -9, and this, I was still able to make out that it was very vivid. I felt like there was a more vivid look to the display. You don't really see the pixels quite as much, but it amounts to a 720p resolution.
Oh, this is pretty cool. I feel like I'm in one of those arcades where you're just totally immersive into it.
It's like a little movie theater in your head. It's like a little projected screen.
I'm someone who gets prone to being dizzy when I'm in something like this, and absolutely not.
Do you feel any dizziness?
Right now. No, not at all. Although I kind of stink at this game. But I'm getting better.
You're doing okay. Yes, you can look down. Looking up is harder, but you can look down into the sides when you're wearing it.
Yeah. No, very cool.
So that's a look at the Avegant Glyph.
Now, I can see myself being on the subway, totally ignoring everyone with this.
Right. I think it's interesting, not just for the tech, but again, what do you do with these displays? How do you wear them? Google Glass, is small, but it looks like something that's hanging in front of your face. Yeah. This is trying to look like something else, so it's an interesting idea. Now, going into, there are augmented reality technologies. There are a lot of them here at the show. Some of them are in startup booths. Some of them are behind closed doors. Epson already had a pair of augmented reality smart glasses before, the Moverio BT 100s. This is the Moverio BT 200, and the idea here is that this will be for consumers and for other people, for more, maybe for business use. And these are going to be available for $699. Now, the design is kind of funky, but the display is actually projected right in the middle of the lens. These are, I think, it's 60% thinner than before.
So
they designed them.
unlike glass, we just kind of have to look up and to the side to see. It's right in the middle of your field of vision.
This is right in the middle, and it's a middle ground because instead of something floating in the corner of your eye, you're going to see. You should try these.
Yeah.
And we have someone here from Epson as well. Maybe do you want to set up to use it? Thank you.
While we get set up, I am just seeing the phone screen floating right in front of me, like in this little chunk.
Yeah.
I can squeeze it.
So the display hangs right in front, and again can project 3D as well as 2D.
Oh, and if you look at this control, this is not a smartphone at all. This is a touchpad, and as I move my thumb, I can see my cursor go.
It's an Android console, so this can run apps. This actually has, and it's Android for it. It has, full touch controls and a little micro SD card slot.
And
it can connect via Wi-Fi, connects via Bluetooth, and you control it with that.
What should I try?
And we've also got sensors built into the glasses so that it detects motion as well as a front-facing camera. So it's really an ideal augmented reality platform. Yeah. So I'm going to hit the home screen, and what you're going to see is a series of apps.
I do. It looks like an Android home screen to me right now.
You're here on the side. Flip it over.
Floating in
floating
in front of your view. And let me grab the glasses off you real quick so I can load up some content for you.
And so I tried using this, and you could stream something like 3D YouTube videos. I mean, you could stream 3D content from the internet. And then for everything else, it kind of goes back to that entertainment mode where you could play and use any content on it and be able to see it floating in front of you. But then there's the second element of augmented reality applications where there are some ideas and games that you can move your head around and shoot things out of the sky that are floating around you or pick out points of interest. So it's another alternative. It's a floating in front of your face alternative to glass.
Yeah, so the game I'm going to load up for you is called Cyclops. It was actually developed by a well-known glass developer, Sean McCracken, and it is kind of a light virtual reality game. It is done in real dark colors, so you can actually see through it, and you'll sweep your head around, and you're going to be immersed in this virtual city. And if you look up, you're actually going to see spaceships kind of shooting down at you, and what you want to do is focus your target on them, and you can shoot them out of the sky. So let me...
Now, apologies. We were originally going to bridge this to show what it was going to look like via Wi-Fi Direct on a screen, which it's capable of doing, but we're having some shoddy connections here. So you're going to have to watch somebody using it, which is
I will try to make very interesting facial expressions to express how great this is.
I've already tried this, and so give it a whirl.
Oh, so what am I looking for here? Oh.
So you're looking for alien spaceships
floating
floating up in the sky.
Oh, I see them. It's right over our boss's head, Lindsay. Sorry, Lindsay, I'm shooting you right now. Yeah, so they're kind of like floating among the crowd right now. It's kind of interesting, I mean, I look like a little bit of a geek. I mean, you can't really see my eyes if you're trying to make a conversation with me.
I see them. It's like you've got crazy bifocals on or some sort of futuristic multi-lens. I think it's cool that they are right in the middle of the lens and that you don't have anything, quite on the outside. It projects through a little bit.
And Epson's vision for these glasses is really not to have an always-on type of use case. It's really for specific purposes. So when you want to have some big screen entertainment content on the go, or even some of the stuff you touched on earlier, Scott, was enterprise use cases. Mm-hmm. So we were working with a number of Fortune 100 companies with a partner of ours, Apex Labs, to help out what they call the deskless worker, really making workers more efficient in their jobs.
Well, thank you. So,
Very cool.
that's a look at the Epson Moverio BT200 smart glasses, which are here at CES, and one of a lot of different types of display tech. We didn't even get into Oculus Rift, but they are showing stuff behind the scenes with new positioning technology, and they've improved the blur, and that's pretty impressive too. But there are more, and that's a brief look at some of the tech in wearable glasses.
Now that is actually
CES 2014.
I was going to say, that was pretty cool, because I could pretend I'm working and also play games.
Yeah, exactly. So that's a bit of the spectrum. I'm Scott Stein.
I'm Bridget Carey.
And that's Glasses Wearable Tech at CES 2014 here in Las Vegas.
We'll be right back with more wearable tech next.
go. No, we're starting at 4. We were looking for you. Can we do it now? Or do you, oh, just now we were looking for you. We called out for you just now. Oh my God.
Get Engadget for number.
Hi. Hi, welcome to the Smartwatch show at CES 2014, and we're taking a look at some of the watches at this show that have been the most interesting. I'm Scott Stein.
I'm Bridget Carey.
And we have here Miriam Jouar with Pebble, who is showing off one of the most talked about smartwatches at the show, the Pebble Steel. Now, there are a lot of watches at the show. There are watches that we've heard about. There are watches with new software updates. There are watches that are new startup prototypes. Now, the Pebble Steel is a redesign on the Pebble that came out last year. But there's also, along with that, not just a sexy new look, but there's also an app store that's finally coming out.
Yep.
And this is going to be available by the end of the month.
That's correct.
So we're going to take a look at it. You've heard about it, so we're going to just look at it up close and look at some of its features.
Well, thanks for having me, Scott. Yeah. This is Pebble Steel. It comes in basically two stainless steel cases. One in this black matte, which is finished in a very durable PVD finish. It's a high-end scratch-resistant finish used in medical and aerospace. And then there's a silver one that comes normally with a silver band that's brushed stainless, and both are available with a leather band in the box as well. So I mounted the leather band on this one to be a little more formal and classy looking.
Well, this is a smartwatch that actually looks like a watch. I mean,
Right.
that was a big criticism, I imagine. That people, wanted to definitely
Right.
kind of not look too dorky.
So as much as Pebble was kind of like a colorful, playful, kind of sporty watch, we wanted to really crank it up a notch. Like crank it up to 11 is really the design idea behind it, and we. This is absolutely the level of refinement you'd expect from a watch. This is jewelry level of fit and finish and materials. It's a CNC machine, stainless steel. It's top-notch, Gorilla Glass, etc.
Well, in the look of it, I mean, the screen is actually the same size physically before, but it feels more compact, and it also has this design that feels kind of like a classic throwback while still looking futuristic. And it, because of the glass, the original Pebble was a little bit curved, and so it threw off a little bit more glare. Sometimes the analog, to me, when I was using it, felt like more of a regular watch display.
Indeed, yeah. We went for that. The description you did about this kind of like modern yet kind of classic look is exactly what we were aiming for with this design. And it's essentially the guts from the original Pebble in a smaller, thinner, but slightly heavier and more substantial casing. But we've iterated on everything. The hardware that's in there is like 3 generations of us iterating on the hardware with the same e-paper display, the same 1-week battery life, the same 5-atmosphere waterproofness, a same magnetic type connector. It's actually a slightly different connector than the last one. It's smaller and sticks better. We also have a notification LED that's been added at the bottom here that can be programmed by developers once we give them access to that. So that's actually a new feature technically. But essentially, yes, it's the same as last year's model.
Yeah, it's interesting to play with it. Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, can you tell me also about the App Store? Because I found it interesting when I was reading about it that essentially if I want to just check a football score with the ESPN, I could just kind of glance at my wrist instead of pulling out my whole smartphone.
Yeah,
so that's interesting.
A lot of people are admiring our hardware, the hardware we made, and we're very excited about that. But for us, actually, it's all about the ecosystem and creating an open platform. And until now, if you wanted to get apps for Pebble, you pretty much had to go hunting around. There were some ad hoc sites that came up and gathered our content. But starting at the end of the month, we'll have our own app store where we're consolidating all our content. And that means it's a lot easier. The discovery and the searching and the categorizing is going to be a lot easier for consumers. And we're on sale at Best Buy, AT&T, Amazon. Originally, we came from the Kickstarter culture, from the hacker and nerd culture, and we're not going to give that up because we love that, because it gives us all these incredibly cool apps, right? The people are wanting to develop for us. It's free to become a developer. Anybody can do it. But on the other hand, when you buy this off the shelf, when your mom, your uncle, your grandma wants it, they need to find these apps that are compelling in a central location in an easy way. So we're doing that, and Pebble pairs with your phone and shows notifications, and there's a Pebble app on your phone, and that's where the App Store resides.
What's one of your favorite apps so far?
I've got a bunch. There's one on my iPhone. It's actually called Pebble Cam, which I really, really love. If I pull out my iPhone, it basically lets you remote control your iPhone. So if I start up my iPhone real quick here, it's dead.
It's
not dead.
Well, the App Store people have been waiting for too. I think there's all these promises of interesting new functions.
Yeah,
on the Pebble, and so that's something that original Pebble owners are going to be able to get access to
you
as
see,
well.
this is a viewfinder onto my camera.
Oh wow!
So I can now put this down like this, right? Get a little portrait of us going. Let's see. Gather around, look down a little bit. And we'll see.
I have to get really low on this one.
Yeah,
get real.
It's
get
really,
real cozy
really
with you
close.
guys.
I think of my nose.
Get it.
Nose and chin.
And I can turn on and off the flash
We need
too.
a fisheye lens.
Let's see. I mean, obviously having a stand
it's
would help.
interesting that it talks to the camera and can work.
Yeah,
like that.
and so this is an example of as you can see, there's only a bit of us, but there we are.
My lips, lip portrait.
Mostly because we were like this. But if I could prompt it up a little bit, it'd be nicer. I've managed to get some pretty good pictures of some people you know here.
Yeah. All the people,
you know, in
who
the
have
same
taken
with the
pictures
same
themselves.
app.
Yeah.
And so it's you know, you don't need this, but for selfies and group pictures, this comes in real handy.
When you also are working with Mercedes in terms of working on that car app that it deals with contextual awareness as well as getting diagnostic information on your cars.
I can actually quickly show you that. Right now, since I'm not in my car, actually, they lent me a Mercedes with which I drove from San Francisco to here. You can actually see where it is right here. You can see things like how much fuel is left in my car, the mileage on the car, the tire pressure, and this is all information it gathered when it last connected to the car. And then like my maintenance minder stuff, and this is where my car is at the Treasure Island parking lot right now.
I mean, that's the sort of stuff you hear about connected things and internet-connected things, or the idea of the devices talking. That's the sort of stuff that'll be exciting to see. Besides the design, the App Store, we're going to look at some other stuff, but thank you so much for showing us.
Well, thank you. Yeah, and
so
the last thing I wanted to close with is that we're one of the big things about the App Store is we announce partners, and you talked to two of them, Mercedes here, but there's Foursquare, Yelp, Pandora. We have a Pandora remote, which is really awesome. ESPN is another one of our partners. GoPro, iControl. So we're going to introduce more and more partners as we go. That's one of the things. You want to make it, anything that's really compelling can be done really easily on your wrist. As like a microtransaction, we want to do.
Well, this is coming out really, really soon, so that's a look at the Pebble Steel, and it's one of the most talked about ones. Thank you, Miriam.
Thank you. You can order this starting now, and it'll be shipping on January 28th.
Great, thank you. And that's not it. We also we have other watches. One is on my wrist right now, and it does something that not a lot of watches do, and it's actually the Hot Watch, which is something that we had heard about in the summer and is going to be available very soon. It starts as low as $179, and the idea with Hot Watch is not only that it has the ability to run a variety of functions and watch phases and be able to do fitness tracking and work with iOS and Android, but it actually has the ability to use a sort of parabolic sound effect to make phone calls using your hand. So right now, it's got a speakerphone in it. I'm going to call Sherry Kamid with Hot Watches right over there, and we'll try this out. Oh yeah. So now I'm actually going to, I'm going to hold this up. Literally like an earphone, and try this out.
Like you're saying, I can't hear you.
It has a mic. It has a little speaker right here that throws the sound. Oh, and I actually have to. So is it dialing? Yeah.
All right, we're gonna get a little tech help here.
We're trying to dial.
You just connect it to the phone first.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that.
That's what you get for live, baby.
Live experimentation. Well, the idea is that it will call once it's paired and be able to throw. That's a feature that you don't see a lot. And when I used it, when you were demonstrating, it was actually, it was pretty neat to try out.
Okay, so now you're connected to the phone. Now
Okay,
you have to make the call.
Now I make the call.
Yeah.
Now you make
well,
we will try making the call now. It has a touch display, which is something that not all smartwatches have. But this, it has little
it says dialing right
finger
now.
gesture controls that you do.
From my point of view, now, if you were walking around New York like that, I don't know.
I can hear it in my ear right now.
You can hear it ringing?
Yes.
How loud is it?
It's pretty good.
Is it loud enough to battle the crowds at CES?
Hey, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Pretty good. I see you right over there. What's your favorite thing to eat for breakfast? What's your favorite thing to eat for breakfast? Eggs? Okay, cool. Well, there we go. I did hear you. Talk to you later.
The most interesting breakfast conversation here at CES 2014.
Weird wearable tech in watches, and that's a look at the Hot Watch and the Pebble Watch. Thank you to Hot Watch. Thank you to Pebble.
Thank you.
And,
thank you for being
here. There's a lot more going on at the show. And we're going to be back in a little bit. I'm Scott Stein.
I'm Bridget Carey, and we have even more wearable tech coming up next.
check out.
Hi, we're at CES 14, and we're back with a look at fitness tech and fitness bands and how they've evolved at this show. Now, we have a lot of changes that are going on. I've got on my wrist right now, I've got the Nike Fuel Band SE.
Scott, you're always like a walking cyborg with how much stuff you got on.
Bridget Carey is here with me, and we're taking a look at this. The Nike Fuel Band SE, I've always got a couple of these. The Fitbit Force. You've seen a lot of these. They've got pedometers. Now they're increasingly adding heart rate monitors to a few of them. They track what you're doing. They track your lifestyle. What else can they do? Well, a lot of these are starting to incorporate some other new technologies to add into the mix. Maybe it's notifications like a Pebble or a smartwatch. Maybe it's something a little bigger like life logging. Maybe it's some other new way to show the experience. So we've got a few new products here.
Some have screens, some don't have screens. It's
right.
very interesting.
Yeah, it's whatever you want. Maybe you clip it off and wear it in your shoe. Maybe you wear it on your arm. Maybe you clip it on your chest. Everybody's exploring this, and there are so many at this show. You've heard people putting there's fitness bands everywhere. There's putting fitness tracking in every single item
and
at the show.
Everyone wants to have something that kind of tracks your health. I think people are getting more comfortable with the concept of wearing something that involves tech. So now you're seeing LG, Sony, and others. Here's one that Sony announced the other day.
Yeah, now this is a concept for the future. It's not a specific product per se. It's called Core. And Core, we've seen a lot of products that pop out and attach. The idea is Core is this little...
Yeah, this is really just a rubber bracelet holding the core. The core is the white part there.
That's Core. And this is a smart band that goes around it. And the idea with Core is that, yes, it's tracking your movement, it's tracking potentially your sleep, but it's also tracking your lifestyle. So this is going into life logging. Sony has this pretty elaborate app that they were demonstrating that looks at maybe how many photos you take, or whether you're playing video games or movies. So it's like sort of a full body lifestyle picture. Obviously those are not all fitness, but the idea of you get a picture of how much you're doing, keeping everything in balance, maybe having fun, maybe doing fitness. I wonder if this is going to pair to PlayStation at some point and have some sort of experience like that.
Oh, that would be kind of cool. Oh yeah. I mean, gamification kind of lends itself to fitness, right?
What do you think? I mean, we also see how they feel. I don't know if you've seen these or not, Bridget, but tell me what you think, in terms of like fit and feel.
It does remind me of Fitbit because of the rubber nature of the bracelet and the fact that there's no screen on it. But I was checking if it fits my thin wrists, as gotta care about that, and it does,
It's a nice design.
It's very light.
Yeah.
I would probably get one though in pink or something because I like a little bit of flair.
I like that little silver. I like that little metal.
I do. And it was easy to clip. Sometimes with some of them, you have a hard time, getting them open and closed. But it looks like it'll take a beating too.
This was a surprise. I mean, everything's a surprise at CES, but I mean, this is particularly, that Sony announcement was a surprise. There's also the smartwatch too that Sony has. So there's a full-fledged smartwatch that Sony's making. So there's another item in the ecosystem exploring something a little different.
This one.
Yeah.
It's got a little more tech in it.
Now this is the LG LifeBand Touch. Yeah. So the LG LifeBand Touch actually feels much more akin to something like the Nike Fuel Band.
Yeah, because it's hard on it.
It's hard.
It's not as flexible as like Sony.
And this does have a display. It's an OLED display, and it's swipeable. Swipeable. Oh, there we go. You go to various functions. It can swap. It can actually track. Calories, pedometer.
It's like has little icons and numbers next to it, so you can scroll through like different facts, like walking steps or how much calories you burned.
And this actually just slides on your wrist as semi-flexible here. Yeah, go ahead, pop it on. Now,
could just slide on really easy.
The idea with this is that is actually, again, it's semi-smart. So
now, is there more than one size? Because it's a little
yes, there are multiple sizes because you can't resize that. But it will actually pair with your phone, and you'll be able to receive notifications. You'll also be able to do two-way communication, which is something that we haven't really seen in bands. You could actually, there's a social gesture with this. They say if you're getting a phone call and you don't want the ring to go off, you just put your hand
like that
over the LifeBand Touch, and it actually
like, I want to ignore your call.
Exactly. So it communicates back. There are a few bits of two-way. We were to first take on this and did video at CNET too. So some two-way, Android and iOS. The idea is as a standalone, and that's not it. It also pairs with heart rate monitors. Now LG's just gone ahead and made their own heart rate monitor that fits in a pair of earphones. These are heart rate monitor earphones.
And where is it sensing your pulse on the headphone? Like how is it?
It's very subtle. It sounds like a totally wacko idea at first.
Well,
when you
no,
hear this.
if you're running, you don't want to wear something all the time.
Right. Well, it's actually smart because it attaches here. They look like they're meant to be regular, nice. If you try them on, high-end earbuds, and
here, I'll take my other earpiece off.
The sensor is right there on the top. It's just a little
it
innocuous
hooks around,
band,
and so it's comfortable. It doesn't fall out.
and it communicates via Bluetooth. Now, these can be used as regular Bluetooth earphones, or you can do the heart rate monitor element, and it has this little clip, and then you use them in association with the band. Interesting idea. You could also just put the heart rate monitor in the band, but that's something that LG didn't seem to want to pursue right now. But this also has an altimeter. You're wearing the light.
Yeah.
I was like, where'd it go?
I got so many things I'm hooked up to.
and that's another idea. LG has not really entered the wearable space, so this is the beginning of a lifestyle wearable move from that company, pretty big company. And then we've got an interesting entry, an example of surprise companies entering wearables. This is from Razer, the gaming PC company.
Yeah.
This is the Razer Nabu. Now, this again has a look that's reminiscent of something like a fuel band, and actually, interestingly, adopts the same idea of the buckle contains a micro USB charge port, so you don't have to carry a dongle with you. And this also gets notifications, promise of connecting with iOS and Android, track your fitness, track your sleep, but it also has two screens.
So it's kind of like trying to be the best of both worlds. It's like it's health monitoring, but it's also like, oh,
Right.
did I get a text message? Did I miss something on Twitter?
Now this is a prototype, so it's being developed. This is what the final version should look like. This is the working prototype right now. And here you go. Press the button
I like
up here.
the colors on the prototype.
Yeah, you actually wear it on your wrist with the smaller screen on the outside. And you get a little icon that lights up here that tells you maybe an incoming call is happening, or it tells you what mode you're in. And then, if you don't want to tell anyone what the incoming call is, you just look underneath, attach it on here. These I can't do it with one hand, but this is the early buckle technology. But underneath, it will actually tell you who's calling, and you can get the information right there on it.
So if you want to see who's calling, do like a Spider-Man thing, and if you want to check your time, you do the time thing.
Well, it actually shows a fair number of lines of text. It's not just one line across. It's almost like a full, getting towards a full tweet. And not just that, but there's an idea here for social handshake technology.
It sounds like a lot of these are like, all right, got to find a new way to talk with your body. Here, I got to turn a call off by holding myself, and what else do you do for?
So if you wear one,
all right,
and I wear one, and then, hello, Bridget, how do you do? And I shake hands with you, then we're following each other on Twitter.
Ooh.
All of a sudden, or we've sent a friend request to LinkedIn. Now,
that would be interesting at a tech conference like this. I mean, we're shaking a lot of hands and exchanging business cards.
Yeah,
like,
it's an interesting idea.
I'll give you my business card and give you like a special high five.
You will have to get that person to buy a Razer Nabu in order to do that. But these are launching very soon. There's a developer cost of $49, and then there will be an unspecified price. Be a little higher. We don't know yet what it is. And it's a totally new entry. And there will be some interaction with RazerCom, the communication system on Razer Gaming. Maybe some sort of like notification thing if your friend is trying to ping you for a game.
Do you think gaming tied into these wristbands and everything is going to be like something that consumers will be more interested in?
I think gamification would be great, or maybe making games out of it. You look Sony, PlayStation. They make PlayStation. Here's a fitness band. Razer makes a fitness band. We don't see a lot of people making games other than Nintendo with Wii Fit. Wii Fit U. Where are those games? That'd be a great idea. Hasn't been announced
Nike
yet.
Fuel Band is starting to try that you know, but
Yeah.
it'd be interesting to see where it goes.
Well, that's the thing, software and services in the future, and I think you're looking at the next steps of slightly smarter bands that also act a bit like smartwatches. I'm Scott Stein.
And I'm Bridget Carey.
And that's a look at the next generation of fitness tech here at CES 2014. Thanks. Thanks for
Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. I'm going to talk about how this year's show for the
they're moving it to the end, and we'll just have to break out and do our own TV thing after. That's when we rage all night.
Whoa, that was me.
Whoa.
That was not my fault.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa. Whoa. That's right.
LG's announced for its home.
Hello, gang. Here we are, CES In Depth, Day 2. I'm Brian Cooley, joined by my colleagues Donald Bell and Brian Tong.
Hello, Mr. Cooley.
Here we are, gentlemen. How's everyone holding up?
Good.
Good?
Yeah, well, after last night's company party, some holding up a little better than others.
Yeah, my question is code for how are you holding up since the party last
right. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'm alive.
We'll go into that offline later. Anyway, we're here live at the CNET stage of the Las Vegas Convention Center. Let's talk about the big must-know products that CNET editors have spotted in the last 24 hours since we last did one of these roundup shows. So guys, let's start with something called LG Home Chat, which was announced a couple days ago. We first got a really good piece up on it here, where you can use text commands to control and program your smart appliances. The idea here that LG says is instead of having to get another app and learn another interface and its own peculiarities, just text the thing. Say, hey, fridge, How you doing?
Yeah, one of the examples that they used in this video is that it knew
What you
what
doing
it
later?
knows. It knows what's in your fridge, right?
Yeah.
So you just say, look for a recipe, and because it's a smart refrigerator, it would then suggest a recipe to eat. Now, I don't, based on what's in my refrigerator, I don't know if they could find
what
something
might
I
it
would
make
want to
with what's
eat.
in your fridge?
Right. Let's see, there's ramen, there is Spam,
You refrigerate your
there
ramen.
is orange juice.
Yeah. Spirulina, I'm sure.
You know, some molded cheddar cheese, so we can make
A little
something good
quinoa.
with- Yeah.
I
quinoa? You take me as a quinoa guy? Come on.
A little quinoa in your fridge?
Quinoa.
There's
yeah.
got to be.
Yeah. It
I'm
would
a,
be very
I'm
difficult.
a little uncomfortable with this. I feel like SMS is a very personal medium, and this is like a step towards
Only
my
a true
my
geek would
appliances
say that,
becoming
right? Yeah.
sentient and actually
Yeah.
judging me for what I refrigerate or don't refrigerate or take out or don't, or what I leave behind, or the quinoa I'm not eating.
And you know, when you accidentally text the wrong person on your little text inbox there, and it's
Right.
like, oh, that shouldn't have gone out that way. Well, you know, the things you might say to your fridge, you might not want to say to any friends. You big square dummy. Or, hey, I think you're cool. Ha All right. Anyway, that's
just got that one.
That's what's going on there. Yeah, that's about as good as I've got right now. Okay, how many folks here are using any kind of gesture control on their technology, whether it's shake your phone or a leap motion or
Even something like a
none
Kinect.
of you? Okay,
Even something like-
then you can sleep during this story. Elliptic Labs showed our Jessica Dolcourt something that is a new kind of gesture control built into mobile devices, or it could be a laptop. There she is showing it there. But instead of using infrared or some kind of an optical technology, it's using sound waves that are coming off the device toward you, but they're harmless, ultrasonic. And I was looking over her shoulder while she was getting this demonstration and getting this technology down, and it looks to be very, very forgiving. In other words, it's not, it doesn't have to have a perfectly clean environment around you. It doesn't have stray light interference issues. It looks kind of robust. And,
did you like it though, or I mean, did you get to check it out?
from what I could tell, seeing her use it here, it looked like it was, more or less working right. And some of the gesture technologies that we've used of all kinds, they tend to be a little prickly.
Yeah.
They work like every third time,
Right.
and that gets old in a hurry.
I don't know if this is the perfect medium for it. Like I feel like we're pretty comfortable with directly touching our devices. But
it's something Samsung would definitely adopt.
In fact,
They want to throw everything at you. They'll be the first ones to throw that in there.
Jessica thinks it might come out on the next Galaxy. Just kind of looks like the kind of thing that they might do. I think that was a Galaxy S4 they were showing
like
on.
finger-free.
Finger-free S5, and they
Right.
got a little bit of that on the current S4. I
Yeah,
think
they
you
do.
get
You can already do a
the
Jedi wave
glance.
on your pictures.
Yeah, the Jedi and the glance away
Yeah,
tech. But anyway, that's the latest innovation we saw in gesture. Where do you really want gesture in your tech products? I mean, if something you can reach, you could reach. What would you like to have gesture in that maybe makes more sense?
I think the one that actually surprised me the most this past year was the Nest smoke detector. I forget what it was called.
Yeah.
Just a single wave?
Where you just kind of wave at it and like stop beeping at me. You don't have to knock it off the ceiling with the broom. You can actually just like, hey, stop.
Yeah.
I'm sorry I overcooked the food. The stovetop's already judging me and text messaging me.
Right,
Just
exactly.
Just stop
Yeah.
beeping.
The stove's already on you.
But
Wow,
yeah.
this is the future we've got to worry about.
Right.
Oh.
I think that
Yeah.
gesture control made sense to me. That was like, oh, that is a cool
Yeah.
application for that.
Or television, because it's hard to get to. It's across the
Yeah.
room.
No one's cracked that nut yet. So,
No, we find those are pretty hit and miss. All right, now let's see. This is one. This goes to BT here. He went out, saw Ford's out here.
Yeah, outside of the North Hall area.
Yeah, and what did they show you there?
So what Ford has is they have this what they call a vehicle-to-vehicle demonstration here. This is a driver-assisted system. And basically what happens is these cars have a unit on top, a module. You'll see it in this video, but it's a little shark fin, and it allows vehicles to detect each other within range. It sends out a signal every 10 times a second. It's Wi-Fi and GPS based. But these all talk to each other. This is a standard that's moving forward. It's not just on Ford cars.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's on all 8 of the OEMs and manufacturers that they're trying to push this forward. But
Yeah.
it's a really nifty technology. It's not going to take control of your car.
That's right.
But it will give you an alert, a warning, whether it's an LED display on your car that you hear a sound. Also, the seats themselves have vibration or feedback. If someone's on your blind spot, you'll hear it here. You'll feel it here. I think the weird thing about this demo, though, was that they put the vibration in every seat when the car stopped, but they didn't put it on the shoulders. They put it right on the seat area.
How'd that feel?
If you know what I mean. And I felt it when it warned me.
It was a soulful experience.
It was,
Yeah.
I learned something about myself after that.
Something that I don't want to know. Yeah, so what it does is BT mentions it doesn't take control of the brakes, but it gives you an alert saying you need to hit the brakes because I've detected that a car, maybe 2 cars up, is stopped and that there's about to be a pileup or a chain reaction. So that's really cool because it can be retrofitted to other cars that don't already have it, as opposed to real drive control systems that you can't retrofit to a car.
And then
if
here,
a car doesn't have automatic braking, it never will.
And then here in this demo, there's a big Penske truck on your right-hand side, so a lot of times you might be going through an intersection and you don't see a car that may not see you actually coming through. So
yeah, you're about to start here, right?
we're about to start right here.
And driving toward a cross intersection is what's being mocked up here.
Exactly.
And there's cross traffic coming from the right.
I had to put on my seatbelt there.
BT's buckled up.
I didn't have my seatbelt on the whole demo.
And there you go. And as that car went by, that car blew a red light, basically.
Yeah.
And those two would have collided, but that driver with BT was given a warning, and he hit the brakes. And as a result, BT's with us today.
And
that could have gone wrong.
It was a scary demo.
That could have gone wrong.
Bonnie, our producer, screamed during one of the demos for my life.
Sony says you don't need to buy a new computer. You can turn any table into a computer. Now, this is sort of a new and a refreshed idea. The idea here is you can project a computer interface onto any surface. This is kind of like a different way of doing that big, it's an Acer or a Lenovo tabletop computer, which is an actual computer, but this is just a tabletop, and the projector projects the computer and gives you the interface and detects your hand motion so you can control the thing.
We also saw similar things. Microsoft very early on had these
Surface.
big tabletops, the big Surface,
Yeah.
right? That was where it kind of started, and it was projection-based as well. But the projector was coming from the bottom and then up.
That's right. It was under the screen, rear projection.
At least it kind of gets towards that Star Wars chess table effect, right?
Yeah, which you see in all the kind of like, high-tech drama movies these days. They get together at the situation table.
Right.
Let me throw you a photo, Donald. Is this the terrorist you saw? All this stuff. And it's all crazy, and we're spinning things around.
Right.
Does this sound remotely realistic to anybody?
I mean, would we really use it today, right now? Are we intrigued by it?
Right, if we had these over the
Right
ceiling,
today.
would they be great to have it right here? I mean, I think there's so much ambient light in the world, I would never get great contrast.
Yeah.
Unless I'm in a dim room.
I'm not feeling it, but maybe you guys are.
I like the effect of it. It feels futuristic, but I don't think it's really gonna.
Children, you think would like it? You're the father here.
I think my kid's plenty happy
They
holding an
love
iPad.
them at the malls. At the malls, if you ever see those little projection games from the
kids
top,
just run over and stomp out the
they stomp on
bubbles.
the bubble.
Yeah,
Yeah, exactly. That's a great use for it.
But you don't want the kid doing that on your kitchen table.
No, not near the knives anyway. All right, T-Mobile, not a tech product, but a tech policy. They say switch over to us, leave your current carrier, and we'll pay your early termination fee. Now, T-Mobile's been kicking up a lot of dust lately. They're kind of, taking it smash mouth to a lot of other carriers with their whole uncarrier idea. But this is they're stepping up here. I mean, that can be a big fee. And they're saying, come on over, and we're going to pay it for you. It's, they remain sort of a, second tier in terms of their size compared to AT&T, Verizon. So looking for something to do differently. I thought one of the other interesting stories here that Roger Chang, one of our reporters, posted, it's up on our CES site, how he inadvertently got the head of T-Mobile thrown out of the AT&T party. He's
schmoozing with good company.
They did a selfie or something, and he put it up. And
Hey, guess who's here?
And
And
there it is. There's John Legere, who's doing the photo with Roger. And then this went out, and I guess he did a hashtag AT&T or AT&T party or something, and the AT&T folks saw it and said, get out of here.
Yeah. He got escorted out, right?
He got escorted out, and then I heard he got back in
back in.
because the roadies of the band that was playing gave him passes.
Right.
So T-Mobile's CEO will not be denied.
No, but I do like the idea of the getting bought out of your current. I feel like that's probably for a lot of people as soon as they feel the pain of whatever situation they're in currently, like but I have like another year in my contract, or I don't want to.
You sweat it out and you hate it.
Yeah. But if John's just gonna lovingly just like buy you out of it, it's like he's paying for your divorce. You're done. It's fine.
He's
Come
like,
over to
like
us.
that parent who enables you.
Right.
It's like, all right, I'll bail you out, but don't do meth again.
Are you talking to Donald directly just now?
No, I'm just looking.
Okay,
I'm looking
okay,
generally around the table.
Okay, don't look at
That's
me
all
like
I'm
that.
doing. All right. Now, this is the part of the show where we normally have, we go live to one of our reporters out on the floor, and we're going to do that. Let's go to the CES show floor and see what Sharon Vaknin's been up to. Now, Sharon, tell us where you are and what you've got for us.
Hey guys, I am the most comfortable I have been throughout all of CES. Here I am lounging in the CNET lounge, playing with a piece of technology we found called Beam. Okay, it's a telepresence device, which means that you can be at two places at once using this. It's not a robot, okay? They're not calling it a robot. It's a telepresence device. So you log into your computer, and there you appear on the screen. And what that means is that you can go to work and be at work without ever leaving your house. And that's how most people are using this device. So the way I control it is with my computer. And I'm gonna start doing that now, okay? I'm gonna ride this thing through. And what I'm seeing on my computer is basically the device has 2 cameras. One on top, at the top of the screen, and then another just below it so I can see the ground below me so that I don't run into anything.
I bet she's a hell of a
because
gamer. She's
this thing
controlling
is
that.
100 pounds. If it falls over, it'll fall over pretty,
Here
it'll make a
comes
pretty
Sharon.
big statement.
Wave
Yeah?
to Sharon, everybody. There she
Hey
is.
guys, there
Here's
I
your
am.
audience. Look at this guy. He says, "Come here, give me a hug right now."
He wants some of that sugar.
Right now, you big
Hi.
LCD thing, you.
See, I'm lounging. I don't even need to get out of
Look
here.
at
This is just doing all of my
Look
work
at Sharon.
for me.
There she is.
So again, 2 cameras.
Hello,
Hey
dear.
guys.
Wow, check
How's it
that
going
out.
over there? I don't have to
cool.
deal with all the bright lights. I don't have to deal with the crowds. I'm back here enjoying my life.
I think you should eat a little more ice cream. Your legs got real skinny, girl. Real skinny. Aside from that, look great. Look
Thank
great.
you.
Yeah, I have to say though,
Very
I'm resisting like a bully impulse just to push you over, you know, and
Don't-
to see this helplessly
I'm
with your wheels
defenseless.
spinning on the ground.
I'm defenseless, Donald. You can't do that.
It's too much effort, actually. I'm
So it's
tied
got
down.
an 8-hour battery life. It only takes 4 hours to charge. It's not for everyone. It is $16,000 plus a few fees here and there.
Okay.
But for the corporate guy who needs to be in 2 places at once, not a bad deal.
Not bad. That's
All
pretty cool.
right.
That's pretty cool.
You know, the battery life of 8 hours is perfect for a work day as well.
Right.
So that just gets it all
See what
taken
this
care
is
of.
for?
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
they're smart about that.
Stay home, yet be there.
You could also incorporate a Roomba on the bottom to get some, you know.
Hey, guys.
That's how your employer can
Bye,
justify it.
guys.
Yeah.
Goodbye, Sharon.
See you.
That is so weird.
Goodbye, Sharon. Thanks.
You also
Okay.
get the Ford
We'll take a
technology
real
in there.
quick break, and when we come back, you know what we got to do?
Oh, come on.
We got to play the game.
It's the game at CES that
What's
we
the game
play.
called?
We call it CES or CE-No. You know what we'll be talking about in just a few moments.
That's coming up back after a break here at CES Live from CNET.
My dad had a Honda, my mom had a Honda. It was coming from a 2007 Honda Accord. I traded it for a Ford Fusion Titanium. I, no joke, probably test drove 15 different vehicles. I kind of was indifferent toward Ford, and then I sat in the Fusion for the first time, and I was just like, wow, this is it. You have the power, but you have the fuel economy. That's what EcoBoost does. I love to tell people, look at what Ford has to offer.
All right, time for BT's favorite game, BT's original game.
It's
but
a-
not
it's
your
an
only
OG
game,
game.
because you got a lot of games.
Okay, thank you, Cooley. I appreciate that. Now I'm feeling uncomfortable. No, I'm not. All right, guys, check this out. We're going to hit some music, have a little fun here. This is where we show you some of the things we've seen here on the CES floor. Sometimes they are gadgets. Other times they're just things that we see, because we see a whole lot of stuff here, all right? So there's different ways to get people's attention at booths. One of them is posing in a yoga form. And I want to know, if we see this picture here.
Bring it to us.
I'm looking at it.
What are we looking at? Bring it up. That logo? Want to get that a yes or a no? Is
There
that
we
what
go.
we're doing? Huh.
Would
Oh, there
you
it is.
go
Okay.
into that booth, Cooley, with someone flexing like that? Look at it.
What is going on? What is she doing?
Is that the warrior pose? Who does yoga here? Is that the warrior?
Oh, that's the, right. It's like downward dog, upward cat. You know? Warrior, ha. Or it's the, I work at a restaurant pose. I'm carrying 2 platters, but her hands are in the wrong position.
Okay, I'm gonna go in there. All right, everyone knows this one. The smell in the South Hall. It is amazing. Thanks to this Ben & Jerry's.
Is that what that is?
CES or no, fellas?
CES.
CES?
Yes, my
Yes.
goodness, of course. All right, you also see a bunch of this stuff. I thought this was quite odd. A man trying to exchange numbers with two feathered women outside of the CES sign. It's a guy trying to get his game on. CE, yes or no, Cooley?
Both of them are married to rogue cops. CE, no. No, I don't want to die tomorrow.
Yes,
no.
Too good to be true. Yeah. I'm gonna stay clear. CE,
okay, okay, stay clear of that. All right, here, this is an actual product here. This is Intel's concept of a wireless charging bowl.
Oh.
Right now it supports your smart headphones. You can throw in there and it charges them wirelessly. They're hoping that they can bring this standard to things like, your cell phone or other products. It's a bowl that charges. CE, yes or no?
I thought it was a new bidet, so CE, no.
Yeah, I thought it was like a ironclad undergarment or something like that. It kind of looked.
Not since the Renaissance have we had things quite like that.
All right, and one of the hottest cars in the world right now at Monster's booth, the Lamborghini Veneno, $4.5 million. 1 of 9 made. Cooley, you're a car guy.
You're going to be shocked. CE, no.
No, I know.
I can't handle that kind of visibility.
Yeah.
It takes a big man to handle that kind of attention, and that's too much. I don't want to be seen
I love
like
being
that.
able to park my crappy car and have no fear that anyone's going to try to steal it. This thing would give me a panic attack just leaving it somewhere.
Yeah, the dude who runs Monsters, this is, right?
Yeah, this is Monster's CEO's car. They outfitted it with all types of speakers. It honestly sounded hot inside. I mean, it was great. But, $4.5 million, you got that change later.
Look, I'll say it. That's why those cables are $45.
All right, guys, there you go. That's it. That's it.
All right. Thanks, everybody. That's it for today. We're going to do this again tomorrow, but at a little earlier time, 11 a.m. Pacific, I believe that is. And we'll do our last CES in-depth then. And that'll be the final word, not just on the day, but on the most important trends and products that we've seen for the entire show, because by tomorrow, everyone's got a good perspective on it. That's it till we see you tomorrow, and the stage is back at it with all kinds of great CNET programming as you are wrapping up the show tomorrow. Thanks for being with us. Good night from CES 2014.